Ho, 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 and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. And all, making sure that all of our gamers are being good, because they're going to be on the nice list. We don't want you on the naughty list right now. We've got a very special and important event going on today. It is the Verizon Code Red tournament for Wild Rift. For all of us that joined us this past weekend for the Esports Collegiate Invitational, also brought to you by Verizon as well. Then you'll recognize some of these teams coming in, but we've got more teams filled with pro players, celebrities, and even streamers and personalities. My name is Mark Ralph Alexander Autobine, and we've got a bunch of very cool and very festive, talent here on the desk.
We did it right. They're all facing the same direction. I didn't think we could do it.
Kangas, and also Kobe. I want to give Kobe a special shout out because this is our first foray into Wild Rift for you, brother. So how are you feeling, man?
I'm feeling great. Ready to unwrap my Wild Rift presence here and be surprised. I've heard tales of other abilities that can be flashed in different animation cancels that aren't available in League. So I'm just excited to see what can actually be accomplished.
It's pretty cool. I don't want to spoil them all for you, but yeah, the stories you've heard are correct. There are a lot of those that are really fun in this game.
I just want to give you a quick rundown of how this tournament is going to work. We have 3 round robins, or rounds of round robin. Yeah, say that 3 times fast. And then afterwards, we will be moving into a semifinals match, taking the best 2 teams, a third place match as well, and then finally our finals match at the end of the day. But also throughout the day, we've got not only giveaways, sweepstakes, and many more prizes for all the chat to earn at home because you've all been such nice gamers this year. Starting with our very first one, we've got a sweepstakes to give for you all. So if you want to type in !sweepstakes in the chat, or sweeps, I should say, you can get a chance to take home $5,000 worth of gaming gear, including an $800 Verizon gift card, PC mouse, keyboard monitors, and many more. So make sure you're spamming that chat right now with !sweeps.
That's all your Christmas presents right there. I mean, if you're a gamer, you don't even need to buy anything. You just either keep it for yourself or just give those out to family, friends. That's all your shopping.
Yeah, $5,000. You'll have extras.
It's so many presents, and for gamers, we just tell our parents and our family these days, like, oh, what do you want, dude? My mouse is broken, my keyboard is dusty, it's missing a couple of keycaps right now.
Come on.
Yeah.
How dirty is
my
that
keyboard?
thing?
Hey, you know what? Underrated gift, by the way, is one of those dust cleaners, the air compressors.
The spray ones,
dude. Exactly. Super, super, super good. We are going to be heading into our first game of the day, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be between Team Chuck and Team, I believe, Tekshi. So I want to go to our casters first because they're going to be diving in between Kangas and Smacks. What are some of your main points of what to look out for, starting with Smacks?
Ooh. Well, like you said, it's Team Tekshi versus Team Chuck. All the teams that are not the collegiate teams, we're just going to name them after the Baron Laners to keep it simple. And also because the Baron Laners are just the biggest chads that we have on the road today.
They're the
on
ones that
Team Chuck,
the team.
Yeah, exactly. Unless you're the support like me and you're just the best player on the Rift all the time. In which case, that's the support. But on Team Chuck, I'm really excited because we have a couple of really cool League streamers. Aoki, who is a support that you may have seen on some Wild Rift stuff, but also in Twitch Rivals. And also Hai, making a return to a professional debut. First time in Wild Rift, you may recognize Hai from teams such as Cloud9 in League of Legends from, years past. Very excited to see what he can do on the Wild Rift.
Yeah, and we actually played against Hai's team last night in Flex Queue.
That's what I was going to say. I was excited for Team Chuck because they kicked our butts last night while we were playing against them. But then I learned that Hai just downloaded the game and got through the tutorial before that game. So now I'm not as confident about Team Chuck and Hai leading through the jungle there.
This is why we get paid just to talk and not actually play the game.
True.
It happens. True. It happens.
We almost beat them, and I also haven't played since the game first came out, so I think we did pretty well.
True. You know what? Not bad.
You know why we lost? Is because I got autofilled in support, which is a garbage roll, and you can't carry through. So Smacks is just wrong there.
It's a garbage roll if you're bad, but I'm great at it, and I can carry. So
you can't play Pantheon and carry games.
You're making fun of yourself right here.
Yeah, I guess that's my limitation.
Yeah. If we were the first receivers of just the first time play from Aoki and Hai, I know they've been scrimming a lot more games after they kind of kicked their butts, last night. So I can't imagine what they have in store. And they have players like Dienzio on their roster as well, who former world champion in Vainglory from back in 2017. And now that, some off-season roster moves happening, might be a reunion with some other players. But Dienzio, definitely a player that we're going to have to look at throughout this entire tournament. One of the best marksmen. Before we head over to our match and to the draft phase, I kind of want to give the mic over to Kobe just for one last few thoughts, because Kobe was getting his impressions of Wild Rift in our games last night. What is the most exciting thing that you would like to have players bring out in our tournament today?
I just want to see more assassins. The main thing, I actually was going to ping off of Kangas, because talking about Hai's first downloaded game, he messed up the Jarvan combination. I know it's different in Wild Rift. I was like, okay, so he's going to have a very limited champion pool, I'm assuming, having just downloaded it, since there are so many, tweaks from League 2 Wild Rift. So I am a little bit worried for my boy. It's Hai's first Wild Rift as well as my first Wild Rift, so I'm rooting for him.
Okay. Well, we should be heading into the draft very soon, so I'm going to toss it on over to Smax and Kangas. Take us away, gentlemen, and have a good series on Cat.
Thank you, Rafa. Thank you, Kobe, also for his first time on a Wild Rift show, also first time playing Wild Rift. It's awesome having him just jumping in here. But Smax, now it's our show. They're out of here. This is the Smax and Kangas place, because we do have the 2 caster pairs throughout the day, so we'll be swapping off and forth between matches. I've seen a lot of star power on Team Chuck, and I'm a little worried for Team Texi right now. Do you think that we're going to start off the day with a stomp?
We just might, because we've got this best of 2, right? So whichever way this goes, there will be 2 games played. It is that best of 2 round robin. I do feel like they definitely have some more star power, like you said, on Team Chuck. Chuck just recently did go to an international tournament, the Verizon Cup, and while it wasn't North America's best showing of all time, he did still qualify there and did have some great performances. So
now Zio's on that roster. Now Dienzio is actually playing with that team, so we got a little bit of synergy between these 2 players.
Definitely. And as you look over at this entire roster, so you can see on Team Texi, they didn't actually talk about Team Texi all that much, but they do have a couple of players from Cloud9, Meals and Griff in specific. So both of those guys have some synergy playing on that roster together. They also have 80s, who's been a pretty impressive jungler, if I may say so myself, on the NA side. He's been bouncing around some of those tournaments, not landing on a roster officially quite yet, but he's definitely still a player to watch out for.
Plus, you got to play against somebody named Full Frontage, so I'm not sure if there's like a mental game going on there, just a distraction, really. The good old bait and switch play. But I want to just set expectations. I feel like I'm favoring Red Team Chuck right now, just because, like we said, that's star power. But how much does Hai downloading and playing the tutorial yesterday detract from the star power that we see here? That's the question on my mind.
Well, I mean, you guys did say that you still lost to him, even though that was his first game.
You know what?
Game,
yeah.
So
yeah, that's
definitely still.
The best part is there's Kobe versus Hai in the jungle. So
yeah.
2 junglers that are really good at League of Legends PC, but definitely learning the ropes of Wild Rift.
Yeah, you could definitely say that.
We're into
this draft already. Yeah, we already have a bunch of these champions selected. Hai hovering that Jarvan that you mentioned before. He's hopefully put some more games into it so you can land those combos. And yeah, you can see a couple of these players. We mentioned Full Frontage just a bit. He is the team manager for Team Liquid. So that is that is this guy. That's where he comes from. That's why he's got Team Liquid in his name. And yeah, I'm pretty pumped for this one. We've already got the Caitlyn, very new champion coming into Wild Rift. Seems to be very powerful.
Caitlyn's been absolutely busted. I'm a Baron laner. I'm a Baron main. And she's my permaban just because of how often I lose to her in games. So yeah, I think that's fantastic here for team. I guess we're calling it Team Chuck, right? Just because it's based on the Baron later. So Team Chuck's team over here. They're not in the correct order.
It looks like it looks like the feeling is mutual because it looks like DNZO banned Pantheon. So you've got the shared hatred for the main champions. Yeah, they're not quite in order. So it'll still be everyone playing their main roles, I presume. Lulu being locked in alongside the Jhin is a little dangerous, but now we have Gragas and Yasuo. What a combo!
The combination. Okay, so that's going to be Baron lane Gragas with mid lane Yasuo, and then Olaf in the jungle.
Looks like it.
Interesting team comp coming in from blue side here.
Right.
A lot of damage that's packed in their composition and some kiteback potential with things like the Lulu, the Yasuo shield, and also the Gragas explosive cast. I'm just looking at Nami Caitlyn. That is such an oppressive dragon lane to deal with. So I feel like red side, they're not to be disrespected either. And Hai gets his signature J4. There we go. He's on a champion that hopefully he's learned the flag drag combo by this point.
Yeah, it's difficult. You gotta get used to it. If you're coming in from League of Legends PC, you have an easy way to get the EQ combo of the flag and drag. So. But you have to know what to actually do, of course. You do need to actually press the flag, and then it'll give you the option to use Dragon Strike on top of it. Yeah, so it's a little tough. I've actually personally had to learn a lot of Jarvan recently because I figured out that he's a broken support, so I've been playing him.
He is your secret tech right now. What, you play him in a Rakan? Is that the matchup?
Not so secret. I just really like it when my team needs some more engage, and I've got things like the Ziggs on my team, which they do. So Ziggs and the Jarvan together gonna be pretty nice. You set up the pool and then you fill it with bombs.
It's just like it's like fishing with dynamite at that point. It's just unfair.
Yeah.
It's cheating. But also very low mobility team coming in from blue side as well. Things like the Jhin, things like the Olaf as well. Like the terrain actually does kind of count as CC for him. So I like the pick regardless. And again, when you're new to the game, you're newer to Wild Rift, it's probably best to play champions they've put some time into. And J4 is one of those classic junglers where, as long as you can pull off his abilities in his combos, he does what needs to be done for the team.
Yeah, you have just solid engage pretty much every time. Especially, I really like playing Jarvan in Wild Rift because you have a lot of early access to the Stone Plate enchant. It makes you a lot more tanky when you're diving into that backline. So that's something that I really like as a combination. Hopefully, Hai has done his research on that one as he is coming into this game very recently. The combination champions on the blue side here for Team Tekshi, I really personally like. They have Olaf and Lulu together. These champions work super well together because you give the Olaf the bonus HP, you give him the slow field around him, and then you get all the shields and the movement speed for him. Those champions work really well, and I'm just a really big fan of that one. If you have an Olaf that doesn't have any setup like that, it can be really hard to deal a lot of damage, but with Lulu, all of a sudden this champion is really unlocked to do some major damage in fights.
And then all that peeled, of course it doesn't stop the Olaf because of that Ragnarok. So if he's accelerated, that's pretty scary, but we're already into the game here, Smacks, and already level 1 invade, picking up first blood for Team Tekshi.
And not bad start there. For Griff, picking up first blood too means a lot. Like you said before, Dienzio and Aoki have a lot of laning power that they're going to be providing in this game. They have the Caitlyn and the Nami, just so much range and poke. Now that's assuming that Dienzio does actually come to lane, so he looks like he's camping out in the fountain for now, but...
Dienzio, you're on Tribe Gaming now. You're supposed to... You gotta show up at these tournaments. There's expectations, and we just talked you up, man.
Assuming he arrives again, we'll get to see him in action. As of right now, though, Griff, already with a really big lead, it's gonna be a lot larger now that he's in a lane all to his
So
lonesome.
this is what Aoki should be doing. You should be walking up and actually taking some of the CS. Try to get what you can. I know it's scary, but it's a Lulu Jhin. I don't think they can engage on you, so I want to see what happens. Oh, maybe Hai just turns it around here. Maybe they go for the gang in the top lane. At least flash out of Tekshi, so they'll get something done on the map. But yeah, this is gonna hurt them for sure.
Look at that, though. That's growth. Jarvan combo, cleanly executed.
True.
It forced Tekshi's flash. And look at this. It's an invade. It's matched on the other side, so you can see that 80s already has taken away this blue buff. But Hai matching this clear is really solid. That's just something that it's a skill that translates over from League of Legends. You know where all the jungle camps are. They didn't change all of that, so you can still go.
And it's
for these
actually
invades.
Really smart because of the wards. I mean, there's 2 wards that were placed, so they spotted 80s' pathing, and it looks like we have a surrender vote. from Team Chuck. I don't know if that's... We'll have to check with the tournament admins. Maybe Dienzio just had internet issues and wasn't able to load in, because I would guess that it had something to do with the Caitlyn not purchasing items or going to lane. But regardless, as we try and figure out what's happening there, I still liked the jungle pathy. That was actually some pretty cool stuff happening.
Yeah. I'm impressed by High coming in on this Jarvan. Like we said, he got the practice on there, and he's going for this path. Against Olaf, it's really impressive to get any camp trades, because Olaf does have just a lot of early priority in the farming department. Not quite so much in the early ganks, unless you have a lot of crowd control setup. That's where Jarvan can really excel, which we got to see that early gank happen onto Texhi's Gragas. Hopefully Dienzio can come right back and be ready for the next bout. We'll update you on whether or not that one counts.
We're gonna have a joke running throughout the day of the naughty and nice list. I think Dienzio's already ending up on the wrong side of that one here. To start off the day, not the best.
Or at least his internet.
At least his internet. True, yeah. Let's not blame the player until we know the situation here. But also. Going back to that jungle pathing part, it was the wards placed down. I didn't actually get to spot who placed the wards, but there was a ward in the top jungle and a ward in the river, so they saw exactly where 80s was going, and they also knew where he wasn't, so they knew that he didn't start on that top side clear. So just avoiding that Olaf, great news from High, and of course, like you said, that is something that translates from League PC to Wild Rift.
Yeah, the information gathering game, it actually is sometimes even more important in Wild Rift, because the game happens in the blink of an eye. Like, so one person can be in the Baron lane, not even close to a team fight, and then the team fight lasts more than 10 seconds, and boom, he's there. So you really do want to track where your opponents are. Even though it's a shorter window, you can still do very similar things with that information. So nice information gathering in that early game is a really good bonus to have on Team Chuck's side. And to help out Chuck as well, the guy who just came back home from an international event. You want to make sure that he's the carry.
And it's so sad because also, I mean, they surrendered, assuming because of a Dienzio situation, whatever that is, as we wait for confirmation. But it looked like High was taking the Gromp away too as the top lane was shoving in. Gragas had no flash. I think they were going to go for a dive right there. I think they were going to repeat that gank again. So it's, now you start to see, Smacks, right? It makes more sense why we lost to High during their scrims last night. You know, it wasn't us being bad at the game. It's High being Gigabrain.
Yeah, if only I wasn't out of town, then I could have popped in and we would have won that one for certain. Actually, I don't know who all you were playing with. I don't want to flame.
I will say, you and I did the exact same thing, because Alk Battery was our AD carry. He's another caster who did Summoner Series Horizon Cup with us. He plays AD carry, and he always complains to me how much you leave him in lane alone and just roam around the map. I just play Pantheon support, so I was just ulting mid every single time. I think I left him on an island as made for at least 75% of that game. Yeah. So I just wanted to let you know.
I just don't want to be tied down. You know, I want to go explore all the rest of the map. Yeah, exactly. So
we're breaking molds in Wild Rift. Okay, you don't need to have a 10-minute laning phase where you're stuck at the hip with somebody. You can't have that baggage weighing you down.
And you know what? In light of Dienzio disconnecting, if you don't want that to happen to you, might I recommend switching over to the Verizon ultra-fast wideband 5G network. It's definitely a way to make sure that you do not disconnect like that in the game. Obviously, we're hoping that Dienzio can come right back, but hey, shout out to Verizon, this tournament presented by them. So,
also a reminder, Verizon have that insane giveaway going on too. So if you're in Twitch chat right now and you're like, all right, well, games have paused, you know what you can do with your time? Exclamation point giveaway. I believe giveaway was the prompt actually. Now I need to check with Rafa.
Like a broom.
All right, there we go. Sweeps, exclamation point sweeps to join in on that. Because there's a chance to get things like $800 Verizon gift card plus PC, mouse, keyboard, monitors, lots of stuff. $5,000 total package. That's insane.
Yeah. Not bad.
Worth more than my house.
That is definitely not too shabby. Also, another shout out to Verizon for naming this tournament Code Red, so we can wear our red Santa hats in the holiday flavor.
Also, shout out to Smacks, because during the pre-show he had a red sweater, and I was so self-conscious, like I'm gonna be the only one wearing black. So thank you for breaking out the navy for me. I appreciate it.
Well, I was also concerned because I was the only one that didn't have a Santa hat, but luckily my spouse was coming home from work, so they got to stop at the store.
You got like a little buckle on yours. Wait, that's sick.
I do. There's a buckle. Actually, you know what? I might as well show you this. So they gave me 3 different options.
Yeah.
Play with. This one was the one that ended up fitting the best around my headset. I also have this sparkly one with
they
the
brought you
sequins.
options.
Yeah. So the cool thing about this one is that because it's sequins, you can flip it up and then it's green instead.
Oh.
like a Christmas
All right,
tree.
art challenge, Smacks. Draw me like
good.
a little Yordle on there. Draw me a little Teemo face on there.
Oh, okay. So
Maybe between series, when it's Rafa and Kobe's time to cast, unless you're confident enough to do it live on camera. Wow, that was you're up to the task. This is fantastic.
So I gotta get the circle.
Okay, all right. I feel like this is gonna be too. Oh,
I get the ears there.
It's turning into a
some
bug.
Eyes. No, those are ears. Those are Yordle ears. And then, it's not bad.
All right,
For
we're gonna
sequin
work on
art,
it.
that's not
We're gonna work on it, but I do hear that we're getting ready to hop back into the game, Smack. So for sequin art, I'll give that one a solid 4 out of 5 because I'm factoring in the amount of time you had, but expectations are high.
Okay.
I need you to know that, especially when you have 3 options. And I'm excited to see what the 3rd option was. Oh, it's got little antlers and a little mistletoe.
Little mistletoe.
Oh, that's just convenient. That's just portable mistletoe. Right
I know.
there.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh,
this is.
Well, now I feel like completely underprepared right now. I just have a regular hat. There's no buckle. There's no sequins. There's nothing.
That's what we call in the business the spouse buff, Kangas. You got to get yourselves one of those.
You're right.
I love you, Cassidy, if you're listening.
I'm sure that they are listening and very happy that their work was shown off on stream in front of however many viewers we have. But again, we are getting ready to hop back into the game. I believe that this is going to still no match. I didn't hear from production any updates on that, but I assume that we're going back to 0-0 on the scoreboard. I'm not sure, but we'll get confirmation on that. Okay, yes, I am just not getting confirmation. Full restart. So we are not counting that one. There was some issue going on with the NZO, but we are into the game now, and there we go!
Hey!
That's a Caitlyn in lane, everybody.
Look at that. Dienzio is here. Now, the only bad news off of this is that Team Tekshi's invade is now, lost to time. Yeah. So that one didn't end up happening. But that's okay. They can still have some really solid early game advantages here. And one of those might just come in the mid lane.
Could be. We see the Yasuo versus that Ziggs matchup. We already have a summoner spell down. His import has to blow that one in. This is already a matchup that can be tough for the Ziggs because of just the natural kit of Yasuo. He can get on the Ziggs pretty easily if you walk up to the wave, and also has that wind wall, so it'd be rough.
Yeah, definitely. And now with the barrier gone, EU import does not have a lot of ease of access in this lane at all. You definitely are going to want to give some attention over there if you are the jungler of high. Lots of traps being placed in the river here, Kangas.
Import's very low. They're walking forward, though. They want this. Exhaust is down. Flash away from 80s. Dio's still here getting autos off. Meals goes forward, has a flash, needs to flash the wall. 80s doesn't have flash anymore, and that's first blood. Picked up by Team Chuck. High, the recipient.
High, finding the flash. Jarvan engaged right there. And you know what? We got to credit that to Kobe. Kobe gave him the reps just yesterday to land a combo like that. Kobe helping out in the nick of time here for Team Chuck.
Takes full credit. Full credit.
Yes, of course. He should.
High doesn't hit those if he didn't have to jungle against Kobe last night.
Yeah.
But he also gets this scuttle. I believe that's double scuttle, yeah? So fantastic early start for High already. Almost 1,000 up over his jungle opponent now. And you can look to snowball that here. The J4 very accelerated. High now has the ultimate, still sticking on the map.
Yeah, good damage to force Dienzio into an uncomfortable position there that we just saw on the trade in the Dragon lane. You can see the Griff and full frontage are sticking around and trying to push in this wave and get a solid recall. Even though they did suffer that loss in the jungle, 80s went down. You don't want to give up anything more in the Dragon lane. And now with Griff going back, getting some lethality for this Jhin, you are starting to see some of that early game power start to take shape where you get that burst.
Also, we see just their import stopping Meals from backing. Chuck and Tekshi trading pretty aggressively. Oh, explosive gas misses. Tekshi was looking for it. Just barely.
I like
off.
the attempt. Yeah. It was definitely a nice try, you know, getting that damage and the repositioning there, too. Didn't have a teammate there to back him up, but sometimes Gragas just has way more damage than you're expecting in this game. He just really can pop off as Chuck gets to roam down into the river. Still has Hextech Ultimatum, so anybody around the rest of this map is going to have to be a lot more careful with Chuck outside of vision.
Now that Import has the... Oh, no, okay, never mind. Engage from high. A lot of damage on Emil's. The wind wall's not up. I believe it was on cooldown. Successful gank again.
There's that combo that I was talking about earlier, Kangas. The Jarvan and the Ziggs together. You lock them down in the Cataclysm, and then they're just free-firing bombs directly in there like a dartboard. It's so perfect for EU Import. And even though the Mega Inferno Bomb did miss, it pushed Yasuo into a position where the rest of the bombs could land. So I really like that setup.
Ooh, that was very close for Aoki. In a precarious position right now, walking up here to contest this Rift Herald take. Chuck's joining in. Ooh. It's a full 3v3 right now. The knock-up combo for Yasuo comes through. That's 1 kill, 2 kills over to Team Chuck as soon as they get him. Oh, they're rather Team Tekshi. They're going to win this one for sure. Import flashes into the pit, trying to take the 1v2, surviving as long as he can. And it's not for much longer. Meanwhile, there's a battle in the bottom lane here. Double kill over to Zio.
Yeah, it looks like Dienzio got the better end of the Dragon Lane trade. Griff gets one back onto Aoki, or should I say full frontage, and it does even out the gold, as you can see at the top of your screen. But this is just a really big turnaround for Team Tekshi. 3 kills onto your scaling Yasuo, and you're trading one back in the Dragon Lane all the while. Alongside that objective pickup, this is feeling like they're still contending in this game after a pretty disastrous early.
And now they've gone for full objective control. They've rotated Tekshi all the way down to the Dragon. Looking to secure this one right now. It's giving Chuck a lot of free time on that top turret, but it should be secured. Ziggs Bomb does not steal.
Yeah, Ziggs Bomb was a little late there. It has been known to steal those objectives. But you know what, Kangas? Because they took the time to take the Drake. Oh! Wait, hold on a second.
Between turrets,
there's the combo!
Gragas Yasuo coming in clutch. It's a classic. And it gets a kill, plus a turret. Now High walks forward, has to flash away. Plus Nami ultimate just to peel. Oh, yeah,
Chuck
flank
is thinking about getting in here with a flank.
Has the Hextech ultimatum. 80's looking juicy. Looking ripe right now, but Tekshi goes in. Damage onto Chuck. There's no knock-up, no ultimate from Meals, and now Tekshi's actually a little caught out of position here. Not tanky enough to survive. They will trade as High falls. Now Chuck looks for more. No ultimate available, but he's got a support behind him. Meals in trouble, taking a lot of damage. Oh. That's a clutch knock-up. Zio with the autos. Zio with the snipe. Can't find him. Wins hookshot off cooldown. Chuck with the sweep. He gets it.
Big shutdown onto Meals there, Kangas. You're getting so much gold and forcing the enemy carry back just a bit further. All these structures are now beginning to fall in the aftermath of these fights. That's 2 for each side. This game could not be more even. And in a moment like this, you got to take the time to look at the scaling. Yasuo and Jhin are going to have big critical strikes. They'll be matched by Caitlyn, but the damage variety is there on the side of Team Chuck because their other late game carry is this Ziggs that you have to be aware of.
They have a lot of range to work with as well. They have an engage range between J4 and Camille, plus the combos of each of those with that Ziggs, who can just be completely off screen and still be putting out damage. But I do want to say, I think I did Team Tekshi a little dirty going into this one. I said, how big of a stomp are we going to have here, Smags? This is a close game.
Yeah, it really is. Ooh, great Ziggs ultimate right there. Oh, the
combo.
Fight.
They're going forward again. This time it doesn't quite land though. Zio's out. The front line is there. High doing so much work right now, but the explosive cast is massive. Still, kills are traded. Frontage in trouble. So is Griff. Can they trade the kills back? Flash away. Kill traded. Frontage. Just trying to take up right now. Still alive because the polymorph, but the bombs for Import are too much.
The durability provided by Aoki in that team fight was gigantic. It was certainly the difference maker with the full tidal wave breaching the backline and then the heals and the utility provided. I really love seeing those fights where the support dies, but it's completely okay because they bought enough time for all the scaling damage to come online with champions like that Ziggs and that Caitlyn. It feels like the well-constructed front to back that we're seeing on Team Chuck is being put to good use here.
Yeah, they were able to find the right position that time around. They're up 3 kills right now, but again, the gold very close. It's only about 1,000 in their favor as the next Herald has spawned. Team setting up for it. Another engage.
Looking like another engage. The combination.
Follow up, White with it, but Meals is still in there and just gets destroyed with all the AoE. Look at Zio off on the side right now. Nobody's on the Caitlyn. Double kill over to Chuck. Everybody's still just running forward from Team Taxi. They don't care about a Caitlyn with no peel now. Focus turned onto the 80 carry. The root does not land. Everybody from Taxi just grouping up and still surviving.
I mentioned before that Team Chuck have a solid front-to-back team fight composition. That was more back to front. Zio was positioning like he's playing Zed on that one. No one can really set up and stall for this Caitlyn in a position like that. You can see, because of that displacement on the Gragas, you can actually force the enemy team into these positions. And this is the reason why this isn't looking like that stomp that you may have predicted before here, Kangas. The Gragas pick for Tekshi is putting in so much work as this next fight.
We're right back to team fights. We're right back to it, Smax. The combo's up. Explosive cast
watch
coming
the Gragas
off for Tekshi right now, but he goes for the body slam instead, finds it, but they knocked him away from Meals, who's still doing damage. He's just focused on the front line right now. Chuck in some trouble. Aoki taking damage too, but Chuck gets the first kill. Double kill over to 80s. 3v3 at the end of the day as the health bars are still low right now for Team Tekshi.
Oh boy. All right. The displacement that we saw there provided by Aoki was again flawless. It forced Meals into a position where he couldn't get the last breath combination alongside Gragas's displacement. However, it forced everybody else into a poor position on the side of Team Chuck so they couldn't follow up that time either. We're getting into these situations where everything sort of has to be picture perfect for Team Chuck to make these team fights work, and that's just never going to happen again in this game. It feels like with the way that the other team's playing.
So let's see if they can find it this time around.
Whoa! Oh no!
Oh, the just stylish flash. I don't even know what to call that one, but you know what? That's a gauntlet thrown or something.
Oh, this very well could be an inhibitor right now. With the Rift Herald popped, you have some minion waves arriving too. Chuck is nowhere to be found, just now gets this recall. At least this turret is going to fall. Can they keep the inhibitor, or can they keep the Rift Herald alive for another charge is the question. Doesn't look like the answer is yes. Yeah, that one goes. They're more concerned with this Drake instead, more sustain off the ocean.
All right, so I gotta raise the question because I know everyone's asking it. Can somebody check Import's PayPal right now? Maybe his Venmo. I got the donation history right now. Engage from high. They're looking for Tekshi. Gets the slam. Meals goes in onto the backline. Zio flashes the wall. He's back to safety. Tekshi right on top of him. Meanwhile, the rest of the fight has gotten a little chaotic, but it is going in favor of Team Chuck. Actually, no, it's Team Tekshi that's winning it right now. Chuck's the only one alive left on his team. He's gonna fall here. Griff gets it. And that's the ace for Team Tekshi.
Chuck falls as the last member of his team, and now that inhibitor is sure to fall next. Meals has just a ton of extra siege damage alongside Griff now with the Infinity Edge.
Is this game?
The question... No. It's not quite going to be game. No. Aoki's up. You can't quite do it. The Nexus hurts, Kangas. We've been over this.
This is why I'm flat and you're diamond. I go for that game end right there. 10 out of 10.
I mean, it's definitely one play that you can make. I think this is a lot safer to do. You do have some damage, but I feel like the margins are just a little too slim for it to be the most consistent play. So we'll see what Team Tekshi can provide in this next team fight. But again, it just feels like they realized what a team fight is supposed to look like for Team Chuck, and they have taken the measures to make sure that that never ever happens as long as they are still playing game one.
Yeah, I think that the game plan is, just let High engage onto us, and then let Import do anything and just focus everything onto Zeo, because that's pretty much what they've been doing lately. But now it's Team Chuck's turn to get a pick in the jungle, cashing 80s while he's just trying to clear his camps here. Bubble lands onto Tekshi, pretty tanky member, not even under turret. That would be ambitious, but the knockup, the combo, High's still alive. It just doesn't matter. The tanky health bar is there, and he gets out. High gets out. What a play. What a turnaround for Team Chuck.
Oh, it was really looking like High was not going to survive this. Now, I may have spoke too soon again. Curtain call, 1 hits, 2 onto Aoki. Oh, the 4th one goes just a bit wide. No, the Baron does a lot of damage.
You're going to get white.
You got to pop the heal.
Chuck. Griff's right there. They're going to look for full frontage as well. But Wild Growth.
They're still dying to the traps.
The betrayal.
The Baron.
The Baron is so much damage. 80s can take this. 80s can take. Look at the health bars. They're so low. There's no jungler. Teleports are coming in here. Chuck's looking for it.
Dying.
He's just focusing all on 80s, but that's a double kill and a full frontage. That's why you Wild Growth yourself and not the 80 carry. Baron picked up by Team Chuck. Or rather, Team Tekshi.
We mentioned that the Nexus does 1,000,000 damage and it will kill you. The Baron does the same. You cannot take that on low HP bars. Team Chuck finding that one out for themselves as they also find a loss in this game 1. Well done, Team Tekshi.
Woo! Well, that was a game of wild rifts, Max. I think that's the only way to describe that one. Swings back and forth. A lot of fun for both sides. And that was action-packed for sure.
Yeah, a lot of fun for us too. I think is fair to say. That one was really good. I'm really just loving the just no holds barred, everything thrown at the next fight, thinking about the next fight. When is that one going to happen? And it every single time does. In situations like this, just it makes me a little sad that I'm the color caster because I don't get to talk about. While all the fights are gone, but you know what? That's completely okay with me.
A couple highlights from that game for sure. Import flashing the wall. Instantly barrier in and then try to get out. That was a classic. Baron does a lot of damage, Team Chuck. You need to know that as they were going for it. Oh, that was so tragic. The teleports came in. Also, that clutch barrel from Tekshi to knock High under turret. Meals follows up. High still survives. Like, so many cool moments.
I think the EU import play is going on the naughty list, and then if we had to pick a nice list play, probably just Tekshi's Gragas in general. I feel like that pick was so clutch just all throughout that game. The displacement with the barrels, setting up Meals for success as well. Very, very impressive performance against the international player, the Baron laner on the best team in North America. So, very impressive performance there.
So, just some context, Chuck, and now Zeo, even though he wasn't at the Verizon Cup, he is now on Tribe. That was 2 Tribe members that just lost on stage right here. So, 9 stonks. Going up a little bit right now. All right, this next season's going to be fun. It's going to be close. But we do have to get prepared for game number 2. Now, these are best of 2s that we have throughout the day during the group stage. Top 2 teams will advance to the bracket stage. We got one more game before we pass it back over to Rafa and Kobe. So, Smacks, from your analytical color caster brain, what do we need to work on? Let's look at it from Team High, and actually High specifically, because I'm not going to lie, that wasn't too poor gameplay coming in from the gamer that just finished the tutorial yesterday.
That was perfectly fine. I was pretty impressed with that. I personally, for me, after a game like that, I just want to do the same thing again. I just want more fights. I want to see if we can get the fights a little bit better. Because, like you said, this is still this round robin. This is only their first match. Even if Team Chuck does lose here, there's still a pretty solid chance that they can come back and still get into that playoff bracket as the second seed. So, to me, we were really close. If I'm on Team Red, we were really close to getting those team fights to win. And a lot of them did come out in our favor. I just want to do it again, man. That was fun.
And I, again, just want to give a formal apology to Team Texture for doubting them in any way, because they came in here and it was close, it was fun. But by the end, they had that mid inhibitor turrets. Like, even if that Baron goes down, there's still a world where they're able to hold off the Baron and then just win through the pressure on the map, because in Wild Rift, those inhibitor turrets do not respawn. They're down. The rest of the game, that's constant pressure in the mid lane. So cool to see. But I also want to take a quick moment here to give some context of the groups themselves, because Smacks, you got to cast over the weekend the collegiate qualifiers, bringing in the top 3 collegiate teams. Out of those 3 collegiate teams, who would you say your favorite kind of as the top dog? Who do you think is the team to beat out of the 3 colleges represented?
Definitely University of Washington. They not only because they won the whole thing, but it was very clear early on that they were going to win the whole thing. They definitely had the biggest and the best understanding of how fast this game actually is compared to PC League of Legends, and it definitely felt like they were the team most willing to push that tempo to its limit. They were playing things like the Lee Sin in the jungle and some assassins and everything. It was really fun. They were also the only team that was really playing Riven a lot, and you and I both know just how broken Riven is. So University of Washington in this same group could potentially throw a wrench in those plans. So
exactly. Yeah. I don't know if production can do this, but I'd love to take a look at Group A, because that is the group that we're looking at right now for this match. So going into this, I would expect that the teams with professional players on them, I know there's a lot of streamers, a lot of community members as well, but legit pros on some of these teams would rank pretty highly in the power rankings coming into this, or at least expect power rankings. And then collegiate teams, they're the ones kind of trying to prove themselves in this tournament. And if you have the best collegiate team plus 2 other teams with other pro players on them, it's looking like Group A is kind of stacked. Smacks?
Yeah, it certainly feels that way. I think, like we were saying, taking a loss in this group, I was saying that it might be okay. Maybe it's not. Maybe you really do need
kind of the point I was getting
to get these dubs. As we take a look, it's not only Team Chuck and Team Texture. We also have Team Vorex, and they've got a couple of Immortals players, not to mention starting in the mid lane. So, yeah,
not to mention my girl Nikki Taylor. I mean, come on.
True. Nobody in this group is really a slouch of a team. So, yeah, maybe these wins actually are more important than I'm giving them credit for. I might have to rethink this.
Team Shock at least wants to go 1-1. Like,
yeah,
I think if you go 0-2 right here, that's looking pretty rough, because then you're gonna have to take at least a game, if not 2, off of then Team Vorex after that. But this is Group A. This one's looking stacked. Let's take a look at Group B as well, just to catch everybody up in case they didn't see the social posts earlier. Group B is, I mean, not to disrespect any of the teams here, also some stacked rosters. I mean, look at Team Iraqi, Zoro from Immortals, Tarzan on this team as well, Hoon from Immortals too. So some big names in this group as well.
Yeah, and I don't want to make it sound like the other collegiate teams weren't good either, because University of Washington definitely were the favorites in that tournament, but the other squads did have some really solid moments. I specifically remember UCal Berkeley was doing a really nice job with picks like the Kennen from Apollo. Their team fights were really, really sick. So there's definitely some good stuff that's happening on those squads as well. I hope that we get to see them too, because we got to see them this weekend in that last tournament that we mentioned at the top of the day. I'd like to see them run it back. You know, so
how good? Be honest now. How good is Chicklebums? Because I really want to shout that name out at some point.
Pretty solid. Yeah, she was popping off on the Rakan. I'm a sucker for a Rakan gameplay, so I was impressed by Chicklebums. Some good engages.
That.
Like I was saying,
engage
that team had really good engages as a team, so I really enjoyed that.
All right. Well, hey, if there's like a 4-champ engage coming in from Rakan, first of all, we have bounties throughout the day, so that's something that can be looking at. I think Rakan's a great champion to look for some bounties on. Plus, I got to shout that name out at the top of my lungs, so Chicklebums, eyes on you. Eyes on you, even though I don't even know if we'll get to watch any of those games at the group stages. But a reminder, everybody, that we still have that giveaway going on right now. Make sure that you are in chat typing out !sweeps.
And, Kangas, we have the beginning of our Verizon 5G giveaways today. In just today, in the chat, we will be giving out 5G's worth of money. That is $5,000 in $500 segments. And you, right there, you lucky viewer in the chat, could be one of those recipients. All you have to do in the chat right now is type out the keyword Verizon 5G, and you will be entered to win that $500. It's the first one of the day. There will be 9 more throughout the day. So if you are not the one that wins, fret not. There will be more later on, and you will be seeing Annie ride that bear of hers, Tibbers, there's an S there, yes, on the screen 9 more times after this. So don't worry, there will be a lot.
Can you confirm that? Because I haven't seen. Do we have different champions for different?
We have different champions on a lot of the screens, but for this one in specific, it is Annie for all.
Okay, so, all right. Annie is the sponsor, the mascot of the Verizon 5G giveaway.
Yep. True.
But $500 already. Yeah, 9 more times throughout the day. Make sure that you're watching. Make sure that you're participating in there. So we got the sweeps. We also got that Verizon 5G in the chat. So, Smacks, if you had $500 right now for Christmas shopping, what are you getting and who are you getting it for?
I'm getting a bunch of Wild Rift skins for me, I think. Because did you see those Crystal Rose skins?
Really?
Those look really nice. Yeah.
All right.
They picked a bunch of my favorite champions too. They got Ezreal, Lux, Jarvan.
Just saying, Cassidy might be watching this right now, and they just went out and grabbed you 3 Santa hats.
That's true. You know what?
I
got Cassidy some presents already. Okay, so right. we're doing all right in that department. You don't have to coach me on my marriage, okay, Steve? Come on.
I'm just saying. Usually it's give and take. I think you're more on the
what if I
taking
get
side
matching
right
skins
now.
for us? What if I get me the Crystal Rose Ezreal, and then Cassidy gets the Crystal Rose Jarvan, or it may be swapped, and then we get to hold hands with the Crystal Rose skins. That'd be great.
That would be fantastic. Who else could probably benefit from the Crystal Rose J4 skin is High, we just saw in that last game. Might be true. A little bit of a J4 one trick. We'll see. Out of the 2 games I've witnessed I've been playing, starting to notice a trend here. I actually haven't seen those skins though. I gotta check those out.
They look really nice. As someone who's been playing League of Legends for like 10 years and always like enjoying playing Jarvan but not really liking any of the skins, to see him get his first skin that I really like in Wild Rift is definitely something. I'm excited. Yeah. I played a lot of Jarvan in Wild Rift, so I'm definitely getting that skin there. I hope that it is released in League of Legends as well.
The thing about J4 skins, I feel like none of them are thematic to a ring. Like he makes a giant ring, right? Where's the Donut Baker Pantheon? Or not Pantheon, Donut Baker J4. Where's the bagel?
That would be awesome.
The Bagel Master J4. I mean, come on, Ryan. I'm right here. Hire me anytime.
We mentioned before, I think Pool Party makes like a sand castle, so that one's pretty nice.
Ooh, that's good, but it could have been a tube.
I do like.
It could have been a giant tube.
It could have been a tube. It could have been like a jacuzzi as well. That could have been pretty nice.
A jacuzzi.
But yeah, I think you're onto something with the food ones. I think a donut Jarvan skin would be really good. I also think that like the thing that I was mentioning before, like a dartboard.
Bachelor J4, and it's just a giant engagement.
I think that's what Crystal Rose is actually.
Oh well,
I don't know. I don't know what the Cataclysm looks like yet because I haven't released the skin. So I'll report back when they do because I'm definitely buying that. Oh, we got a Nami snipe. You see that? Aoki was hovering Nami and it was sniped away.
Nice. Okay, yeah, so the teams have swapped sides. We now have Team Chuck on blue and Team Tekshi on red. But Caitlyn is still prioritized for Zio here. No surprise, I still like this. I think it's first pickable. And Pantheon's still taken away, so Zio disliking my pocket pick here. But the Lucian Nami, that's a pretty scary combo.
Yeah, I really like the Lucian Nami. It's sometimes even more deadly than Caitlyn Nami, depending on whether or not you can get in range. Now, that might be a difficult task against Caitlyn and Janna, 2 of the highest ranged champions in the entirety of the Dragon Lane meta. So that's something you have to keep in mind. But if Griff and Full Frontage have some confidence, perhaps from a jungle, then I could definitely see that being a possibility for them, and they can really just take over the Dragon Lane from there. Rammus, not really the pick that comes to mind when I think about that, but that's okay, because it was just a bait and switch for Xin Zhao.
But I like the Xin Zhao, especially if it's going to be into another J4 here from the side of Team Chuck. Again, small sample size, but that's what we've seen High play. I might be looking at that saying, okay, well, now I'm against a very aggressive early game composition and an aggressive early game jungler. And give me a pretty big headache. But now we're in the second round of ban phases. For a second, I got baited thinking that was a Blitzcrank locked in. I got very confused. But no, we are doing the standard 3 picks, 3 bans. So you are off.
Yep. And, for Team Chuck, they have not banned Singed quite yet. And Tekshi, on his team in the Wild Rift Summoner series, known as Grilled Cheese, he played a lot of Singed. And it was so much so that there was a copy pasta in the chat that said something along the lines of, I think the cheese is not grilled, but singed instead.
Oh my God. I think
He's
I
really
missed
good
out
at
on that
it.
copy pasta. I don't think I ever saw that one.
It was a good. It's probably because you were casting, but either way, it was. It was very funny. So I think that might be something that you wanna take a look at and potentially ban if you're on the side of.
And you know what? I will say, if this is my champ pool, if Pantheon's banned, Singed is my second. Singed is my next go-to. So you know what? I just realized Tekshi Knight might be Spirit Bros. It might be that might be the truth right now.
Yeah. You'll have to hit him up. He has a stream, as you can see on the screen right now. It's twitch.tv/Tekshi, so.
I'm following as we speak. Carry the show for a second, Smacks. I gotta go do something.
Well, we have a Blitzcrank covered. I can't imagine that one's actually going to be picked. The Riven instead. So this one, if it does indeed go to Meals, will be a mid lane Riven. Very exciting pick. You have a lot of mobility, and it can work quite well against this Diana that you import already locked.
Yeah, so far everybody's been picking for themselves, so we could assume that that's Meals on the Riven here. But, oh, okay, High's hovering Vi. You know what else High learned from Kobe? Not just how to hit flag and grab combos, but Kobe was playing Vi that game, so this could actually be a Vi jungle now for the player who just completed the tutorial. But Darius locked in for Chuck, a Chuck special.
Yeah, definitely. You know, I know that Kobe really does like Vi as well. So if there was ever any guy to like come in and play Vi for the first time, I would feel like Kobe would be the guy.
We got Vi Caitlyn.
We do from Arcane.
Ship it.
Look at that.
Ship it.
And
there's Singed! Let's go, Tekshi!
Oh man. Okay, so this Singed is a really, really solid pick. I was expecting it a lot. One, because he's so good at it, but also because this team didn't have a lot of magic damage before. So now you have to be very careful of this pick just running rampant around. And it's sometimes tricky against this Darius to outspace what he's going for. If you get hit by that apprehend hook, then it's a little tricky to operate against. But you can see he already removed the Renekton and the Fiora, which are champions that give Senji even more trouble with all their mobility. Darius doesn't really have a lot of ways to get outside of the Singed poison and the goop that he throws as well, the Mega Adhesive, I believe it is called. So the Singed pick on defense, like if he's running away, can struggle against Darius. On the aggressive, though, Darius really does not like it. So if Tekshi gets ahead in this game, Chuck is not going to have a fun time.
Now, something that I actually like to do in the Darius matchup specifically, Tekshi didn't do this, but you can actually take Ignite, and sometimes Dariuses just don't respect the poison tick. Like if you just do like 2 drive-bys of poison, and then once you hit level 3, if you're able to land the root, get the Ignite, and just kind of like block off their retreat path, you can sometimes get a kill. But no, he's taking that go. So it seems like Tekshi's going to go for the more kind of disruption, run, charge the backline. Because even after laning phase, if you can just survive that against the Darius, there's not a lot that enemy AD carries can do about a Singe just ulting, ghosting, running right at you. So it's going to be fun. It's a new look here for Tekshi.
Yeah, the Ghost is really fun. Especially, it would have been really fun if Chuck also took Ghost, but unfortunately there's barrier there. Singe doesn't necessarily need the flash, so this is one of the only champions in the game where I'd be like, oh yeah, you could probably get away with doing both Ghost and Ignite, but actually wanting the extra safety.
Chuck gets an early trade here as we're loaded onto the Rift for Game 2 of this best of 2 series between Team Chuck and Team Tekshi. We're naming the pro/community teams after the Baron laners, just to keep it easy, but aggressive trading in the mid lane.
Oh yeah. The mobility of Meals hitting that level 2 as well is going to help out quite a bit there. I believe what happened was Dienzio and Aoki took some experience in this lane, which is why Meals was level 2 first. I think that's what happened. If not, then it's just because he pushed in the wave a little bit faster. So, 4 Meals getting the extra shield. Yeah.
I believe it was the minions coming in, but that is something that we'll see occasionally. We also see junglers usually roaming at level 2. Griff getting aggressive here, exhausted in the dragon lane. Is that the safety? Low health bar, but still all summoner spells available for Team Meals. Or Tekshi.
This is what I was mentioning.
I gotta get this
before.
right.
Yeah, you gotta have the Baron lanes at the front of your mind, I guess, in this one. But that's what I was mentioning before with the range advantage that Caitlyn and Janna have. If you can't get in, get the damage, and then get out as efficiently as possible, then you are going to suffer in the trades overall on the back end of it, because you have a lot of burst with the Lucian and the Nami with the Tidecaller's Blessing providing the extra damage on the autos, but you don't have that much range. So as long as if you get slowed, you get knocked up by the Monsoon of Janna, then it's really a struggle.
A lot of peel options.
Oh,
a lot of
ignites.
all-in happening right now. Oh, import. With gotta be single-digit health right now, but Chuck gets flipped over into the poison. Aoki's here. That's a little shield. Tornado knocks it up. Chuck flashes away. Meals goes back in, looks for more of the double knockup, but actually falls. First blood to High, 2 games in a row. Can Tekshi get out? Can't hit the blast cone, just hits it between turrets. I think you get out of this one. Might get chased down right here. Let's see if Dienzio wants it, but 80's in trouble. High's looking for it. Did he smite it away? I'm not sure, but 80's has to flash regardless. And that was a secure for 80's.
Yeah. Forced the flash, but Scuttle Crab is worth it in the jungle business. We all know this. As long as you're getting that objective, it's a win no matter what. Dienzio, oh boy. All right,
nice.
Well, they closed the distance that time.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about the range of the Caitlyn, but Nami can help speed up that Lucian, who's got the relentless pursuit forward. He can cash up, too.
80's now trying for a gank in the Baron lane. Oh,
Tekshi flash. That could be a root. That could be a root if he knocks it over. Oh, takes a little too long for it. And now High's joined in. 80's. There's out the ultimate. High's chasing him down. Tekshi's still here, but it doesn't matter. Actually flips away Chuck. It could matter a lot. The poison on the High. The takedown. The dot. Oh, he's alive again.
Not quite enough ability power at this stage of the game with the poison. I really like the creative use of the fling there, forcing Chuck outside of that fight and making it a 1v2. Oh, Moonfall. Yeah, it's really hard to get the Moonfall down. Yeah.
Not an instant cast in Wild Rift
Gotta
here,
charge
so. Yeah, Import, it gets a little psyched out there. That's the difficulty with Riven. She's got so much dang mobility. Very hard to lock her down with CC. That isn't instantaneously. Oh, nice there from Griff to actually get that ward. Love it, seeing that. Those little micro moves.
These micro moves are less solid, getting hit by the Caitlyn snap trap and the tornado.
You had to point out.
You know, he's succeeding in the ward combat, but the champion combat's a little harder.
I mean,
all jokes, Griff. I'm sorry.
I thought as a support player, you'd be really excited about the ward combat. I thought that's what you're known for. Oh,
yeah, I am.
Might be in trouble here. Oh, he's out. Never mind.
Wards are my best friends as a support. They keep me safe when I need them most. Oh, another set of traps. This is really nice damage layer from
Zio are really good, but it doesn't matter. Even through the exhaust, calling out exhaust on the Zio. The Lucian Nami combo is too strong. Now High cut out of position here. This is a big power play from Team Tekshi. 2 kills in a row.
Oh, yeah. Really solid on both fronts there, too. This likely will mean they have advantage on this Drake pit, but because it's just the first Drake, the members that they killed will be here if they dilly-dally.
They're on to Chuck, too. Chuck's in a lot of trouble right now. He's slowed. He's taking dots. He's got the ultimate, but not finding the reset. Barely off on the math right there. Zio has to flash away, too, but with that reposition, he might be able to put out some big damage right now. Griff over the wall. Trades it right back. And this could be an overstay. I mean, the Dragon's a nice objective, but with low health bars, yeah. In fact, she backs off.
Yeah, because it's Drake 1, like I was saying, you do have to worry about the jungler respawning and arriving again. Sometimes in these situations, even if you end up dying in the first fight, as long as you arrive for the second one before the Drake actually gets taken out, it's actually a beneficial play for you because your opponents are still softened up, their cooldowns are down, and sometimes their health bars are really low. So that ended up being the case for Team Chuck. So they are at a pretty big deficit because they didn't get anything off of the cleanup, but they did force them off of this Drake.
They got that first blood, but haven't found much else since. A pick on a texture would be great, but just flash out from the Singed. See, that's why you take flash on Singed. I know that you say he's a champion that doesn't need it. It is still helpful. Not the best use, though. Ideally, you want to be going forward, not backwards, as now a very low health bar. It's still fall here. That's calling out right now from Griff. They're going to fight this right now. Meals wants to go in. Texture in trouble as Import goes for it. Who's on the Dragon, though? Griff going on a killing spree. The Moonfall lands, but will it be enough? It's a slaughter in the pit. And it's Team Taxi that's picking up all the juicy gold. A double kill over to Meals.
Slaughter is right, Kangas. The Cloud Drake picked up there too. And did you see the zone threat off the dual effort of full frontage on Nami and Tekshi on Singed? Even though he was at 1 HP, dropping the Mega Adhesive down and forcing the members of Team Chuck to be unable to use all their movement spells and get around this zone threat alongside the tidal wave coming through. Just a really nice fight on multiple fronts. As it seems like this is a really solid strength of this team for Team Tekshi, just thriving in chaos.
Thriving in chaos and finding ways to come out of it with an advantage. This is not game one, Smacks. Game one, it was very close, back and forth gameplay both ways, but this time around, Team Texi's kind of slapping it. I mean, 6,000 in the lead at 7 minutes. That's no joke.
Team Tekshi, they're using the Singed poison. They're giving Shimmer to everybody else on the squad.
He's earning that Twitch follow. He's earning it right now, I can tell you that.
He is. And everybody else in the Twitch chat, you might want to drop over there in a second.
Check it out.
This guy's
what's going on.
Is popping off on the Singed. I don't really know anyone else who plays this champion, but maybe we should.
Yeah, maybe it's going to be the difference maker right here. It's actually a team setting it up. Texture just kind of runs forward, but a rampage for Griff. Double kill onto the Lucian. And now Chuck flashing the wall, trying to get out of town if he can. Chase down right now. That's slows. That's knockups. They can just chase him all day long. Chuck's actually putting up a fight, but not meant to be. The kills are still going in favor of Tekshi.
Can be dangerous fighting a Darius in an extended team fight, but it was still a 2v1. They were spreading out their damage. They're spreading out their crowd control really nicely, and this two-man squad of Meals and Tekshi on these melee champions just really making it work. Have to watch out. There's a Diana on their tail.
Yeah, Import's here with no ultimate, though. No flash either, so... I think Tekshi, they should be able to survive this. Meals taking a lot of damage, though, so... They want to run away. Dienzio's nearby. Aoki's nearby. This could be a big push, a big tempo play right now.
You just need vision. Oh, you just barely didn't get the vision in time for the ultimate. It was available for the ace in the whole shot, but likely would have been tanked up regardless. I definitely would have been looking to attempt that one. Meanwhile, Hai and Chuck we're struggling in this 2v2, trying to find some headway.
But resets have come through now for Team Tekshi, so everybody's grouping up here in the mid lane. Got a little bit of a scrap, but Chuck's very low on health bar. Import with the Moonfall into nothing. There's just no follow-up, no chance for Team Chuck. It's an execution, and it's 80s holding the guillotine right now. Under the turret, High getting dove down right now. Is going to be a clean ace. 5 for 0, triple kill over to Griff, and that could just be game.
Great team play through and through in Game 2, Kangas. Like you mentioned, Game 1 was a bloodbath. It was so close. But this one, an inhibitor before 10 minutes, could not be a bigger departure from that. Just utter dominance out of Team Tekshi, playing these champions that they're comfortable with, playing the mobile champions like the Riven and the Zijao and the Lucian, and just dancing on the grave of Team Chuck in the Game 2.
And you know what, Smacks? I'm sorry to notice a trend. I think I might need to reassess when you can end games in Wild Rift. Because I'm getting a little angsty right now.
Well, you know,
looking for
I
these
think that one,
calls.
That one had grounds, because if the Rift Herald survived, I think they could have. But because the turret was able to focus on the Rift Herald instead of anyone else. I think that was the reason. I think you were onto something that time. I think that was more
appreciate
excusable.
the backup right there. But it's essentially like the base is cracked right now, and even Import and High are just struggling against Meals. 2v1ing, still traded in kills right now. Tekshi trying to chase this down right now. 3 members alive right here.
Oh no,
Team
run.
Chuck, can they get out of dodge? Can they escape? A man with a potion running them down. Zeo gets flipped over. Chuck by the blue buff will fall as well. And Tekshi, this stage is just a thing of beauty. They can't stop him.
You really can't with the Ghost as well. He's so fast. You can't run away. Even all the slows in the entire game thrown at this man. He's got the dead man's plate movement. He's got full boots, and he's gonna slow you with Rylai's. This is so beautiful. He's just a one-man army. He's so obnoxious.
Vroom, vroom, baby. Vroom, vroom. Running him down. Racing the enemy 80 carry through the Janus EC. And yeah, it's looking like it's all heads for Team Tekshi right now. Could be a 2-0 finish here after the first game of this group. And we saw how tight this group could be, how competitive it could be. This is great news for them. But High, they're looking for a Hail Mary right now. If they can catch up this Lucian. Oh, the ultimate auto targets Tekshi because of the stasis. Griff is alive. Chuck looking to change that right now. Diving onto the back line. Could be a big fight right now. Members of Chuck are still alive, but they haven't killed anybody yet. Can they get onto Tekshi? Can they get onto Griff? Everyone's so low right now, but they're still running away.
It's going to be so hard to catch up to this Singed again, even under this turret. Look, they're diving under the tier 1 turret.
80s is here. I don't think they can get him. Import still there. The turret falls. Teleports are coming through. Griff in trouble. Finally goes down. But look who's not. Tekshi, the man, the myth, the legend, running around, but a double kill over to High. And now 80s finding a double kill for Meals now. Okay, this is just action, the video game, everybody. Kills
High
left and
survived
right.
the poison. He got out. He's still alive. Can defend the base, most likely. Now that Griff and Tekshi are dead, I can't think of a way that they can actually break apart the base any further. You saw in that last fight that 80s was mostly just hanging out in the mid lane, trying to push the minions to bring another instance of pressure into this base. But the rest of the team was more interested in fighting. And I can't blame them right now, Kangas. They're so far ahead. They're about 15k up. And they already have that inhibitor. So you don't need to win the game this clean at this point. You just have
This is one of those games where you start telling your team, wait, don't end. I'm close to full build. You know, just let me get there. Let me get 5 items, then we can go
the
for
power
the
fantasy is more important than the dub.
I've been in these games before. They don't happen often, but when they do, you want them to work.
Oh boy.
Chuck now walks up into a death rush, set up by Team Tekshi, and look at the combo, look at the damage. There's nothing traded back. It's again a slaughter. Double kill to Griff as Tekshi just runs right past everybody. That's a beautiful engage again, Import, but again, no follow-up. Triple to Griff. Clean ace to Team Tekshi. And they don't want full builds here, Smacks. They're going for the end, and they will. 2-0 to start off this group stage.
And that's not just any 2-0. That was a dominant 2-0. They did it with their bare hands, fighting to the death in the team fights in both of these games. I love gameplay like that.
I don't know how fair that was. Was that bare hands? I feel like they had brass knuckles or something going on right there, because I got a little, you know, R-rated at the end.
They were cracked up on the shimmer from Arcane, like I was saying. Singed gave him a dose. You know,
it's not fair when you got the supplier, or
the performance
the producer,
Wild Rift.
I'm not in on my terms right now, but either way, congratulations on the 2-0 to Team Tekshi. That was incredible stuff right there. Let's take a look at these stats. 5-2-21 on the Cinch. We're going to get Kobe and Rafa back in here to help us break down that first series. They got some unbiased views watching from the sidelines. Griff, 12-1-13 Specs.
Oh, man. That is a hell of a lot of damage right there, Kangas. This is one of those players that we sort of underrated, we sort of let slide us by in this series, but truly was a menace. Truly was putting in a lot of work to carry this game. Because yeah, Tekshi and Meals, you know, they're flashy, they're doing like the mime things in the background, but it's Griff who's pulling the ropes behind set, and it's Griff who's dealing all this damage.
But look at Meals' damage, actually topping the charts and with 2,000 less gold. So props to Meals right there. But Rafa, Kobe, what'd you think? Kobe, what'd you think? Watching
Riven looks fun. Riven looks fun on Wild Rift. That's what I was thinking. I was thinking, oh my god, this looks sick. Because I mean, it feels like everybody else is moving at half speed as he's chasing down people in so many of these fights, and he has Singed on his team as well with the Ghost speed up. So the solo laners definitely putting in a lot of work early. I've also become a firm believer in the Church of the Solari Charge Blade build.
Yep.
that item is looking good. I was like, what is this? We don't have that in League.
It's a fun one. Have you seen it on Yasuo yet?
Oh yeah. I don't know if we saw
this
the Yasuo
my first
complete
experience.
That in game one. But how were you taking notes on how to beat High in the jungle? Do you think you could take him now in a rematch?
Yeah, I think we got it for next time. We're good to go. We're gonna have a full team fight comp, all in, baby.
Dude, those team fights were insane. I really enjoyed the team fights. Were a lot closer in game one, but I really do feel like Team Tekshi found their stride and like found what they want to do in a team fight afterward, because they were having a lot of fun. It was really explosive in this game one, but as soon as Tekshi's on the Singe, as soon as Meals is on the Riven, it's just easy mode, it seems like, from there on.
And when you even look back at game one as well, where the game was far more close than it was in game two, and it just feels so bad for Team Chuck because it was all off of the Baron. And I was talking to Kobe during the lead up to that. I was like, oh, I don't think Hai and Aoki know how difficult Baron is to take. Because they were calling for it. It's like, yeah, we can take Baron. I'm like, y'all are sub 200 HP. There's no way you can do this, guys. This is impossible. And then, unfortunately, they learned the hard way, and Team Tekshi took advantage of that. And the momentum going into, it's like PTSD all over again.
When the Jhin opened up and you see the Jhin bullets flying through, and you're like, this is not good.
My favorite part there, the best part, was actually full frontage just wild growthing themselves rather than the 80 carries. Like, no, you're fine. You're fine. We're going to sacrifice you. I need to be alive for the fight after.
Yeah, I mean, it ended up being the right call, right? Because then you keep the health pick shields ready. Because 80s ended up spawning a lot quicker than I think they were imagining as well. So Lulu staying up to help out Olaf in the end was the right call. And in the end, it got them the 2-0. Pretty impressive stuff. Not what we were expecting.
We did go into the
Especially
day,
that
though.
second game.
Yeah.
Yes. Especially that second game. We went into the day, though, with the idea that we're going to do a naughty and nice list for plays that happened. Kobe, Rafa, do you have your choices selected? For the naughty and nice list, anything that stood out to you from the first series?
Who was the Ziggs with the flash? That was the first one on my naughty list.
That's what we called out too.
The nice list, I definitely had the Riven. Riven was in there. That was Meals. The Meals was definitely on the nice list. I actually really liked, even though they lost both games, Dienzio, his movement, especially in game number one, and his spacing in these early skirmishes was pretty good to get them some of the the early gold that they were able to achieve, at least in game number one. So I say nice list for him, even though they lost.
Okay, I like it there. Consolation prize, nice list. But that's not the only prize that we're giving out here, Kobe. We also have the Verizon giveaway, which we're going to give our second one away right now. Again, a lot of money throughout the day. So our second keyword, Verizon 5G, again, back in the chat right now for your chance to be entered to win $500 right there. It's a lot of money for the holiday season, everybody. So make sure that you're putting that in right now. We're going to send it to a short break here before we're back with our second series of the day. And we're going to send it over to Rafa and Kobe to cast that one right after this. Surprise, surprise, everybody. We're all back. All 4 of us. We got the crew together here at the breakdown, the start of this next series here before. Oh, are we doing the thing? All right.
I was just acting surprised, you know.
We'll sandwich them together.
We'll sandwich them together. There we go. There we go, Specs. That's why they put us on the ends. But then we will be passing it over to Kobe and Rafa to cast the second series. So, gentlemen, we got a pretty fun game ahead of us. Going over to Group B now. We have Team Iraqi Zora versus Team Zello. Rafa, I'm going to give this one to you first, since you know actually a lot of the pro players on both of these teams. What do you think about power levels of these 2 rosters coming into this one?
Ooh, well, you have a couple Team Immortals players here in Iraqi Zoro and Hoon, Cloud9 representative from Tarzan, and then, of course, Gabe, formerly of Tribe, and then, you know, kind of in a free agent space, you know, officially. And then for Red Team, it's Zello from Cloud9, T-Tigers from Tribe, and then Jackie and Selma. Jackie, formerly Cloud9, and then Selma, formerly Enemy. So, I mean, I think this is probably the most evenly matched team that we could have, because I think where there might be potential like power level offsets in mid lane, for example, because Hoon plays Wild Rift. Eric comes from a League of Legends background. I don't know how many games he's put onto Wild Rift, but then you can also make the same argument for Selma versus Xeno, right? So I think everyone else is, for the most part, evenly matched. T-Tigers has pretty much sold himself as the best jungler in NA. That being said, I know Tarzan has been grinding during the Horizon Cup season and has been putting on a lot of games on some of the more powerful champions that have emerged on Wild Rift, so I know that those 2 will be clashing in the jungle.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm most excited for the jungle matchup because I know Tarzan from League, and T-Tigers is on Tribe, the best early game Wild Rift team. Jungle is always the point man for calling those dives, for setting up so much early game stuff. So having them 2 go head to head, I think is going to be super exciting. Plus, if they're both coming in 2-0, stomping on kind of these collegiate teams, then this is going to be super hype.
All right. Well, you don't have to wait too much longer. Yeah. Oh, sorry, Spax.
I was going to say sad news
let's
for the
give Spax
collegiate
his
boys. So I was gonna say it's sad news for the collegiate boys. You know, they had their shot earlier. They can still make a comeback though. I personally believe in the collegiate boys.
All right, we'll keep rooting for them off stream, because this is the winner's stream right now. With that said, we're gonna send it over to Rafa and Kobe to take it away for this next match.
Well, Kang is just delivering some brutal, honest reality there.
Who's the Grinch over here? Gonna steal away the entire tournament already from them?
I know, right?
Honestly, though, I'm super excited for this matchup. Like we said, both coming in 2-0. Oh, we've got full champ selects already done as well.
And Kobe, Tarzan is pulling out a special. Graves has been popping off ever since the Horizon Cup, but Tarzan was the first jungler to kind of bring it to the North American meta before the jungle changes even came through, where farming was more incentivized for the jungle role. And then across the board, you also have powerful team fighting support pieces like this Sona, like the Orion as well for the shockwave disengages or engages. But when you look on the other side, you already mentioned it before, you have powerful setups for point mans on early game dives. Olaf has a lot of early game damage. Renekton, I mean, coming from League of Legends, we all know it's not the Elise, but Renekton is a great facilitator for early game dives.
Yeah, especially if you have a Galio on your team, you've got more global threat here. Definitely going to be intimidating as far as those side lanes. I'm with you, though. First thing that caught my eye is Tarzan on Graves. Yeah. This is something he's bringing straight from League of Legends. I'm not surprised when you're telling me, oh, he's the one who really indoctrinated North American Wild Rift with this champion, with the changes to the jungle as well. Because this, it's Tarzan spamming Graves in League, and, all the rank 1 achievements and stuff that he had. So I'm super looking forward to this, because not only is it T-Tigers versus Tarzan, but it's also going to be Tarzan on one of his favorite champions. I did notice he has a ghost though. I don't know how common that is for Wild Rift, but movement speed did seem like substantially better as far as juking a lot of skill shots and stuff for Wild Rift than in League. So I'm definitely excited to see how Graves with Ghost plays out for him, because going against Olaf, as long as you dodge the axes, you should be able to kite.
Right. I think Tarzan has been doing it specifically because between Ghost and Fleet, as long as you're able to just play the kiting game and keep people out of reach or be able to keep up with them, then you don't necessarily need flash, because you have a flash every 8 seconds from your dash.
That gives you resistances as well. Sick. Oh, more armor? Nice.
Nice deal there. We're into the game, first minute. So far, no early action, but already you see a lot of proactive agency from Hoon, using this time to push in the wave onto Eric Dota's Vigar. Tarzan is also coming in, getting some early vision. They're going to spot out T-Tigers. It's not going to result in any kills here, Kobe, but it will deter Tigers from being able to clear most of his other jungle camps.
Yeah, I like the mid-jungle synergy on display already. You were also mentioning, the very common 2-camp red side clear, red into Raptors, into hover mid, and try and get pressure there, so it just walks right through. They're unable to actually stop Olaf from continuing farming, though, so they got most of that Raptor camp still done. And Tarzan just ping-ponging between these lanes. It's kind of one of the things that you set for me as far as coming into Wild Rift in the jungle with more passive experience coming through. He's already level 4 here, just having done the 2 camps on red quadrant. And you get a plate for your top laner in addition to the pressure they got mid.
Yeah, you can see that the priority is to try and make sure that Arakizora is protected, because against a Renekton, Camille can have a difficult time, but by dedicating his pressure on that side of the map, it avoids any early kill threat that could have potentially happened. T-Tigers was relegated to the other side of the map. I'm a little sad that there wasn't an opportunity to go for a dive, because you have Selma on this Galio with Aftershock. Zone is a very squishy champion. I imagine you could blow it up, but they couldn't find that opportunity.
Yeah, and as far as what they want to accomplish as a team, it plays right into their objectives. The Camille plus Orianna combination later on in the game is going to be so effective for these double solo lane here. So Tarzan trying to set both of his solo laners up to try and push them ahead to that level 5 mark. Arakizora gets there first. And it just seems like they've set up topside control in a pretty substantial way. That being said, there's still a slight gold lead for the other side here for red team, and T-Tigers is already up there for the answer.
They have a lot of vision control, though, if you're looking at Team Arakizora. So they know that T-Tigers is in the area. You already see that Hoon being proactive on the roams once again, making sure that if T-Tigers were to go for something here, it would be a 3-on-2 advantage. But you see T-Tigers, they're calling for the audible here, Kobe. You got Selma also roaming towards the top side of the map.
Yeah, trying to clear out some of this vision. Scryer's Boom popped again. See if they can actually gain any sort of room for topside to play. And it's still just going to be, Camille holding on to that little bit of a gold lead there for Arakizora. Not really, Zella not really willing to overextend or anything up there. Does have Flash Ignite ready for possible all-ins. And again, the Galio, as you're mentioning, level 5 comes through with jungle. They really want to make a play with this semi-global.
Kobe, this feels like the Cold War all over again. Everyone's like getting their pieces all set up, and they're like, okay, we got 3 men. Okay, we're going to bring 4 men. Oh, crap. Okay, we need to bring our other support up here. And no one wants to be the one that starts the fight off.
And when you have the supports roaming so much like that on bottom side of the map, Caitlyn gets to push in. So you're going to have first move again here for red side, and they use that to start up the dragon. Support comes back down through. Yeah. It's going to be a trade. Rift Herald for dragon. I generally prefer Rift Herald plays in League of Legends for sure for all the early momentum. And I would just default to also saying I would prefer that in Wild Rift.
Yeah, ever since the changes when they added 2 Rift Heralds versus just the 1, and they increased the amount of gold that you get from plating, Rift Herald usually is a better option when you're trying to accelerate your gold lead. And when you're Tarzan and you want a lot of gold funneled into yourself, especially as Graves, who scales incredibly well the later the game goes on, that's the best play that you want to make.
Yeah, feed that Camille as much as you can. You'll have split pushing options with it, as we already said too, the combination with Orianna options for picking people off. But what you're going to pay is on the bottom side.
Jaina Corruption comes out. T-Tigers has the answer with that Ragnarok. He's going to be able to walk out. However, Xena has Crescendo. Beautiful flash from T-Tigers. Jackie has to use the Caliber Net. Not going to use the flash quite yet. Still safe here. Dota is also coming in the roam, but once again, Kobe, no deaths yet.
I like the extra cooldown lead here for blue side too. They got Galio ultimate off the table, and they're going to be able to push back both on bottom and in mid.
Zello trying to hold them back, but it's a dive option coming in from Iraqi Zoro, but Dodo from over the wall surprises both Tarzan and Iraqi Zoro. The Event Horizon catches him out. That's going to be first blood going over to Zello. It's a double kill on top of it.
Oh, they needed that one. Veigar comes through and that annoying cage. Double stuns, huge punishment. Nice rotation back towards mid from Eric.
They're going to get this mid turret. First brick did go over to Team Iraqi Zoro earlier. However, being able to answer back, it's now actually 2 turrets to 1 for both of these teams here. And the gold lead throughout it all, just because of how the kills and the turrets have been distributed, we're at an even state.
Yeah, early rotation up from the bottom side too. Transition Caitlyn over there. Push out once again and try and get this this opening for Galio. They get another reset on ultimate number 2. They can try and repeat, look for that big play with jungler. You know, obviously Olaf front lines charging people down with a threat of a Galio ultimate behind him is what they're trying to utilize. But again, another siege on mid is put to a stop there by the Veigar stun.
Yeah, Event Horizon is so good at being able to stop a majority of these champions, especially short-range ones like this Graves. Yeah, you do a lot of damage over time, but you have to get up close and personal, and that does put you at risk in being in that no-fun stun zone from Veigar.
Okay, more laning pressure, though. Junglers living in lanes and forcing down turrets. Looks like this time it's going to be Red Squad picking up bottom side, trying to even it up, so map kind of stabilizing for them, getting some gold back as well, and this Veigar stall in mid with the additional wave clear coming from Galio has been able to buy them enough time to do it.
Event Horizon barely missing out on old school. He's just running up the arrows right now, putting on his best legless cosplays, just one arrow after another, trying to keep the orcs at bay here at Helm's Deep, but they're not making any advancements so far into that mid turret. A couple recalls coming in for Team Zello here. There's another play that could be made once the Rift Herald and the Dragons come up if they want to go for a team fight. And they do have access through the mid-jungle quadrant of Team Iraqi Zoro. It's just hard for them to be able to push into there at the moment.
Yeah, especially because if you're considering this Camille that was kind of hand-fed at a lot of the early stages, up to Triforce now. So Camille trying to push out bottom side minions first. Orianna already pushing on top side. So the 1-3-1 can collapse now for Team Iraqi Zoro, and they can look for that pick play.
Oh, Chain of Corruptions goes wide. Old School sidesteps the Event Horizon, but that Event Horizon is going to come off cooldown much sooner than the ultimate for this Varus. It's going to be right in time for these 2 objectives to spawn.
Even though the skill shot misses, still good macro from the team. You see how they kind of expand and contract on the map. Orianna now back out, pushing topside first. Camille already pushing on the bottom one. It is going to be Team Zello picking up Dragon number 2 here, unless there's a crazy steal. Tarzan wants a piece.
He pops the ghost. He wants to get in there, but he has to play at arm's length. The Event Horizon is great. It distances him all out. Put out damage, gets a bunch of damage into the back line. Crescendo trying to answer back. You see the hero's entrance is going to aid onto the push. And T-Tigers and Zello are just running through the front. He already falls, but the rest of the damage is done.
Hey, they get the dragon and they get the extra kills there. Huge for Team Zello. Moving in, they got the early position trying to punish those recalls. And even with, you know, the kind of prodding on the outside there, trying to get in for a possible steal, not quite there in time for Team Iraqi Zero. Flies over the back end of the wall and ends up going down. Nice bit of flex here by Team Zello.
And now for them, they can ping pong right into the Rift Herald because no one on Team Iraqi Zoro was healthy enough to start that up while everyone else was on the bear or the dragon side of the map. It's going to take a while for Jackie to get there, but they can't get there in time.
Yeah, no Galio ultimate, but they get a Veigar stun pick.
That's huge. Tarzan is able to pick up the Rift Herald. Chain of Corruption is going to try to hold Team Zello back here, but Tarzan might be caught out here. He's going to get dove in the tower, pops the Honey Fruit, gets a lot of healing back, but the rest of the members of Team Zello are able to dive him with impunity. And Jackie just keeping the rest of the members of Iraqi Zoro at bay. No one gets to enter into the jungle.
Yeah, I think this Veigar pick is just doing so many things so well for Team Zello. In the mid game, he was able to stall around that mid turret. keep it up for so long, buy them so much time, and now trying to pull out some of these picks. Another pick here up by Tribush, though.
Rakizoro, unfortunately, finds a face full of 3 other people that are not on his team. They're not friends. He's going to go down. We're at 8 kills to 2, 40k to 36. So it's not completely out of the woods for Team Rakizoro. We've talked already about the scaling components of here, but with the structures falling, if those continue falling before the 15-minute mark, then they're not going to have enough time to restabilize back into the game.
Yeah, definitely a very dangerous face check there up by Tribush, where they were just pushing with multiple members on that top side of the map, and another little bit of gold over, some more punishment. We haven't talked too much about Caitlyn thus far in the game, but Caitlyn is becoming a monster quite quietly for them. So as we're looking for the later stages, you can create so much space. When you've got zone control with Galio, with the Veigar event Verizon that we've seen displayed already, it's going to make it pretty easy for Caitlyn to get a lot of team fight damage out, but a good flash pick on her.
Oh my goodness, is that Ruler right there from 2017? They don't get the kill down onto Jackie, though. He's going to be able to make it out alive, and Cloud9 Zello might be able to look for a re-engage, but Arakizoro is going to do his part in just zoning them off. Event Horizon trying to stop the charge from this Rift Herald. They're going to burn it down before it even makes it to the turret. No usefulness out of that objective.
Oh my god, Caitlyn actually survives there. What a defense from Team Zello. Able to keep Caitlyn upright. They defend the push there with the Rift Herald as well. That was definitely one where they were sweating.
I think I clenched up a little bit as well.
Well, I mean, you also are in a full Santa suit, so I'm expecting that you're sweating for most of this.
You know, if it gets too hot in here, Kobe, I'll just step outside because we're getting our first snowfall over in Utah. So it is now 18 degrees Fahrenheit over here.
True Christmas vibes over there. Meanwhile, down in LA. Another pick.
Noda caught out. When he pops the stasis, might be able to survive, but it's a beautiful shockwave right on top. Only damage done to Selma. Everyone else was slightly out of range. Doda going down. Barrier is going to not be enough. Arakizoro gets the last bit of damage, but Zello coming in with the flank. That's a huge crocodile. Assassinates Old School, giving Selma the little bit of a chauffeur ride with that hero's entrance. Tarzan on the run, dashes away. Zello just needs to flash one more on top of his team's jungler, and that's going to be Tarzan going down.
And Zello lives with maybe 5 HP there after Tarzan's dying breath and the Orianna try and finish him off. They can't get the counter kill, though, and that means you can push out.
It's got to be a little satisfying for Zello to take down his actual pro team's jungler. And just a little bit there. It's like, hey, man, for all the times that you've told me to come with you and invade jungle, this is payback, buddy.
Extra ego kill goes down, and extra Christmas presents for every member of Team Zello. They're all wearing purple.
Purple is a nice color. It is royalty, you know. So
it truly is. So you know what's funny? Actually, it was more expensive to make blues than it was to make purples. So royal blue is slightly more a flex than purple.
Damn, I've just been fed wrong information in my history classes.
The more you know.
Yeah. See, even in esports, you can still learn new things. Dragon is being secured here by Team Zello here. Oh, a nice attempt from Tarzan with the collateral damage. Did not want to commit the dash over the wall because he has ghosts. He can't necessarily just speed his own way back out of the pit.
All right. I've heard legends, you know, how difficult it is to defend against Baron in Wild Rift. And that's about to be put to the test. Olaf doesn't care at all.
T-Tigers combining efforts with Jackie gets a lot of damage down through the Ragnarok and then sets it up for the ace in the hole from downtown. A Chain of Corruptions is going to land onto Zello, but he's able to walk himself out just fine. Hero's Entrance giving a little bit more protection. Arakizoro now starts up the fight once again. Thanks to that Hextech Ultimatum, Shockwave follows up, catches out the members of Cloud9 Zello, but Old School was already taken out into the backline, so it's only Tarzan that can put up the damage over the time. Caitlyn is just putting in 1, 2, 3 shots after another, and no one can check him, and that's going to be not quite the ace, but it's only Arakizoro left to defend the base.
Yep, that base is going to be destroyed. Caitlyn here putting in work on mid tower, finishing up with 2 Baroned up cannon minions. That thing stands no chance, and they can reset as well.
You know, I should have told you this, but Ace in the Hole actually has an execute in this game.
Sick. Even more long-range sniping power.
20% missing HP damage, which is pretty sick. Iraqi Zoro going in, though, and okay, he's dead. Oh, no. Guys, run. It was just a prank. And run. You don't want this smoke, guys.
Wait, can he get a snipe? Varus snipe. Now it's your turn. Old school. No, can't get range.
Unlucky.
NT, valiant defense there. Iraqi Zoro can't get the hook shot onto Caitlyn there if you're not going to hit him. You know, I think he was expecting movement. He was expecting some dodging there, and so hook shot's behind. Doesn't grab the Caitlyn, so gets blown up as well. And I mean, this is going to be Team Zello running over even Tarzan's jungle. He's able to take away a little bit of the Krug money.
Oh, does Zello actually want this? He does have Selma on deck with that hero's entrance, so they can make this collapse.
He's got a team.
Oh, flash taunt. T-Tigers running down the Sona once again. Ace in the Hole comes from downtown. That's 2 members gone from Iraqi Zoro's team. It's up to Hoon, him, and Old School to see if they can defend, but already Inhibitor turret has been taken, so you have perma super minions barreling down the mid lane. Jackie, he wants to fight.
And the move speed on this Galio is terrifying. Just zooms down the rift, right through the brush, hits him with the taunt, straight up point blank, puts Tarzan in the dirt. And my friends, they've got full control of the entire map. So guess what? That means a Baron started again. Maybe Caitlyn actually just plays defense here, tries to ward them off. Can't keep them out, though. They're forcing their way in.
Oh, 5,000 HP on the Baron. There is a teleport coming in. It's just more reinforcements from Zello's team. Shockwave, 400 HP. T-Tigers will secure it. And there's someone with the taunt. He's so damn fast. You already called it before, Kobe. You can't run from the Galio. You can't run from the Olaf. They will just run you down one after another. And now it's up to Tarzan and Xena to defend, but I think we know where this one is ending.
Yeah, it's going to end at the blue Nexus. Flash forward from Veigar. Gets the stun.
Also was looking for the damage quite yet. Nexus, 3,000 HP. That's it, Kobe. Game 1 will go over to Zello's team.
This team is looking clean, my friend. Early game control, so they don't give up too much on the top side. You mentioned how they were ping-ponging back and forth, fighting over this vision. There's like 5 wards from each team up on the top side of the map. Total crab vision they have to get around. Defending, and then when they pull the trigger down at the dragon, big pivotal fight for them. They got the extra kills, pick up dragon, start to snowball. You know, Veigar, to me, was such a cool pick for them. It actually did so much stalling in the early stages, keeping their mid-turret upright for long enough for them to get their combo off and allowed Caitlyn just to farm up this entire early game.
You know, buying so much time for most of your backline centerpieces off of that utility was just done unexpectedly well, because I thought that Iraqi Zoro had a much bigger advantage when they got the first Rift Herald and they snowballed and funneled a lot of gold both into the Graves and the Camille. I legitimately thought that we were going to have a problem with late game Graves and Camille coming online a little bit easier, but then, like you said, the mid game is where it got super difficult. They couldn't deal with sieging against Veigar, and because it was kind of stalled out, now we got the result that we had. But at this point, going into Game 2, I imagine that the Veigar will be one of the things that is looked to be taken off the board here. I don't know if there's any other champions that stood out to you as ban-worthy.
It's certainly an annoying one, right? And there's not much else that does similar things to Veigar, because the pick fourth event for Horizon is so long range, plus it has really good wave clear. But I did like some specific points for Team Iraqi Zero. They were executing on split push pretty well. You saw them have really coordinated side laners pushing out the side lanes and then coming to collapse. It's just that they lost every single one of these pivotal mid-game team fights with either a big Galio ultimate or a big event Horizon stunning up somebody. There's just too much space been created by the CC.
Yeah, the front men for Iraqi Zoro's team getting completely stuffed in those engages, and that just kind of mitigated the whole early game lead that they built out. And it is a pretty tough cost to take. But you know what's also costly? Things that you need to buy at school, which is why Verizon is such an awesome sponsor because they offer student discounts. You can lag less, pay less, and play more with exclusive student discounts on unlimited plans. So save your farm for what you really want and head over to verizon.com/students. And speaking of which, I do like discounts to the fact where we get a chance to recharge because it's a way to kind of discount on energy, making sure we get into the next game all rested and prepared. When we come back, it'll be game 2 of this series.
The classic move. I do love it too because when you win your $500 from the giveaway in Twitch chat, by the way, then you don't want to have to spend all of that money on your phone plan, do you? You want the discounts so you can have money left over for the gaming needs.
Oh, no. So it's all good. We're not going to break quite yet. It was a little bit of a debate, you know. You just got to keep the audience on your
tricky.
toes.
I'm on my toes too.
I'm also going to have to be on my toes soon because I think we're getting more snow than anticipated, and it's coming in through the door. So I might have to shift up my chair a little bit.
No.
Don't worry. But I made you believe for a second.
Yeah, once that snow melts, then it's going to leak over to your computer. You better watch out. You need to build a barrier right now to protect yourself.
Actually, I might have to do that right now. I have all these pillows, and I could just make a fort to protect my equipment right now. But for the next team, for this next game, I am looking at how Team Iraqi Zoro want to play out, because if you take away the Vagar, or if you take away other utility spells or tools that they could look into for the next draft that prevents them from being able to siege in the mid game, I think you can run that composition back, because up until that point, everything seemed, well played for the most part.
Yeah, I definitely liked it. Again, like we were talking about the split pushing they were able to accomplish, some of the early visits, getting pressure for their solo laners, try and set that up. I do think though that this is basically the team to beat to me. After watching that game, there was just really well coordinated team fights, and I don't know if they can stop them from having, from building some sort of strong team fight team there and focusing on those objectives and bringing you to them, because the dragon stacking was there for them, and the team fights were there for them in the aftermath to getting the extra gold.
Now, if we're looking at Team Zello, some of the things that they could potentially shore up, even though they won the game, trading Dragon for a Rift Herald it's one of those conversations that it's always feels like you're trading up for scaling rather than immediate gold power. And for a composition that they had, or something like the Caitlyn and the Vagar, it definitely makes sense. But I always feel a little indifferent when you have something like an Olaf, because Olaf doesn't necessarily do that great later the game goes on. You just want to run at people and you want to start fights off, and we never really saw that in the early game.
I did like yeah, you're right. For the early game, it was a lot of jungle control. He was focusing on keeping camps up versus Graves, making sure that Tarzan wasn't able to take away too much from them. And I did like towards the later stages when you're talking about Olaf with the threat of also Galio behind him, allowed him to do some more of these super aggressive ones where you're running straight up to the Sona at turret, just popping ultimate, knowing that there's nothing the Sona can then do about it at all, as ult flies over his head, turns around for the last axe over the shoulder as well for style points. Yeah, I do think Team Zella is the team to beat, just from a lot of the coordination that they displayed here. I'm very curious for going into the next game what other styles they have, because we didn't watch either of these teams 2-0s versus the the collegiate teams that they played previously. So I want to see if there's some variation in styles that they go for.
Yeah, because the collegiate teams that came into this competition were mostly like team fighting compositions, a lot of crowd control, accessible, some type of dedicated backline that would, as long as you played front to back, would always be the more effective team. I guess University of Washington was the only team that would experiment things with, like, they would play a lot of mobile bruisers or they would play split pushes on their composition. But since Zello and Iraqi Zoro's team were in Group B with the other two teams, that is kind of what they had to do a lot of experience with. I will say, you know, you mentioned that T-Tigers and Selma showed they already had a lot of synergy. Technically, Selma, he's not on Team Tribe, but he was their dedicated sub when Tribe went over to Horizon Cup over in Singapore earlier last month. So I wouldn't be surprised if they ran scrims with Selma just in the case that Max Green, their starting support, couldn't play on stage games. And Selma and T-Tigers have already developed a working relationship.
Yeah, plus, you know, dueling, and you're going to have reviews and talk about it.
Yeah.
Definitely like that kind of, you know, jungle support linking up, you know, having the others back, put so much more control behind their vision game and behind their engages. So definitely saw the benefits already.
Yeah, dude, it brings us back to Season 4. You got the Dandy and Amada vibes from Samsung White. You just have support acting as a second jungler. You're just roaming all around as a two-man death squad, and then you just bring destruction wherever you go.
Thankfully, in Wild Rift, you don't have to spend all your money on buying a bunch of wards like Mata had to do and be a sad little poor support. You know, getting to straight up build regular items is another cool thing that I liked about Wild Rift.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? If one of the teams wants to do us a solid, whenever Kobe is casting, I need one of our teams to lock in the Garen support. It's a thing in Wild Rift. I know.
Is it a good thing, though? Is it?
The best team in the world in Dakun Gaming won with it. They won the whole finals. And the reason why is just because supports can get a considerable amount of money in this game.
Yeah.
Not only they don't have to buy support items, but a lot of the ways that the Chinese teams would play, they don't care who's clearing the wave. Just someone is last hitting the wave, so you're maximizing the amount of gold and experience you're getting. And so sometimes, as Garen, if you're playing support, you would just go and clear a wave with your spin move, right? And then you end up getting a lot of tank items, and suddenly you have a Garen who is very durable, very tanky. You can't deal with him, and he just runs at you at 5 Mach speed.
I like that philosophy for gold distribution. It's survival of the fittest, you know? Whoever's closest to that gold, that's my gold. Possession is 3/4 of the law. I'm closest. I'm farming that wave.
I mean, but it makes sense, though, in Wild Rift because the minion waves dissipate so fast, and, like, you can still get gold.
That money's just going to go into the dirt, you know? Yeah. Just might as well pick it up.
Yeah, like, I'm... that's one of the things why when we first got into Wild Rift and we saw teams like trying to freeze in this game, the teams will have different philosophies. I'm of the philosophy that freezing is absolutely stupid in Wild Rift. You should just be pushing waves and just like collecting gold as much as you can so that you can get turret plates, you destroy turrets, and then you're just accelerating gold as fast as you can, and then you can force fights when you already have a stat check advantage. I know that not everyone is going to agree with me, and if I take that philosophy into League of Legends, it's not correct at all. You can't just do that all the time, but you don't see as much advantage with freezing in this game versus, you know, League
There's no flame horizons popping up when, you know, somebody gets frozen out on top side for 5 minutes. That makes sense, too, because the games are so much shorter. I mean, second game of that first series was over in like 9 minutes. Yeah. So you would literally have to freeze the whole game to deny that much.
Yeah. What are you freezing for? You're like 30 seconds? Oh, good. Nice freeze, man. You know.
And it's funny because now that you said that, they're gonna freeze in this game and they're just gonna stomp somebody's gonna be like level.
Just to prove me wrong, man. Oh God. Caster curse always happens. I mean, like you can like position and manipulate the waves to deny some levels away from your lane opponents, like within the first 3-4 minutes of the game where laning phase is the most important. But then afterwards is like, all right, laning phase does not matter as much anymore. You should just be looking to pressure the map, because if you don't and you're trying to freeze the wave, that laner that you're freezing against, he's going to roam to another lane, and then your team is going to spam ping missing on you for not coming and collapsing.
Yeah, pushing them off and zoning definitely will still give you like small benefits.
Okay. So before we get into our second draft, I do want to let everyone know it's that Fable time. Get out your Verizon 5Gs in the chat, ladies and gentlemen, because it's time to give another $500 in cash. So I want to see everyone spam the Verizon 5Gs right now. We're giving over $5,000 total in cash over the course of the day. So just make sure that in combination with this, as well as other sweepstakes and giveaways that we are doing, we also have a few words from our sponsors from Verizon that we would like to share with you. Thank you so much. Welcome back, everyone. And we are getting into draft very soon. Just sometimes the technical difficulties evade us a little bit. Make sure you're still spamming the Verizon 5Gs in the chat. One lucky winner will get $500. We've talked a lot about what we're expecting to see and come out from the draft, Kobe. We already kind of alluded to Veigar should be taken off the table. I told you earlier that I want to see a Jace jungle at some point in the tournament today. I don't know if we're going to get it into this next game, but that would be my Christmas present.
Dude, it sounds so cool to me. You know, with the melee cleave and seeing stuff that I don't see in League of Legends is the biggest thing that I'm looking forward to today. So I'm also hoping for stuff like that, like Jace jungle, to come out, especially with these two junglers. Very, very high profile, a lot on the line here, trying to establish number one.
We're in the draft. Why'd you ban Jace? Cowards. No.
Sad. The Jace is gone. Also, Ezreal. I've heard Ezreal is, you know, a real big pumper for AD carries, so banned out again as well. But that Olaf locked in for the side of maybe Tarzan. It could be Zoro's, Araki Zoro's hands as well. But the point is, they're taking it away from Team Solo.
They're going to run back the Jackie Caitlyn, though. And you kind of mentioned it during the game one that Caitlyn was just kind of quietly powering up and scaling up. And then we saw it come online once those headshots started coming through. And then the rest of the Team Iraqi Zoro were like, wait, that Caitlyn's actually really fed, guys. We missed this part.
Didn't hear a peep out of the Caitlyn until multiple crit items are built, and then all of a sudden, no one can get to the back line, no one can take down the Caitlyn, and pushes them off every single fight. Run down to the last second here. We get the lock in on Blitzcrank.
Oh,
let's go. That's definitely something that can punish it.
Now, watch to see if they do some creative invades level 1 with the Blitzcrank, because a lot of the solo queue meta that's been happening recently is supports will often try to mess with the enemy jungler level 1. It does leave their AD carry kind of on an island in a 1v2 situation that the other support doesn't roam, but depending on who your jungler is, sometimes they'll call for it because it's a huge advantage if you can stunt the early first clear.
Yeah, and Blitzcrank is one of the best at annoying junglers, that's for sure. Pulling his stuff away. I also really like the idea of a level 1 that you're proposing, because Olaf axes as well as Blitzcrank pull is extremely threatening in level 1 scenarios, so definitely can have some brute force power.
Between those two champions, I'm trying to think of like what champion you want to take as T-Tigers, and I feel like you just have to go with a champion that has a gap closer.
Dash?
Yeah, some type of dash early on, so that way if you see them walk up, you're like, all right, time to bail, go to my next camp.
So like Jarvan, definitely available. Doesn't get to dash until level 2 though.
Lee Sin.
Not a lot of champions want to want to be on the receiving end of a level 1 Blitzcrank Olaf. So I think just watching entrances and starting on opposite side will be a go-to here. Is it going to be actual lock-in for Ahri? All right, this is my first Ahri sighting in Wild Rift.
Oh yeah.
It has not had a huge impact in Pro League in a very long time. So I'm always rooting for underdogs. So I'm rooting for the Ahri. Okay, he does go for the Jarvan anyway. And it's just going to try and make sure they're not on the receiving end of the possible level 1. Jarvan is so versatile and quite good against Varus, against Olaf, and against even Sona getting locked in the aftermath. So whenever you have like an Olaf matchup, Jarvan, even in League, is always so often picked.
Absolutely.
Because you can just start with Cataclysm and then EQ out and leave him behind to be angry by himself. Plus, it's one of my favorites into Varus. You know, any marksman that has no escape of his own is always a beautiful target for a Jarvan Cataclysm, lock you in, and then guess what? You can't dodge the Ziggs ultimate either, so it also has team fight implications.
Right. And there's going to be a lot of value on timing flashes for the side of Team Zello because, like you mentioned, apart from Ahri, no one has the ability to get out of that death zone. And Ziggs Jarvan plus Sona is such a deadly combo for team fights because you can stun people up with the solar flare, lock them all down, and then you just throw a bomb in there and it's just free damage. You're just shooting fish in a barrel at that point. And I do want to catch you up for Ahri. During the Summoner Series, Ahri kind of became the best mid laner because we all thought coming from League of Legends that she wouldn't be that great either, but they showed us that in combination with powerful early game junglers like Lee Sin, Xin Zhao, Olaf, you get this Ahri to level 5, and now you're a very potent death duo, right? You can force plays by spirit rushing, looking for a charm, and it's nowhere near as much burst damage as other traditional assassins, but it's enough paired with another, so you're kind of like facilitating your jungler by being a mobile assassin in the early game.
I like it too because she can kind of set her own plays up. If you just land a slow from Olaf, Ahri should be able to follow up and be able to get the full charm combination. So I like the kind of longer range follow-up possibilities there for the Ahri. Excited to see if it does dominate early here for them, even though they are going to make remake the lobby real quick. Slight bug here in the lobby, and we'll just get right back into it with I'm assuming exact same team comps because we got through the entire draft.
Yep.
Just fine.
Yeah, thankfully no champion switch ups. Team Zello going once again with a very powerful team fighting composition. We already kind of highlighted the core pieces. Zello also going to be returning to the Renekton once again. And I think Zello kind of deserves a little praise from game 1. A little bit of an unsung hero. There's plenty of times where you have a giant crocodile flanking from the backside, and then suddenly your Varus is a little exposed there.
He's going to be keeping a watchful eye on any of these flankers and attempts at his carries. Yeah, definitely peeling is one of the things that you don't get stats. You don't get highlight play at the end of the day. It's one of the jobs that is very necessary for a lot of these team fights to be pulled off, and doesn't get very many accolades. So good job. You got to give kudos to the unsung heroes.
He also received a lot of pressure from Tarzan and Arakizaro in the early game. Had to, kind of drop the ego and make sure that he doesn't get dove, or he puts himself in a position where he's allowing the enemy team to pick up more gold than they could have had he stayed under tower, and then they dove him, and then, could have been a more catastrophic snowball for the enemy side. But he's like, all right, you know what? My first turret's gone. It's okay. I'm going to still be useful in team fights. I can be a threat. I can dive onto the backline later on. And lo and behold, that's what we got. Whereas Team Arakizaro, they've changed up the composition, right? Tarzan not going with the Graves. He's the one that's taking the Olaf around, trying to, snipe it away from T-Tigers and forcing him on a bit of a champion switch up. And I know that Tarzan, with his pick, I am pretty damn sure we are going to see a level 1, whether it results in first blood or just forcing T-Tigers out of the jungle, I think it's coming in.
It's a very Tarzan thing to do, to steal away the pick that you just lost to and try and then brute force, see if they can get some early game action going for themselves. Early ward, though.
So, no Blitzcrank, unfortunately. I think that's why they had to remake the lobby.
Oh. Sad! No!
Uh-oh. Old School taking a lot of damage, almost half of his HP. Nice little play from Selma and Jackie.
Oh my.
It's a huge chunk.
All right, well, Caitlyn won the lane. There we go. Headshot and another Q on the Old School. What can you do but cry with your head in your hands? He has to go back to base at 43 seconds. Are you kidding me?
And the honey fruit hadn't even spawned yet, so by the time he takes it, he knows that the laning phase already is kind of disastrous. He's just gonna come back.
That's a disaster if I've ever seen one.
Well,
brutal.
Now, check this out. T-Tigers, you're finishing your Raptor camps. Go to the bottom side of the map. Yes. Okay. Mid-wave tax and then bot wave dive. I want to see it.
All right, fight over mid-wave push. Can they get it out? Cannon minion shoved in for Team Zoro 0. They get it, so they get the first move as well. Looks like it's going to be top crab, his choice. Wants to isolate his Fiora Renekton matchup, make sure the Fiora doesn't have to worry at all about Jarvan, but that means the bottom lane, which is already under so much pain, is going to be under more.
Knock up onto one, and they don't even need the knock up onto Old School because it's just the stun from Selma's Leona. T-Tigers might be in a little bit of no man's land, though, because Huna's rotated on over, has to flash over the wall, but he will get out alive.
Oh my god, this bottom lane is getting hounded. Old School now has no summoner spells. Topside dive, though, might also get turned around as Tarzan is here.
Zello wants to go for the 1v1. Oh my god, he takes out Iraqi Zoro. He'll go down to Tarzan, but in that situation, I'll take that trade any day.
Yeah, I think Tarzan might be a little frustrated with Iraqi Zoro there, getting a little bit too close on the re-engage with Renekton. Not giving him time, but they also didn't want him to get right back under tower, so a bit of a time crunch there. Kind of a difficult maneuver to pull off, and Zello so happy to get his return kill before he goes down. With what they were able to accomplish on the bottom side of the map previously, and being able to get a counter kill on top side, they're once again set up here quite nicely.
Jackie having a lead on this Caitlyn on top of the early game dominance they set. And Zello is already level 5. Iraqi Zero doesn't have flash available. That's the solo kill.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, this is definitely the team to beat. Okay, Team Zello is looking strong, my friend. Both sides of the map winning. T-Tigers, as soon as he transitions up onto the top side, Zello wins the 1v1 after he had gotten the previous counter kill. He got the early level 5 because he got the extra experience from that counter kill. And Iraqi Zoro went down, so couldn't get the extra minion wave. Then uses that advantage to leverage even more. And Tarzan's not going to want to spend a lot of time up there to try and salvage that situation. You know, you can't throw too much at a losing situation.
At some point, if an arm becomes like
oh my god, you're cutting him off already. Yeah. Oh no.
Hey, you know, I know in League of Legends this would be way too early to do it, but Wild Rift is twice as fast, so you got to cut off the infection, you know, twice as fast as well.
True. He's been infected. All right. He's fighting back for himself. Does get the wave shoved in at least. So it'll bounce back out here just in time for the setup of this Rift Herald, bringing support in conjunction with Tarzan, who is higher level than his solo laner, than either of the top laners, and is going to start this one up. They've recalled the entire bottom lane, so this should just be a handshake. All right, fine. You get the Rift Herald. You used your, recall on your entire bottom lane to force it through, and they're going to try and trade it for the dragon instead of fighting it off.
Now, while we've all been kind of joking about the disastrous state of this top lane, as Zella's going to opt in for another 1v1, Selma coming in, making sure that he can get a little bit of assistance. The flash comes out. This seems pretty bad for Iraqi right now, but Fiora is one of the best scaling duelists in the game. If somehow Team Iraqi Zoro can stop the bleeding, then he can get back into this game. Trinity Force, Blade of the Ruined King, those 2 items, and he's one of the best duels.
Okay, maybe they can do something about the bottom side lead. Oh, the Sona ult is short.
T-Tiger's going back over the wall, Cataclysm, and he's out of there. Iraqi Zoro wants to be able to pursue, but he doesn't have Flash available. Jackie going to be able to escape just barely.
Yeah, I mean, the big issue is that not only is Team Zello doing quite well on top side of the map where all this focus is. Okay, the dive, though.
They got Inferno Bomb coming in from downtown. Oh, but it's the snipe from Old School that will secure the kill, and the Rift Herald makes its charge, giving not first brick, but a tower over.
I almost thought Leona was going to live with the Stone Plate activation there. Good timing on that one. But the extra damage comes through. Does get the extra over the top. Finishes it off. So, turret plus the kill. Definitely needed here. Trying to salvage the situation and feed into that scaling you're talking about. For Iraqi Zoro's side.
Iraqi's just trying to look for some farm at this point. Old School is already on the dragon side of the map. He's going to pick up this wave. No objectives for the next couple of minutes here, though. So this is a little bit of idle time where you can, as Team Iraqi Zoro, try and slow down the pace of the game.
Yeah, I mean, they don't have great options because bottom side got demolished early on. And the rebuttal on top side worked out for them. I think it's going to have to be a big outplay situation here. And so you can see they're trying to leverage vision to do that, but there's still 1 hit left on that ward that saw the entire play being set up. Meanwhile, yeah, they're able to get some farm on the Fiora, push in top side at least for themselves, try and stall out, try and get some items here onto Iraqi Zoro.
I appreciate what Jackie was trying to do, being a little cheeky with the ace in the hole. However, Fiora has riposte, and that a little sad for the Caitlyn ulti to go to waste there. I think Inferno Bomb will clear out that wave, making sure that Team Iraqi Zoro cannot push in through this dragon wave. I feel like we're back to the Cold War state here.
And guess what? Eric, who's not like the YouTube highlight player of the team, is fulfilling the same role as last time. Well, never mind. We're going to have another attempt on Iraqi Zoro's life. He does flash out. But back to Eric, last time around with the Veigar pick, so big with the wave clear, with the zoning, with the Event Horizon. This time around with Ziggs, multiple bombs off to both side lanes, able to keep these minion waves in check, able to keep these pushes and these attempts from Team Iraqi Zoro in check for themselves. He does a lot of work as far as the wave control for this team.
Kind of fulfilling the good old Season 4 Ziggs meta back in the league.
It's, oh my god, that is one of the most annoying things in the world to ever push against. Just blows up all these waves.
Oh no, Xena, that's not where you want to be. Cataclysm, the whole death zone. Tarzan can't even get in there. Gonna pop the Ragnarok, try to run through the front line now. The Recklessing will go through. Even the flash over the wall will not save Selma. A 1-for-1. Old School following up now. Flash with a chain of corruptions. Locks down T-Tigers. Jackie now on the run. Forced to use their own flash. And now, Team Iraqi Zoro find a little bit of an advantage.
Yeah, they're right back in it. That was huge for them. Tarzan leading the charge for this team. Level 10 Olaf running them over, even with the pick starting out looking good there for Team Zello. They get so much more out of it. Like this might be some revenge for Iraqi Zoro. Forces a flash at least.
Zello getting out with the skin of his teeth. Xena did not have Crescendo available, but could have been Zello's life on the line there. Barely gets out. We now have the objective spawned once again, but because Team Iraqi Zoro already have the advantageous positioning from the Baron side of the map, they're going to take the Rift Herald once again.
Yep, and again, looks like it is going to be traded for a dragon. Number 2 is getting burned down here. Little bit of an answer, though. They didn't get it quick enough.
Oh, they're all here. Solar Flare onto 2. Zello's going to pop the Dominus, rocking right through the front line. You don't need to finish the Dragon up. T-Tigers goes back, secures it, but not after dealing with Old School. But Tarzan coming in for the flank. He's popping the Ragnarok, and he's looking to run over people. He's an angry Viking, all right. Reckless swing through. 1, 2, 3 people. Zello going down to the skin of his teeth. Tarzan still alive. T-Tigers can't finish him off.
All right, game number 2 is titled Tarzan's Revenge. This man is on a mission this game. He is keeping this team afloat. They get the top side Rift Herald, runs his ass all the way down the dragon, pops the extra speed from the Righteous Glory, and is able to salvage this fight for them. The team comms there must have been just, okay, they're on the dragon. Even if they get it, try and hold them there long enough. And a lot of damage dealt. You know, they opened up some good opportunities here during the time where, you know, Team Zello were still trying to force down the dragon to open up some low health bars and gain access to the back line. As soon as Tarzan runs down there, straight through, forces down the extra kills on both carries, and picks this one right back up.
Yeah, all of the major crowd control options had already been expended, so Tarzan showing up a little late to the party. It does a lot of service for him. Nice pick from whom? Oh my god, he's just gone!
All right, there's your Ari display, and meanwhile, they're not done with it. They're pushing ahead.
Oh, Jackie has to flash away over the wall. Tarzan, here comes the Jarvan tech. Cataclysm just throws Tarzan into the cage. Can't get any further. But man, that's an engagement tool used just to save their lives, and now they can't find a way to stop the siege from happening.
All right, no reason for the mid to kind of bottleneck here for Team Iraqi Zoro. They just take away the extra camps, take away some extra gold off the map, increase their lead as much as they possibly can before going for the reset. Tarzan heads up to the blue quadrant, gets as much as done as he can there. Meanwhile, bottom side taken away by the Ari, and guess what?
Well, Zello actually doing a decent amount of damage. Tarzan opened it up with a lot of bursts early on, but now Tarzan just trying to bait Zello in because he has Iraqi Zoro waiting in the wings. Zello not going to bite it, though.
Yeah, you don't want to bet too much on some of these 1v1 duels in the later stages when you don't have full vision of the opponent team, if you've got a Guardian Angel, because then you lose more than your life. The extra passive there means so much, so not going to risk it. Turns around, just pulls off the reset, and look at that slingshot in gold. Team Iraqi Zoro right back into the leaving him up on top side for the split push out on top side. Meanwhile, transitioning through the river to keep up their vision around these objectives in preparation.
And Iraqi Zoro has his 2 items now. Now I would not be surprised if he can just fend for himself and hold off against Zello. He probably can't win 1v1s at the moment, but as long as he's maintaining split push pressure and forcing Zello to answer him, then he's doing his job.
Yeah, Ramble Vest is super annoying, so probably needs a bit more gold, a bit more money to fully catch back up, but you feel so much better than the beginning of the game.
Oh, yeah.
Situation where it was all downhill for them. Poke here, not actually deterring them.
Cataclysm locking down Tarzan. They want to bottleneck this guy and burst him up before he gets a chance to be able to do anything back. Solar Flare is huge. Mega Inferno Bomb, and Zello is there for the cleanup. Is able to pick up through one. Tarzan's GA has been expended, but the Grand Challenge gives him enough healing back. Tarzan wants to run it through, and the rest of Team Zello, they're so low on HP. They can't save Jackie. They can't save all of them. It's an ace.
Ace, and they just are able to run through the entire team. Extra stasis comes out from Caitlyn, but it only baits in the rest of the squad, who only have maybe 50 HP to their name. Axe through 2 of them from Tarzan. Picks up the double. And that Ari you were talking up with the extra mobility, 0 deaths so far for him. Picks up so many important picks for them. This is definitely showing up and delivering as it kind of set up.
The Ari Olaf duo is kind of the show makers right now. They have the most gold in the game over anyone else. They are probably doing the most damage if we ever get a look at the damage charts at the end of the game as well. So this is where Team Iraqi Zoro, they've been able to just kind of build the foundation of their comeback on thanks to these 2 champions. And now Team Zello, they're in a position where they have to be conscious about, okay, even if we lock up Tarzan, we still have to deal with this Ari because we haven't figured out how to solve this problem quite yet.
Yeah, one of the, they really wanted to make use of the big teamfight advantage that you get from Tarzan having a Guardian Angel, and so they wanted to try and force some sort of all in there, and we're just barely able to eke it out. You know, on the edge, if that had been a full retreat, it would actually have just ended in even kills with 3 members on Team Zello surviving and walking away. But because of the extra pick there and Caitlyn not being able to get out of range of Tarzan, gets slowed and kind of baits in the rest of the members of the team, it's just an overwhelming victory for Team Iraqi Zero. And now, with all of this extra gold, Baron back on the map, set up here. Even with the Scuttle Crab down, they'll do all that they can to clear out the rest of the vision.
Yeah, we're suddenly at an 8,000 gold lead for Team Iraqi Zoro. It is a pretty nice state to be in after witnessing the disaster on both of the side lanes that we saw in the first 2 minutes of the game, but they've managed to salvage it, and they're in a state where they can control most of the vision in this river. If it weren't for the Scuttle Crab, it would just be pretty much lights out on that side.
Yeah, huge comeback here for Team Iraqi Zoro. Completely able to correct all that went wrong in the early stages for them. And now, yeah, you know, you're approaching that third item for the Fiora in the side lane. Does have teleport ready, so both Renekton and Fiora with their teleports ready to join the possible Baron confrontation that's up here. Scuttle Crab has now timed out, and all of that work that they did to clear out the vision will start to give them rewards. They're taking over the rest of the... Oh my...
They just want to force the fight here, but the Cataclysm will lock them all down. Sona gives their life. Tarzan is also sub 50 HP, but Iraqi Zoro has joined the fight. Hoon also on the run, doing a lot of damage to Zello. Zello's going to fall as he tries to frontline all that he can, and Iraqi Zoro finally feels unlocked. He wants to give back for all the damage he had to suffer. He gets the triple, he goes down, but he makes up for the early game.
Oh my! He flashes in under the turret with very few health and still gets the double kill at the tower, allowing his team to pick up the Baron. And Guardian Angel proc is back and available for the Baron up. Tarzan as well. This next push from Team Iraqi Zoro, I'm going to say is going to get inside the base. It's going to get right up to the Nexus.
What a huge comeback for this team in just the span of almost less than 12 minutes. Yeah. We saw the early game so disastrous, but man, this is what I'm saying, Kobe. We had a similar disastrous early game as well in one of our Wild Rift games yesterday, and we came back. So never say never.
Exactly. Just keep up the chance. We scaling, boys. Don't worry. Don't forfeit. Honestly, yeah, big props to Tarzan in this one because he led the charge for that big comeback. They focused on the Rift Heralds. They got both the early Rift Heralds. They did have to give up the 2 dragons, but they definitely got paid for it, and they were able to pick up the team fight on the back side of it too. Now you see Tarzan split pushing. They're making as much use of this Baron split push power as they possibly can. 1-3-1 once again. Olaf is fine on top side. Ari pushes in down on bottom and just has to answer with Caitlyn. So they're going to clean up a lot of this extra gold.
Moon looking for the pick. Iraqi Zoro's there on the side for the flank. They clean up Jackie. That's one of your main damage dealers gone for this next impending fight. And Tarzan is pushing in through Zello through the top side of the map. Zello has the ditch. They're going to lock him down. Oh, but he flashes the Cataclysm. He's going to get out.
Oh my god, he actually lives it. Leonis does land onto Varus. Let's see what happened to him.
Old School's now on the run. T-Tiger's going to try to flag drag in, but he's got no damage to follow up because Dota and Selma have to run. Zello's trying to defend the base. It's just the Baroned up minions. They can just focus on the Nexus, and we will have the series tied up here between Team Iraqi Zoro and Team Zello.
GG. Those are the types of games you like to see. Some nice turns and twists there. Not able to snowball through, even with, do you remember the beginning of bottom lane?
Oh,
Caitlyn
yeah.
forces Varus back to base, recalling it like 45 seconds into the game, demolishing on bottom side. Then they dive bottom side as well and got the counter kills up on top. And yet, they're still able to make the comeback here for Team Iraqi Zoro.
Dude, Moon and Tarzan were completely deathless that game.
Putting in work.
That is the sign of true teamwork when you're able to your backs are against the wall and you are just depending on the last kind of 2 members who have not given up an advantage already, and they just bring it back from the brink. And I know Kangas and Smacks, you guys were watching from the break room. Give me your thoughts, Kangas. What was going on through your minds?
Well, I would like to give my official, the naughty and nice list. I'm giving a nice to Hoon on the Ari for finally having a pop-off Ari performance. We saw this so much in North America, and it never really convinced me that it was like deserving of all the picks that it got. But my God, some of those charms and some of those picks were just insane. So props to Hoon. Deathless on the Ari.
You know what? I'm gonna give a different nice list. I'm gonna give it to Old School. I was really impressed by the Varus in both of the games. He was dealing out some really good damage, and I think he deserved it for both of the games, not just the one that they won. So well done to Old School.
All right. Well, we would love to get more into that game if we could, but we will be moving on to our third round robin here. Before we break away, you already know what time it is. It's the Verizon 5G. $500 more in the chat. Start spamming it. You could be one of those lucky winners. Remember, we are giving 5,000 total, so we're doing 10 of these giveaways, baby. So even if you don't win out on this one, you still got another chance to win some sick cash into your back pocket. And also make sure you're tuning into the entire show, because we got more sweepstakes and other giveaways that we will be doing throughout the day. So we're going to be throwing it to a short break. When we come back, we will be getting ready for our third round robin. So don't tune away.
short stack? Got any games on your phone?
You know how many G's I have on my phone? It's 5. Because it's Verizon 5G, and Verizon is brought to you once again. This Code Red tournament. See, Smacks is counting it up, ladies and gentlemen. So, making sure that you are staying tuned throughout the tournament.
How many stars y'all earned for that last cast? There we go, 5 stars. 5 stars.
Oh, man.
I got you.
Aw, thank you. I do want to quiz Kobe on a little bit of things for Wild Rift because this is his first time, and he's kind of just doing like a last-minute cram test for the collegiate finals, as we do have some more collegiate teams in here. What item are you the church for? In the church for?
What was that thing called? Solari something crit something item. The charging crit item Solari something.
Yes.
Charge blade Solari.
That was really close.
Solari charge
Yeah.
blade.
There we go.
Yeah.
We got there.
Kobe's learning. All right, well, at this rate, if we can just get Kobe on board with Wild Rift, we might have to see if we can talk to Riot and borrow you from LCS.
You get to one of those charge blades, you get yourself an Infinity Edge, and you're good to go.
There you go. That's the 2-item combo. But throughout the day, we have already seen 2 series play out for the round robin. We're heading into our 3rd round robin, and it's going to be between Team Tekshi and Team Vorix. I'm going to go to you, Kangas. Who's standing out in this matchup?
Ooh. Well, we just saw Team Tech. I doubted them a little bit going up against Team Chuck, looking at the star power on that roster, but they had a really strong showing in the first series of the day, so I'm actually excited to see them again here. Now up against starting another member of Tribe now, so Team Tech is just going through the Tribe gauntlet, basically. I think that I got a favor in the base on how they looked earlier, but this is my first look at Red Team. But the general note is, where are these collegiate teams? All right, we keep taking the teams that are at the top right now. I know they just had a long competition last weekend, but they're slacking right now.
It's just a rumor that there are collegiate teams in this tournament.
Yeah.
No.
Oh man, they're playing. We swear. It's just that the pro players in the NA region are pretty solid, as it turns out, individually, and these posh teams, collecting all of them together, are really surprising me in specific. I'm excited for Team Vorix because, like you said, starting the mid laner for Tribe is on here. They also have the support structure from Immortals in the jungle and the support positions. So this is a really exciting team. They did just take a 1-1 against Team Chuck. So if that's a litmus test, then still favoring Team Tekshi as they got the 2-0 right there. But, some solid competition here for our last round of the best ofs.
One team is at 4-0 record in Team Tekshi. Team 3, or Team Vorix, 3-1 on record on the day.
Team 3-1. We just call them whatever their record is.
Yeah, I wanted to mean them that much.
Don't ask about the
sometimes it's easy.
Why don't they have team names? We've got the players and what side you're on. There you go.
Yeah.
That was something else that we were discussing. We might have to get back to later about assigning holiday films to each of these teams. And, that last match definitely felt like a little bit of Die Hard. But, going into this next one, are we going to get maybe a little bit of How the Grinch Stole Christmas as someone comes up through a Baron steal and steals Christmas right away from the other team?
I feel like Team Tech, I'm going to call them Home Alone, because they were the one drafting to like the Gragas Yasuo, setting up the traps around the map, letting people walk into them. I think that kind of fits thematically.
All right, well, Team Home Alone against yet to be named for Team Vorix will have a holiday film. Smacks, that's your responsibility going into this next game.
All right.
But it's going to be Kangans and Smacks taking us away into this 3rd series.
All right, Smacks, you got ganked a little bit there at the end because now it's back to us, but you had a point you were going to make there, so podium's yours. What you got?
Yeah, I mean, I think the Home Alone one fits even more because with Tekshi's singed, he was, forcing them to run away from him. But they couldn't get away. They just kept, finding themselves in more of those traps. So ended up working pretty well.
Which of the creepy guys that break into the house is he? I forget their names, but is he the tall guy or the short guy?
No, Tekshi is Macaulay Culkin. He's making them run away. Yeah.
All right. He does drop the traps, I suppose. That makes sense.
Yeah.
I do like that. Well, but now we have to again keep in mind whatever team Vorix is going to be. There's a lot of options, so we'll see what their identity looks like. But we're ready to hop into pick and ban here, so let's pull it up. Maybe a draft will show us a little bit about what their kind of holiday movie identity will be.
Right, so far, we've got the Malphite up in the Baron lane alongside Senna and Camille. I guess with the Camille locked in, it very well could be Malphite flex somewhere else, especially with this Senna too. So it could be the Malphite Senna in the duo lane together, then Camille sent up to that Baron lane, but we're gonna find out later. And on the other side, it's more clear cut. We've got Vayne Lulu as the duo, Diana and Gragas holding up the front line with all of their magic damage. And speaking of magic damage, what better way to pile on to this composition than the tech she singed?
Run it back, baby, home alone. All right, but a lot of divers, a lot of assassins on the side here of Vorix, because Camille, Akali kind of tag team jumping in, Malphite jumping in. What is this? Is this Jingle All the Way? Is this the Arnold Schwarzenegger movie where he's like the action hero with a jetpack and just flies at people? I feel like it might fit.
It might. You also just like have a full team of members that are just like, leading the sleigh, and then you've got Senna as Santa. It kind of fits, and then you've got it's got to be a movie about that. So maybe like Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer we've got going on. We're gonna have to find out which one of these guys is Rudolph, leading the way with the red nose.
It could be Elf. It could be Elf, especially if Tristana. Ooh. Actually, I don't even know if that's a skin in Wild Rift, but the Happy Elf Tristana skin. That's Will Ferrell on his adventure. Well, Santa's got his reindeer. They need the power of faith to get them through against the undefeated team here in Group A. You know what? Let's let Twitch chat decide. Maybe they can vote on which movie it's gonna be. Undecided. Yeah,
we'll have to read through all that and see. Maybe we can get like a poll or something going or something with Christmas movies or something. Yeah, I really like this composition though for Team Vorix. I'm not quite certain actually where everything is landing because I haven't really seen a lot of solo lane Tristana in Wild Rift. I know that's something that is possible, but I feel like it's more likely that it'll end up being the Dragon lane with the Tristana down for Nikki, and then Baron lane did end up being the Malphite, but only time will tell at this point as we are loading up onto the Rift.
I kind of like the idea of Tristana into Singed. I don't know. I mean, it's a range matchup. You can kind of bully him. You can rocket jump away. I mean, he does have the sludge, which is kind of annoying, but you can also just ult him away if he's trying to get in on top of you. Let's see. No. Well, it's tough because they're also not in their correct positions. But as of right now, Malphite is on the top side of the map. So it's looking like that's going to be a double marksman dragon lane here for Team Vorix.
Yeah, it does look like that. With the Senna as the support here, will be Yikes playing that, I want to add. As Charm is the one playing jungle. The Immortals players going for a bit of a role swap. We know that Charm has hit rank 1 on the North American ladder playing jungle. So it's not a role that he is, unfamiliar with. But Yikes going back to the support role from his early days on Immortals. Definitely an exciting journey that we're taking here with this role swap.
I believe that we've even seen them do this in other events as well, so it's kind of cool that they're flexing on us a little bit here right now. Well, now that adds a whole nother layer to the holiday movie narrative right now, as Griff takes a aggressive trade here in this lane as that Vayne early on. The Vayne Lulu, something we haven't really touched on yet, could struggle with the range matchup of the double marksman, but as the game goes on, that is a very scary combo.
Maybe it really does just buy into the Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, because with all the role swaps, they're kind of the island of misfit toys. So they're just skipping around and about. My personal favorite of those is the squirt gun that shoots jelly. I feel like that's pretty useful in the kitchen, if you're making a sandwich.
It's kind of like it's up there with the heated knife that like toasts the bread as you cut it.
Yeah.
For sure, yeah.
With, from the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Universe?
Exactly. Yeah. Oh, hey, you got the reference, too. Bet nobody in chat knew that one, but Griff could be in trouble. That's a lot of... I thought the bomb might take him out, but barely makes it out. Smeeth not have the damage.
did walk it into the turret. So funny enough, it actually did deal some damage to the structure. Only 26, so it's not really anything too important, but it's just a funny moment there. As the splash damage also popping off onto full frontage. We're seeing. Actually, you know what? I wanna bring this up. I don't believe that is. I don't think that's Meals in the mid lane. I think they have a sub.
This is a new player, Akshami. Unless it's Meals on a different account, it is at least a different name account. So maybe we can get confirmation from production. Meals had to, go take out the trash, shovel the driveway. There's a lot that could be going on in Meals' life.
Let me look into this real quick for you.
Look into that for us here. But catching us up, whoever they are, getting a solo killed by that Akali by starting here again of Tribe Fame. Now in the Baron lane, actually in some trouble here. Senna ultimate coming through, dodges out on that damage, flashes away, and actually survives. I'm not having the damage, still goes back into the Vorax and gets the kill. Takshi, you're a mad lad.
Really is the captain for this team, popping up, and oh no! The substitute player on Team Takshi falls once more. Starting is just too deadly on this Akali. I have found out what's going on behind the scenes, Kangas.
Okay.
Turns out Meals had to go and take a final, as it is finals week. For all you.
Wait, he's not on a collegiate team though. What's going on?
I really don't know, but that's the information that I've received, and so Asami is playing in the mid lane instead, so graciously taking the substitute role.
The best part about this is that once per game, there's bounties that these players can be looking for. If you get a 4+ champion CC ultimate ability, Akshami says, I'm going to take full use of this. I'm coming in, Diana. I'm getting that $100, baby. We're going for it with the Moonfalls, as also the rest of the team focusing on this dragon, and it should be secured here.
It does look like it. Could be a Rift Herald swap on the other side. Takshi getting in there, trying to see if it can get a sneaky steal with the Singed Poison, but no such luck. It will be that full trade. Ends up being that Team Vorax picks up this Rift Herald, will pop it immediately. Let's see if they can actually take this full turret.
Jumping right onto Takshi, who's trading decently onto Charm. Very low on the health bar right now. Vorax jumps in under turret. Pretty risky right now. Takshi still alive. Vorax taking up turret shots. And I think Takshi can turn this. Flips it back underneath again. Charm will at least trade flashes to safety. And does not fall.
Wow, keeping a cool head against this kooky Singed champion here, Kangas. Not something that's super easy to do. Takshi has just really strange crowd control that he can provide in these team fights. And you can see it was super close for him to actually getting both of those kills. Ended up falling in the end. Meanwhile, Dragon Lane.
Griffin Trouble has the wild growth, actually turning it around, even through the exhaust. That's the power of that Vayne Lulu combo we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, really, really deadly there. The Vayne gets so much extra power thanks to the Lulu help picks. You get the extra damage, and then on top of that, Polymorph providing all of the movement speed and attack speed there. Really like this combination, and it keeps Vayne really safe because you do need to go into melee range more often than not on Vayne. You have the stealth to help you, but you really do appreciate having Lulu there to help on top of all of that. So Griff and full frontage showing they still have that synergy from those last 4 games that they just won together, and it's really impressive to see again.
I think that if you're Team Vorax, you're at least happy with this Dragon Lane that it was the Lulu that picked up the kill, not Griff, because if Vayne picks up that kill and gets snowballing, pretty scary. But regardless, as the Blade of the Ruin King already completed, plus a Stinger, so Vayne's scaling. Get a little nervous now, but again, the dive options here cannot be disrespected for the side of Team Vorax.
There's a whole lot that they have at their disposal. Starting is going to be so scary in this game. I've already seen him get 2 solo kills. We know what starting scaling can look like. Oh, yeah.
This could be number 3 if Takshi flashes away. Starting, flashing forward. Will get the kill. Meanwhile, it is traded bot lane. Griff diving under turret. Takes one onto Smeef. Yikes in trouble. Now 4 members. Sharks in the water. Onto Yikes. Jukes explosive cast, but falls regardless.
All right, cross-map plays. It looks like both teams have found which lane they want to carry through. For Team Vorex, it's his namesake. Everybody pile up in the Baron lane. Let's get all of these kills onto this Singed. And on the other side, Griff, the selected carry for Team Tekshi. As Tekshi struggling to keep his own turret alive. Oh boy.
He's slowing them. He's doing damage to them, but there's a lot of members of the enemy team nearby. The CC lockdown. Tekshi falls again. Full frontage is here. 80s as well. Onto starting. Smokescreen used. Trying to buy some time right now so Charmin Vorex can get out as well. And everybody's out of dodge. Full frontage with a flash forward. Does not find the slow. And that is a successful heist right now. But now Smeeve very far forward. Akshani looking for it. Can't find it.
And Nikki Taylor is playing on a knife's edge in this game on this Tristana. Yeah. Luckily, the rocket jump is more than enough to keep you safe, but you gotta be more careful than that one with all this crowd control. If Singed Goop gets thrown on top of you, you can no longer use that rocket jump to get yourself to safety. So Nikki Taylor gonna have to be more careful than this one. Another kill onto Tekshi, though. This Baron lane is just fully ravaged. No more turrets. And now Griff, this is not where you want to be.
Vayne all alone, actually turns it back around, lots of damage on the Charm! And that is some explosive damage coming out of this Vayne right now. Could turn it onto Vorex as well, barely doesn't have the damage.
Shutdown, probably worth for Team Vorex, but more kills into this Vayne is never really something that you want. And look at this, the Church of the Solari Charge Blade is in session. That's another one picked up. Griff has so much power now in this Vayne if he wants to go for another fight.
And more fights again in this mid lane right now. Easily picked off, starting. He's got a lot of the gold for the team. Without him here, that's rough news looking at these objectives.
Yeah. I really love the placement of the Goop and also the Moonfall for Asami as well. I really like that you are still finding ways to attack this Kali even in the ever-obnoxious Twilight Shroud. Now look at this bodyguard.
Look at Tekshi, literally just running straight at Nikki Taylor. She's dead. It's just not fair.
He lived.
Don't die to the Herald. Don't die to the... You just made the hero play. All right, it worked out for him. It worked out, everybody, as Griff will clean up another one onto Vorex. How do you stop a Singed, everybody? Griff still in some trouble right now. Locked with Exile Ultimatum, slowed down here by Yikes. Starting doesn't hit the 5-point strike. Sure can flip. You take the second charge. Griff going forward, gets another onto Yikes. Starting cannot get the kill. Under turret, defending with the barrier, gets out.
Starting tried to flash in with the shuriken flip onto Griff, but Griff with the sidestep completely dodged it, and all of that engage was able to be swatted away with the fly swatter that is condemned. Griff remains the one true carry on Team Tekshi with all of the front line, all the utility backing him up.
And Tekshi's still looking for more. He's looking for more. Under the Camille right now. Griff actually taking a lot of damage. No wild growth that time around. Keeping him safe. 80s trades it back. Starting still goes down. Smeeve up. Smeeve in trouble. Smeeve jumps forward. Nikki Taylor, where are you going? Vorex diving onto the back line solo as this Malphite. No follow-up. Yikes trying to do what he can, but it's not enough. Vorex goes down.
Tekshi lived with a sliver of HP, Genghis. The Ignite wasn't enough. He's just running rampant on this Singed. Look at him. He looks so jolly. Singed is so funny in this game, man. Look at the pep in his step.
He's just a surfer, bro, man. What can he say? He's just surfing around on the Rift, sliding, gliding, having a good time.
He knows just how devious he is. Oh, wait, Asami.
Arm's in trouble. Okay. Asami, lots of damage. Technical Ultimatum used. Arm back to the turret. Ooh, gets the fruit. Honey for keeping him alive for right now, but that's not for long.
No way to escape that one. That was a really nice brush play from Asami. And was not spotted out by Charm, using the Hextech Ultimatum, using the hook shot to just stay around the same area. It's enough stall time for the rest of Team Tekshi to arrive on the scene. Oh, speaking of Team Tekshi. I don't think Starting can actually take this at all.
And not at all. Like, it's not even close. Now that the Leandri's completed as well, but top side again. Nikki Taylor in some trouble right there. Goes down. Tekshi still looking for more. On to Starting. First ultimate used. Akshami's joined in. Starting just blown up despite the early game lead. And the rest of the team wants more. 80s looking on to Yikes. Charm's buying time. So is Vorix. The tag team combo. But they just don't have damage. They can't kill a single member of Team Tekshi. And they will rue the day that they tried. This should be an open top inhibitor turret.
80s is playing the solo front line incredibly well. On the other side, he's allowing Tekshi to be this menace of a Singed. Meanwhile, he's playing this front line
going for
his marksman, but the front line backs out. Griff, you can't stay around.
One more auto. He really wanted it. But the bottom turret will fall regardless. It doesn't matter. The base is cracked.
Yep, it's just in smithereens at this point, Kangas. Bot lane inhibitor dead. The top lane inhibitor on its last leg. Okay, Tekshi might go down here. I say might because he's still singed.
He is still singed. He's still running away. Charm desperately trying to chase him down. That's a flash follow. Charm had to use everything. Charm used everything just to get a kill onto a singed.
Might be worth it as they're moving over toward this Drake. Should be secured as Charm still has that smite available. Didn't actually need to use that against the Singed, funny enough. And there it is. That is the first objective of, well, probably still a loss at this point if we're being completely honest, Kangas. The lead is gigantic against them. It was just a consolation prize. Charm finds that one pick, finds that one Drake, but can they even put up a single bit of a fight around this Baron? I don't think so.
It's not looking likely. They'll approach, and they do have the engage. Remember, if they can get onto this backline, it's looking great, but the engage comes through from Team Tekshi. The Moonfall split fight, killing spree to Griff. Now jumping here onto Nikki Taylor. Shmeef has to run away from the fight. Just the front line left alive between Charm and Vorix, and under the turret, they're being engaged on as well. Oh, Team Tekshi just does not care about these turrets. They're looking for the kills, and they found 3 of them.
Oh, I can see it in Tekshi's eyes. He wants to go and take this turret. I knew it. I knew it, Kangas.
Oh, but the combo! They actually find one. Tekshi's still alive, though. He's got the stove plated. He bought time for the team. Now everyone else joined in. Charm's on the back line. Charm goes down. That's Camille. Very low health coming off of this, but the team is focused instead onto Vorix. Will fall, full frontage, dodging out on the Senna ult as well. Charm's out of there! Charm made it to safety. Oh, and Tekshi will fall as well, getting some revenge.
Oh, Griff is still in this 1v3 here. Completely out of mana on this Vayne. There are no more tumbles to be had for this champion. You're going to need to escape eventually. As somehow Charm has found a way to heal back up and will take this fight against 80s in full frontage. There's so much utility. There's so much shielding. But it's completely okay. As long as Charm doesn't hit 0 HP, he's going to keep fighting.
That was so close. But he survives. Woo! Wow, what a game. What a series of events right there, Smags. We're into the late game now. Super's pushing top and bot, but there's been a couple of picks now. Sunny very far forward. Kills starting. And that's worth it, even if you go down right here. That's the ego kill.
That's a full robbery. That's like going and robbing a bank, but then like leaving a note from where you're hiding with the money. You're just like, it's all right. I got away with it. I already did it. You can come catch me. It's completely okay.
I did it for the thrill, not for the cash prize. That's what that one is right there. They actually disrespecting the backing on their own vision. Just tapping it, walking around the map again here. And with the Supers pushing bot and top side, again, the Baron is the focus. And still, regardless of that, Team Vorix has still stopped it from going down.
They have so far. They're keeping themselves alive. They're keeping themselves in the fun of the moment right now with all of these extra picks that they're finding. And you can see that some of that gold is starting to take shape. They're getting a couple of items onto their big carries. Most notably, starting now has a hat alongside this extra damage. They have to put it to good use around this Baron. Right now, it's already a half HP.
Charm on the flank. Everyone else on the Baron here. It's very low. Confirmed right now for Team Tekshi. And the rest of Vorix actually win the fight afterwards. Right now, that was a big explosive cast from 80s. And Griff gets onto the back line. The Vayne 1v2ing with the help of Diana at the end. Vorex and Starting were nowhere near their back line, and they weren't getting much done themselves either. Full frontage falls, but with this push right now, he's a tanky boy. That Malphite's gonna survive for quite a while, but will fall at the end of the day, and that is game 1 going to Team Tech. She's still undefeated.
And I was really enjoying that tank fight by the end, Kangas. I think I could have watched that tank fight for another 3 minutes, and I would have been completely pleased. But
I'm happy it ended when it did. I think myself and Twitch chat are happy that one ended when it did.
Well, unfortunately for me, the minions were just too big. Thanks to those inhibitors taken earlier on in that game, Team Tekshi keep that undefeated streak alive, even with this substitute mid laner. A lot of props to Asami coming in. You know, you had to play against world-class mid laner Starting, who literally was playing up against the best mid laners in the entire world over at Horizon Cup less than a month ago, and you know, took the solo kills. It's completely okay. Wears it on his shoulder, goes into those team fights, and helps out tremendously well. Big props there.
I mean, it's easy to stay in the game and not get tilted when you got Tekshi on the Singe. Like, it's a free game at that point, right? Plus, Griff building Kobe's favorite new item. That's the Larry Charge Blade here. 4 items on the Vayne, 10 and 3. Griff had some incredible team fights there on the Vayne. Also, just winning the 2v2 with the Lulu lane. It felt like pretty much every lane other than Ikshami kept them in the game, and then Ikshami just showed up big in those late game team fights.
Yeah. Really like that playstyle. And again, whenever the Singed is here, you know that we're in for a fun time, and you know that we're probably in for a win for Team Tekshi. There's a reason that this champion was banned against him in the Summoner Series pretty much every single time. I feel like you might want to start taking notes there.
So I have a working theory now, because again, we went into this one not knowing what the team identity was going to be, what team movie we would have for Vorex. After that one, I have a new one. I have a new option I want to bring forward to Twitch chat right here. How do we feel about how the Grinch stole Christmas? Because at the beginning of the movie, he's not very, you know, Christmas spirited, right? He doesn't believe in it, but by the end, he learns. And I think that they didn't believe that Singed was gonna just solo carry that game, but by the end they were believers as well. It's a working theory. I think
we need more sample size, I think, as we're gonna get a game 2 of these two teams. Yeah, I like where your head's at with this one. I think this certainly could be the angle, especially if they do ban Singed this time and then they win. Then they're like, oh yeah, we're understanding the spirit of Team Tekshi. We're understanding the spirit of Code Red, and we do need to take away this champion. As I believe with that win, Team Tekshi did just lock themselves in first seed for the playoffs.
True. They were already locked in.
This. Yeah, but now they're first seed
already were guaranteed
in this group.
They cannot lose that because they have the head-to-head 2-0 against the other two teams, and now, you know, already picking up a win here means that they cannot mathematically get lower than their opponents right now in Team Borg. So big stuff. Big stuff for them. And again, the team that I doubted going into the day, now I feel really dumb. I was saying there was going to be a discrepancy between them and the old Team Chuck.
Maybe you're the Grinch, actually. So you're learning the spirit of this team, and you're learning to not disrespect them anymore.
I'll own that.
I
don't have the Grinch costume. Because apparently Rafa has a Grinch costume that he has not yet pulled out. I thought he was going to be wearing that in the last games. And I wanted him to put the Santa cloak over it, but he also had a hoodie on under that. I don't know how the man wears so many layers right now.
Yeah, true. It is winter, and he does live in Utah, which I assume gets pretty cold with all the mountains. It is freezing here in Michigan. Let me check real quick. It's actually not that cold right now. It's only 35 degrees. So
it's a pretty cold day here in LA. Here, let's quick look it up. LA temperature. I'm gonna guess it's not below. Oh, hey, actually 55. 55.
All right.
That's a rainy day.
That's pretty chilly. Yeah.
That's
yesterday. Yesterday in Michigan,
checking on Kobe, make sure he's good.
Yeah, it was 20 degrees yesterday in Michigan, so that was pretty tough. But it looks like today it's only 35, so not quite as cold. Yeah, I know, man. It's pretty crazy here in Michigan, and you know sometimes I don't know if you know what this is here, Kang. This is a California dweller. I know you used to live in Minnesota.
I'm from the tundra.
we get what's called lake effect snow, which just makes the snow way worse and more frequent as well, because you get all the moisture from like Lake Michigan and all the lakes that are just surrounding the Mitten State, you know, and they all just come crashing down into us, and it is not a fun time. So you know, fingers crossed it doesn't happen anytime soon. You know, maybe after the holidays will be good, because I got to do a bunch of driving for that. Yeah.
I do miss it though. I'm not gonna lie. Ever since moving to LA,
You missed the
I
snow?
have missed the snow. I'm gonna be going back to visit family again this Christmas.
It looks
It's
pretty.
a surprise. So
It
nobody
looks
told
really
my
pretty.
family. It does look
Okay.
pretty. Yeah, and it's super fun to play. My goal is to get as much social media content filmed as I can of me just doing silly workouts in the snow. When I want to deadlift in the snow, a squat in the snow.
Yeah, you gotta get yourself like a Speedo, and then just like only wear that, and just like do all this workout stuff in the cold.
Maybe not a Speedo. I think we're keeping it with compression shorts. I think.
Okay,
I think,
all right.
I think we're gonna keep the brand.
That's acceptable.
You know, family friendly here. But that aside, we're ready for game 2 of this best of 2 series, the last of the group stage, everybody. Before we get into the semi-finals matches, now we already have Team Texas locked in first seed. I actually haven't done the math here. If Team Vorix loses, they were 1-1 against Team Chuck. So if Team Chuck wins 2-0 against in their match right now, we could actually have a tiebreaker. That would be interesting. Yeah. So this is a big win for Team Vorix. They really want this one.
Yeah, if they do win this, then they avoid all possibilities of that tiebreaker. So they definitely want to do that. They already took that 1-1 against Team Chuck. That would be their direct competition. And yeah, we will have to find out how that actually goes if, in fact, they do lose this game. And, you know, based on the trajectory of Team Texas,
Team Chuck wins 2-0 in their other series.
Yes.
So it's still turbulent either way, but there's a world.
We'll update you. We'll update you on whether or not that happens once we get those results in. Team Texas has all this momentum with all their wins. They won't have the Singed momentum anymore, though, as that has finally hit the man table.
And I love watching some Singed gameplay. One of the first champs I picked up when I wasn't even playing on the NA servers because they didn't exist, so the ping was so high that all I could do was play Singed. Those are fun days. In PC League of Legends, I got my second ever pentakill on Singed. And yes, you heard me right. I got a pentakill on Singed. This was in Season 4. So 2014, I did it by running around the enemy team's fountain. And I just got a pentakill because they kept walking into me, thinking that I would surely die to the turrets, and I did not. In fact, I've been playing League of Legends PC for 6 years. I got my first pentakill this year in 2021.
Oh, congratulations! Yeah. What'd you get it on?
Pantheon in an ARAM. Big surprise.
I should have guessed. Should have guessed it was Pantheon. Yeah.
But Pantheon is on the table right now. Pantheon's been banned against Team Texas a lot already, and maybe they go for it. Sean's locked in with the Lulu Caitlyn lane down there, going up against Garen Olaf. Pantheon into Garen. It's not the best matchup, but it can hang.
I really like the Lulu once more here, Kangas, because it's with 2 marksmen now at this point. We already saw just how deadly it was with the Vayne from before. You get that same utility, and even if your first marksman dies, you got a second one. You got a backup. You get an extra one in your back pocket just to be sure. It's like when you're playing Uno and you drop a draw 4, and then you're like, all right, well, I'm gonna get you next time, and then you drop another draw 4, and you're just like, well, I guess I'm drawing 8.
We got a next
I'm losing this one. Yeah. Maybe they draft a 3rd marksman, and then it gets really crazy.
That's how you do it. That's how you do it. Yeah. What could they round this out with? Maybe Graves jungle. And then throw Seraphine into another lane. That'd be fun. But right now they're hovering the Dr. Mundo. That would also be a pretty fun one because it's just a big front line for these AD carries to play behind.
Dr. Mundo, pretty similar in playstyle to Singed, I feel. Maybe slightly less annoying because you're not running at him and like trying to kill him. You're running away from him because the Dr. Mundo will just keep hitting you with the cleavers and you can't really do anything to stop him. So definitely in the same genre of champion as Singed, but slightly different.
Interesting to note that I think Team Taxi, it might be the first team. I don't remember last series with Rafa and Kobe casting. Might be the first team actually drafting outside of player position order. If you look over here at the side of Team Borax, again, they're just kind of drafting for themselves. But Team Taxi, they're willing to draft out of order and then swap their picks at the end of it. That's a pretty big advantage in the draft phase.
Yeah, you know, that might mean that they did some preparation as a team just yesterday, last night, because as we know, in Wild Rift, if you have played 20 games or more with your friends, then you become close friends in Wild Rift, and then you can share your champion pool.
True.
So that might be it. Or it could just be that Full Frontage, as the outside member of the squad, not a professional player, maybe he just plays Wild Rift. Maybe he just has all these champions like the Akshan. So that could also be a possibility.
I like to believe that that's the world where all the players in this tournament have played enough games. They're all best friends. They're gamers together, man. I've seen starting swap through a lot of different champions, but the Mundo is locked in here. J4 for 80s as well. Starting, is he going to let the randomizer decide it for him? I'd like it. A fun strategy.
I hope not, because then he might accidentally lock in one of the Kayle or Morgana champions, and I don't think those are allowed. So hopefully he doesn't just hit random, because we might have a little bit of a problem here. It looks like he's cycling through a lot of the champions that he plays himself. So I can't imagine that it would be too out of the ordinary. And it's not. We have the Irelia, a lot of physical damage on that team up against a tank that is something you have to think about. Some teams don't draft tanks, and you can get away with going full AD. They're going to draft plated steel caps, but that's the worst thing that's going to happen. Mundo can build, like, all armor items and be completely fine in this game and never die.
I mean, he can probably straight towards that Thornmail. Also can even get into... I don't know if you've been experimenting with this, but in the Baron lane, I like Mundo with the Dead Man's play, because, again, it just gives you more sticking power.
Fun.
It's harder for people to get away from you, too. And you can rotate around the map so fast with that item. It's insane. So... yeah, I'm liking the draft from Taxi. So far, I haven't really noticed like any big weaknesses on their team, other than like maybe champ pool stuff. But now things are getting banned out. They're grabbing new champs. I think it's cool. They might be my front runners now in this tournament. Of the teams we've seen so far, we haven't seen everybody, but they're looking like the team to beat.
Something else that's really funny that happened there is that Asami did get Akshan, and I know Asami made this account specifically to play Akshan. That's why it's called Akshami. So
that makes
probably
sense.
Probably why they first picked it. So potentially a very solid comfort pick here. I haven't seen like an Akshan main really yet in PC League or Wild Rift, because they came out at the same time in both games. So very new champion. There aren't really any like one tricks yet. So I'm excited to see if there's any like crazy tech that this champion has that I just don't know.
Interesting to notice, Starting's one of the pro players that picked up Akshan first as well. He actually even played a game of it at the Horizon Cup on the international stage. So somebody should know how to go into this matchup there. But we're into game number 2, everybody. The last game of the group stage before we get to the knockout stage. We will be streaming the semifinals. One of the games from the semifinals, then we'll stream the third place match, and then we'll stream the finals. So still more Wild Rift action to happen throughout the day, but let's see if Team Taxi can get there undefeated.
Yep, all of those best of 3s as well. So there's definitely a potential for a lot more Wild Rift after this one. Of course, like you said, these are best of 2s, so no matter which way this one goes, we will be done with that group stage, and let's just find out who's going to take it. I already really liked the Mundo passive being put to get used. Did you see that in the mid lane where he was walking up and Yikes tried to flank him with the headbutt, and he just shrugged it off? He's like, oh, there's a cow on my face. I guess I don't really care.
See, Yikes had to play a couple months with old Mundo, and then new Mundo came out in Wild Rift. The update went through, so maybe he's just not used to it. Yeah, if he doesn't play a lot of League BC. Yeah, Mundo's passive is pretty strong. Let's see if he's able to survive, though, against Garen Olaf, which don't actually do any hard CC, but can still try and chase him down regardless.
A very recently updated champion has a few more tools, and we'll try to use them against Charm. Smite secures the crab for Charm, and now running away. Yeah, can't really do anything if you're Mundo right here. You don't have your ultimate quite yet, and Olaf just does the same thing that you do, but slightly stronger.
Yeah, I like this. I love it. Yeah, he's just headbutting 80s away from the camp right now, but it's actually Charm this could be in some trouble right here. Very low health bar, flashes the wall, dies to the ignite. Actually follows up. Ikshami's here too. Can they chase down more kills? Starting in trouble, starting taking damage. Ikshami get with the autos. Oh! Starting survives because good guy Yikes roams all the way up.
And Tekshi died to the ignite there too. No way to stop that extra burn damage on top of him. That kill goes over to Vorax, I believe. Yes, it does. So that's just 2 kills, 1 each for the solo lanes on Team Vorax. A much stronger start than we saw before. As now 80s.
80s?
This is a dangerous spot.
Oh, he's overstayed.
Yeah. Great
He took
start.
the blue buff. He stayed for, I don't know if he took the wolves, but he stayed for the Gromp. That was definitely staying too long.
Charm now a scoundrel for Akshami or Asami to go and take. But I don't know if you want this 1v2 yet. That's pretty tough.
yeah, he's a scoundrel. He's a scoundrel, all right. Getting a kill there in the mid lane against Ikshami. That hooligan on the Rift right now. 1.5k gold lead here for Team Vorax. Great start, as again, reminder, if they win this, no tiebreaker scenarios. They lock in 2nd seed and guarantee a knockout spot, so it's a big game for them.
Definitely is. And starting with a 3-minute Blade of the Ring King is already a great way to open this one out and try to take a single game off of the undefeated Team Tekshi so far. You won't get first seed away from them, but you will lock in that playoff bout for yourself, as that one's going to be starting immediately after this. Asami is really struggling to get some meaningful damage down onto this Irelia all of a sudden, and it's a very similar situation to what we saw before, where it was really struggling to stay alive against Starting's Akali at that time. Turns out Starting is pretty good at a lot of these assassin champions.
Exactly. He's got a pretty deep champion pool. One of the best players in all of North America. And now the team overall benefiting from that mid lane pressure. They rotate here to this dragon. Start of this objective. Bot lane's pushed in. We could see a fight here as Team Tekshi, they're approaching. 5v5 on the table right now. It's in the cards. Dragon's low. Starting goes in. Starting jumping straight onto Ikshami. Nobody's peeling the Akshan, but he's got the damage. Can he take it onto Starting? Starting's still alive. Tekshi will trade it back right now, but what's happening elsewhere in the fight? It's actually Team Vorax coming out on top right here, but will that be for long? Vorax flashes away. Tekshi still has flash. Flash Cleaver gets the kill.
Tekshi and Expert Mundo dodgeball, but you can't dodge the Alistar. One more stun, a couple more auto attacks. Tekshi has the healing, but it's not quite enough. Charm arrives, and it's a full team slaughter. Still going. Nikki Taylor's on the run.
Griff's chasing her down, but look at Starting.
It's Papa
Roaming
Starting.
around the corner in polymorph, but that was an early polymorph. Traps down, but an early trap. Griff, I don't know if he can make it out of here. The stun from Starting, the wild growth, full frontage, but it's not enough. The damage is too big from this Aurelia, even through the exhaust. And that's a double kill over to Team Vorax.
You definitely don't want to run into the minion wave against Irelia, giving her time to stack up that Ionian fervor. Asami trying to get some low members up in this Baron lane, but the Honey Fruit makes sure that Charm stays alive for a little while longer. Comeuppance is here. Can Vorax?
No damage.
Okay, the friendship.
Yeah, Ikshami not having quite enough items for that ultimate to actually do a lot of damage. Just kind of tickles Charm there. But he's doing damage regardless. That was a 1v2 scenario, and he almost got a kill, if not 2. Now the rest of Team Tekshi grouping up in the mid lane right now, trying to siege in onto this turret.
Oh boy.
Oh, yikes. Living up to his namesake, everybody. That was a lot of damage that he just took right there, as now Charm goes forward, but locked into the Cataclysm. You can dodge CC, but you cannot run through wall.
Oh! That was a solo kill for Asami up in the Baron lane as well, on top of a Garen, no less. This Tekshi is just, Mundo really do be going where he pleases.
He do be. doobie smacks. Mike, I mean, right when we think that Team Vorax has it in the bag. Hey, look at this. They got a couple kills. They got the dragon. At least they were going for it. Now it's all on the side of Team Tekshi. Akshami, very far forward, alone, isolated, dead.
Again, Asami did steal away the red buff, so I feel like this is just a recurring theme. He's just like dealing some mental damage, you know, getting in there. Ha! I'm taking all your camps. You can kill me, it's okay. I know I'm living in your head rent free.
Tekshi, meanwhile, says, "I'm just gonna 1v4 under my turret, try and keep it alive." Do they think they're not killing him? They're not killing him. Do they go for the turret? Do they go for the Mundo? They could not decide, and that might just be their bane. Yikes with the pulverized knock up, but ace in the hole guarantees the kill. Traded back.
Are we certain that Tekshi can actually receive damage in this game? Are we certain that this is not a bug?
I'm not confident.
I feel like we need to do some investigation on this one, because Tekshi is just walking around murdering everyone. He doesn't even care about the snap traps. He came out with more health than he lost with that one thanks to the passive. This is hysterical. Tekshi, he's using his Singe skills to play the very newly updated Dr. Mundo so well.
He's been preparing his whole life for this one, Smacks. It doesn't even have that much armor, no, mind you. I believe probably has a split steel caps already under that stone plate. Yep. Only a bramble vest. It's gonna get worse. It's gonna get worse, everybody.
Yep. He's got the the offensive item for the tanks with the Sunfire, so he's dealing more damage with his autos. Oh,
Akshami. Nice pick here.
Nice brush play.
And now they actually have everybody corralled. 80s goes over the wall, 1v1 in here against Charm. Good damage, but Griff now starting! Just dancing around the battlefield, actually taking too much damage. The knock up, the CC starting, still alive, but they might have bought time. The play has turned. Griff is alive. The Caitlyn knocking damage into the Cataclysm, but a double kill over to Tekshi. It's the tank that's carrying the fight. Triple kill to Tekshi, and he's looking for more. Chasing it down. He's got the passive back up. Can he get yikes? The damage is there. He's gonna chase it down. Another cleaver into Charm. The cooldowns are so low. Oh, Charm with a decimating strike will deny the Penta.
Tekshi dribbled the ball all the way down the court, and then Charm smacks it out of his hand right there, Kangas. Can't steal away the Drake, even though starting arrives with a teleport from Yikes, but he certainly can try to get all these kills.
And he can try for another chase down. Not finding it, though. Akshami, oh no, again, very far forward, but
he's running into Aurelia!
This Akshan does damage for sure. Starting, corralling Akshami back to his side of the rift right now. And Akshami can try and run away, but there's really no escape.
Rift Heralds picked up at the side of Team Vorax as well. Ashami is showing us definitely some adventurous Akshan gameplay. I'm feeling like I'm getting some flashbacks to my own Bard gameplay from some League of Legends PC games. I can't wait for that champion to be released in Wild Rift, by the way. That's going to be a fun time. I can't wait to terrorize Alpha Battery with that one. As Yikes moving forward into this jungle, trying to lay Bouncer for starting, who just barely doesn't get to take out that turret. But it's okay, because they're pressuring two lanes at the same time. Thanks to that Rift Herald they picked up from before, they will be able to get at least one of these turrets.
Ooh, turret secured, but Nikki Taylor locked in the Cataclysm afterwards. Nice engaged timing there from 80s, finding the right moment. And this game's really close, Max. This is pretty much deadlocked here. Very small lead right now for Team Tekshi, but they could find a lot of a lead here. Starting and Yikes, really far forward. Knock up on a starting. It's a good triple stun, but they'll still die.
Oh, and too late. They were too far. I think Akshan may have just given him an escape path with a headbutt, but there is still a lot of damage with this champion. No, not going to want to go any further than that. Alistar just too tanky, ghosting away on top of it, not wanting to go any further than that one. It's been burned 6 too many times in this game, Kangas.
Just a couple. In those instances, I was like, Sean, not like I'm trying to coach the Akshan main named Akshami, but you don't really want to use your hookshot early. You You want to use that to follow up on wherever the Alistair's trying to run away to rather than jumping in faster onto him. But regardless, well done from Yikes to get out of that.
Yeah, definitely like that one. Yikes has had some really solid engage in this game. I have to give him a lot of credit. As we were mentioning before that the tanks in this game on the side of Team Tekshi are going to have an easy time building just a bunch of armor. That is also true of Yikes. As you can see, he's going for the Dead Man's Play into the Bramble Vest. Not really any magic damage outside of Tekshi exclusively in this game.
I was going to say, did you see that triple kill earlier?
Oh, I did. I'm not saying he's not terrifying. He is. But it is still a valuable stat to have. I like that he's going for all this armor.
Fair enough. It does make a lot of sense. You can also still get around the map. And notably, Tekshi, for the War Mugs, not as much armor, just more raw health. Still great for his kit. 80s, can he get out of this one? Oh, perfectly timed.
Yeah, I really like that one. Yikes with the attempt. It was a solid attempt. There's definitely a window where you can deny Jarvan in that dash, but just barely missed it too early on that one, I believe. Tekshi may have found a rampaging Olaf. Oh, nice flash.
Has to flash out of Cataclysm. Yikes with a headbutt, but now has no escape tool. Starting, doesn't want the fight. Everyone's trying to get away, but they can't decide which direction. One fall, two fall, picked up by the side of Team Tekshi. And they're chasing for more. Maybe not under the turret, though. Starting, Smeef and Charm have gotten to safety. They lost 2 members.
You can see in Team Tekshi's eyes that they saw a potential for them to go under that turret, but they're saying, no, 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 no. We want to stay undefeated. We want to be the favorite to win the entire Code Red tournament. They're keeping that alive for themselves. They move over to this Baron. They don't overextend underneath the turret. And Kangas, we were singing the praises of Team Vorax in the early game for showing us a competitive game. And while it still is that, it feels like Team Tekshi's wins are continuously inevitable.
Inevitable is the right word right there, and we all know how Home Alone ends. It is Macaulay Culkin that walks away the victor, so no surprise right here. All, jokes aside, though, impressive way to come back into a game. They've just stayed focused on these objectives. Maybe not the Rift Heralds, but they are going for these dragons. As I see it, Rift alone. But Yikes doesn't want to over-index into that, overextend. 3 dragons now picked up by Team Tekshi.
Oh, Taylor just got solo killed by a Dr. Mundo. Not the most pleasant way to go out. Is Tekshi now 6 kills with his 3 items. With this Baron buffed up wave and no extra wave clear on the ranged variety for Nikki Taylor, you have to imagine that this turret's fallen.
Yikes trying to go for an engage. Maybe if they can fight under the turret, force it, they can turn this around. Yikes doing a good job frontlining 80s with Cataclysm. Yikes gets out, but the turret falls.
What's it?
And now the damage just keeps coming
This
through
could be
here.
it.
Griff just untouched. Baron minions on the Nexus. Do we get an undefeated team going into the knockout stage? I think the answer is yes. Hit the Nexus.
Woo!
Team Tekshi undefeated 2-0. They're going to semis.
Well done to Team Tekshi. The underdogs from our projections at the start of the day, Kangas, we thought they might struggle. We thought that they might have some hardships in this one. But led by the captain up there in the Baron lane, Team Tekshi really showing their stuff in all 4 of the games that we got to see them on stream. 6-0 overall in their group. And we get to see the player names of who just brought us that phenomenal victory.
The player names, the stat lines, Griff, of course, having a great performance. But, speaking of expectations, Smacks, I don't think anybody expected a 10-year-old boy to defeat 2 grown men trying to rob his house. But we all know the plot. We all know how the movie ends. Congratulations to Team Tekshi. And look at that damage output from Tekshi. That Mundo topping the charts in damage dealt and damage taken.
That's true. Best of both worlds of this champion. And again, I really like the look here from Tekshi. It's a very unique playstyle that he brings to the table, but with the reworked Dr. Mundo and Singe still in this game, it's definitely a good playstyle. It's definitely a valuable one that we're seeing him highlight for us today. And while you do have a couple of bans that you can throw his way and maybe stop that one from happening, he already showed that he is just super, super valuable on this squad. Perhaps the MVP.
Perhaps the MVP indeed. We got Rafa and Kobe back on with us right now. All right, there we go, Robin. That's what I was talking about. I'm happy you finally cracked it out for the show today.
That is unsettling.
It is. It is a little creepy. I'm not going to lie, but I like it. So, Mr. Grinch, I know you're watching those games. I believe that you are also on the naughty list. I don't know if he can talk with that mask on or not, so maybe I shouldn't pass him the first question. But what were your thoughts on that last match? 2 questions for you. You can answer either one you want. Either A, what is the movie officially for Team Vorix, or what were the naughty and nice plays from that game? I'll give you the option.
Nice, definitely sexy. Oh God, my hat! My hat!
No!
Christmas is ruined.
It's doomed. Bah humbug.
Wait, but you're supposed to ruin Christmas. You're the Grinch. So.
Let's go. Christmas is ruined. No, Hexy, definitely number 1 on my nice list because the Mundo. We almost saw a pentakill from the Mundo. He was running everyone down by the end game. That was crazy.
That was a good one. That was a good one. Nothing on the naughty list. What about you, Kobe? Kobe, we got to figure out a movie for Team Vorix because they will still presumably go to the semifinals depending on how Team Chuck's game goes. There could be a tiebreaker between the two of them, so that would need to be decided. But do we have any analogy for a team that's like winning in the early game and then loses in the late game? I don't know.
So the problem is I don't watch holiday movies. The only one I know is Elf because that's my dad's favorite movie.
Well, you know what?
So my answer to every holiday movie question will be Elf.
You know what? I'll save the day with this one. I think that they're Frosty the Snowman because they have a bunch of fun times in the early game. You know, they're holly and jolly, and then Frosty melts.
And spring comes.
Really downer end to such a happy movie, honestly. But
there's the promise of next year. They're gonna build him again. It's like that friend that is only around once a year. I don't know where that analogy's going, but regardless, let's take a look at the replays again here because we have an undefeated
like that friend
team
who has a carrot for a nose.
Yeah, like we all have that guy.
Yeah, we all know that guy. Every friend group's got one. Do we think that Texie's the team to beat now? Can we say that they're tournament favorites definitively now that they are undefeated in their?
I'm getting that impression because unless you actually have a viable strategy where you ban away both Singed and Dr. Mundo, and then that's his entire champion pool gone, then maybe that's an angle you can take. But I've seen Texie play for months now, and I don't feel like that is entirely going to be super effective. I feel like he will just have a lot of other tanks he can provide to his team and still do maybe a lesser version of what he's showing us right now, but still just as effective.
I definitely have
Prophet,
to agree.
you concur?
Yeah, because Tekshi has been grinding multiple accounts for different lanes and different specific champions. So I think even if you take away the Singe, the Garen, as he first kind of made his rise to prominence within the Summoner Series and the high NA solo queue ladder, he can play a variety of champions. He's adaptable. So I would imagine that Tekshi is going to be just fine, even if they throw a lot of bans towards his way.
I'm breaking rank. I think Group B is a stronger group. I think both teams, Iraqi, Zoro, and Zello, both have good chances. Yeah, I don't think they're a shoo-in yet.
All right.
Okay, I like it. A little bit of a split desk here. It keeps things spicy. And we have those semifinals coming up right after this. But before we send a break and get ready for those, we got our next giveaway, everybody. You already know what to do. You should know by now. You've been doing it all day. Verizon 5G in the chat right now for a chance to win $500. We're giving away $5,000 total on the day. I believe this is 5 or 6. I don't know. Either way, we're over that halfway point after this. So make sure that you're still spamming that. Make sure you're tuning in throughout the rest of the day. And we're sending into a short break before we are back with our first semifinals match right after this.
any games on your phone?
And surprise, we're actually back here, everybody. We thought we were going to go to the semifinals to start things off, but I was wrong because we actually have a tiebreaker. Max, it happened over in Group A. We got Team Vorix and Chuck that are literally tied right now, so we got a best of one ahead of us.
We, on the stream, have seen both of them take unfortunate losses to our undefeated team in Team Tekshi, and now we get to see them duke it out for one last remaining spot in that top 4, in that playoff bracket where they can play a couple of best of 3s. So both these teams really wanting to get to that point, and we're already quite a bit of the ways through this draft here, Kangas. Your favorite champion has been locked in. It's the Pantheon.
Not banned! Not banned! Finally, we get to see it and also see why it's been banned so much. I think Pantheon is just an extremely oppressive champion, but it's a little strange because we see the Malphite and the Nami locked in too, which means probably not Malphite support. Probably not Pantheon Baron lane. That means ideally a jungle or a mid lane, and it's Yikes hovering it right now, so that would be a jungle Pantheon, which I'm not gonna lie, I'm not the biggest fan of. I don't think it's clear is that good. So it's sad. I'm excited, but you know, I'll still hold out hope.
It's bittersweet. That's what that is.
Bittersweet.
You're feeling a lot of emotions over there in the play-by-play booth. You know, he's still here, so I think that counts for something. And you know, while you were talking about the roles that Pantheon fills, I had a really good idea. What if after this, you and I try some Pantheon Nami in the duo lane? I feel like that'd be pretty fun. Because you jump on them, I bubble them, and then you get the Tide Caller's Blessing. That sounds
on my triple autos. Oh,
yeah. You see what I'm saying? I think we're getting somewhere with this. Because you know the classic combo in PC League is Pantheon with Talia, but she's not here yet, so gotta switch over to Nami. I feel like it could work.
I do like that. But let's catch up on the drafts that have been happening here between these teams themselves. The Pantheon's exciting, but we got Mundo again.
Yep. It looks like Chuck has been taking notes from the Tekshi match that we just watched. Also, Chuck has been playing this champion quite a bit. I've just watched the Rift Masters tournament that went on a couple of days ago, and they did win the entire tournament, Tribe that is. And with Chuck playing this Mundo, it actually did look pretty unstoppable there. So, not quite Tekshi level. I wasn't head over heels in love with the pick in the hands of Tribe, but yeah, no, I was just really impressed by the way that Tekshi was able to be just so obnoxious with this champion. But even still, Chuck does have a lot of practice on this new tank pick for the Baron lane.
I think it's exciting that we see it picked up so much, especially post rework. Because I'm not gonna lie, like Mundo before the rework was pretty much just really unplayable, really bad. But with this rework, it's like okay, he's actually got a place in the meta right now, which is pretty exciting. And it's going to be probably a pretty boring lane in that top lane because Malphite versus Mundo, not a lot of action.
You don't like
just
tank
farm
fights?
it up. I'm not the biggest fan of that. But again,
It's
this
like,
Pantheon,
it's like sumo wrestling.
it is a little bit. It is a little bit. But I do want to say that the Pantheon jungle, the strength of this is that it can gank when most junglers cannot. Very strong level, honestly level 1, level 2 gank pressure because he's a jungler that provides his own CC and a lot of burst damage right away. And also with that ultimate, once you level 5, you can get behind people that are shoved out or even counter gank very effectively. So my eyes are immediately going here onto this Pantheon and how is this going to impact.
Oh, surprise, surprise. Kangas wants to see Pantheon gameplay. Really cool there, man. I was not expecting that. Something else I wasn't expecting that we just got word of. On the other side, on the other group, Irakizoro and Zello, both of those teams are actually playing a best of 1 as well. It's a tiebreaker for first seed. Both those teams already qualified for the playoffs, but because they went 1-1 against each other and they went 2-0 against everybody else, they now will have to play to see who's going to be first seed. The first seed of that match, the winner of that match, I should say, will play the winner of this one in a best of 3, and the loser of that match will play up against Team Tekshi. And we will watch one of those matchups after this best of 1.
Exactly. And honestly, I mean, that's cool. I'm excited that that's also got a tiebreaker there, but this is the more exciting one. Because this determines who's still in the tournament.
It's playoff stakes,
not
baby.
just the seeding. This is literally the last spot here from this group to make it into the knockout stage. And we did see both of these teams. Unfortunately, we only saw both of these teams against Team Texi that were undefeated. So it's kind of rough to say that, like, or maybe not rough. It's difficult to power rank them against each other. So we're just going to let the gameplay speak for itself as we are loaded into the Rift.
Right into the swing of things and looking more at what these compositions actually do. The level 2 gank is certainly possible. Yikes. Trying to hit level 3 before this, but might not have enough time to do it. His EU import is really, really low. Oh, man.
Flashed away.
Oh,
ooh, starting wasn't ready.
All right.
Can't block it. Starting wasn't ready, but they still get the kill. And that was actually still first blood to starting because of the ignite.
Man, if Yikes didn't pop the shield, he actually would have lived there, and it would have been a clean 1-0. But unfortunately, didn't know that he doesn't block turret damage anymore. So unfortunate there for Yikes, but it's still all right. It's still salvageable because starting did get first blood thanks to the ignite.
Picked up that first blood off of that early gank. It is flashed down, though, on Yikes right now, and High's trying to take advantage of that. Flashes away. Yikes falls down. D'Enzio picking up that kill. That's exactly what I was going to highlight. When Pantheon doesn't have flash, you have no defensive tools to get away from a J4 at that point.
Man, Kangas, I feel kind of bad. I was hyping up your favorite champion being picked in this game, and now we're 2 minutes in, and it's died twice. I feel I may have
this is pretty par for my experiences, too, so, I mean... he's really living up to the pick's potential.
You're making me rethink on whether or not I wanna see this Pantheon in our games with you. But you know, I'm just joshing. We can play some ranked after this one. It'll be good. Yeah, Yikes definitely struggling at this early stage of the game. The Jarvan more effective so far for High, who again is piloting this champion. We know he hasn't played this game a whole lot, but going back to the old standard pick for him. And Aoki, who also is not a professional player in this game. I've been impressed by the recon so far in this game. The crowd control and the movement have been really top-notch.
And he's one of those champions that can be actually kind of mechanically difficult to pull off in this game. The engage and a corruption onto Smith. Nice. Nikki Taylor goes down because Aoki just does not miss on this recon.
Yeah, that was a great combination. Again, I'm continuously impressed by Aoki's skill on this recon champion. I have been trying to make this champion work because it is my most played in PC League of Legends, and it's really difficult, man. It's not easy in Wild Rift. All the movement can sometimes make your head spin. So I'm really impressed that he's been able to make this work. And of course, D'Enzio, solid as ever, finding that chain of corruption. You know this guy will be a reliable carry for you late game.
On the Varus as well, and we've even seen D'Enzio on this pick so far today. 1-0-1, already has a Mana completed. Building up those stacks here. Dragon's on the table too, so is Herald. Let's see which objective the teams look to focus on. Starting's already roamed up into the mid lane. Actually, rather, he is still in the mid lane right now, as it was Smeef on the Jinx in that Dragon lane. Love it when there's the double marksman compositions here, but we have our question answered because it is, of course, Chuck. It's earlier to this, and they even get a pick on the enemy support. Can they get the mid lane, or can they get everybody locked in the Cataclysm? Galley Ultimate's coming down. The heroic entrance from the team, and a double kill over to Chuck, living up to the name of the Mundo, and 3 kills at the end of the day.
Starting just barely surviving that one too. Could have very easily been a 4th with one more auto attack. Jinx Rocket, oh, that could have been the kill onto High and Aoki. Flash for starting to reposition the culling, but the range just is not there. Tidal Wave trying to bounce back under this wave. A double bubble into the Pantheon ultimate. They get a couple of kills for that jungler. They miss out on the Drake.
Oh, yeah, you lose the objective, but you'll take it. Yikes now, we're sitting 0-3 on the Pantheon. That's a big injection of gold now onto this champion. They can shove in this lane, or the wave, and then go right for the next objective, which is this Herald.
Oh, you have to be careful. Everyone that you just killed is alive again. You have to do this really fast, or you have to be prepared to turn for the fight. Charm in position.
No single ultimate here on the side of Team Vorex, and you can tell that they're not ready for this fight. High 1v2 against starting, and Import getting to kill himself. Killing spree for Zio. The slaughter comes through for Team Chuck. Yikes and Charm under their top turret. Just try to survive as long as they can. Import with the double stun. Zio with the double arrow. Under the turret, they're taking damage, but if they can get these kills, it will be worth it. Killing spree shut down and a rampage for Zio.
Chuck understanding his role to a T on this Dr. Mundo. They're tanking up the turret. He's completely okay to go down as long as they get those kills, as long as they pick up that objective. And Team Chuck off to the races. Look at the scoreline for the Dragon Lane. That is both of them participating in 9 kills. No deaths quite yet. These guys have been really crushing it in this game.
9 out of 11 ain't too bad. Starting knocked up. That's Nami ultimate out. And they don't even hard commit for the play regardless. So Import's still fine here, can catch this next wave. And back to farming here for the side of Team Chuck. They are getting everything on the map here. They still haven't even dropped this Herald, and you got to imagine that that's their next play.
Thinking about using it around this map, Chuck. Trying to push out this wave. It looks like High is taking a while to figure out what he wants to purchase. You know, it's definitely not easy in this game to navigate the shop coming from League of Legends. So you can't really blame him for taking the extra moment to make sure he's getting the right item there. But he does end up with a stone play. I really like this combination with Jarvan. It makes you so tanky, makes you so safe, even when you go well past your limits with the Cataclysm. Oh boy, nice flash! Wow.
Takes over the wall. Flash out of Zio. Aoki trying to turn around. Chain of Corruption, but the shield from Yikes can't really get damage through that, so he's fine. Gets out safely. But I mean, you gotta keep looking for plays as the Pantheon. This is not a champion that will scale incredibly well into the late game. You need to make plays happen early and actually succeed.
Oh no, Nikki Taylor is about to find out that Jinx does not really have a fun time against Dr. Mundo, let alone the rest of his team. Look at this. Chuck even tanking the turret to the last moment. That's a clean kill onto Nikki Taylor. A clean Rift Herald now popped. Nami ultimate?
Aoki actually taking a lot of damage. Starting gets the kill. High straight on top of him. And the 1-2 punch of that plus the arrow is enough. Now Pantheon ulting in here. High very far forward. Cannot get away. That's the stun combo we were talking about, but he flashes the wall. High's alive. And the follow-up from Vorex says, where you going, buddy? I got a present for you. Merry Christmas. 2 kills over to Team Vorex.
The Rocket canceling the recall of Chuck. Okay. Knows that he's no longer safe where he's recalling. Has to walk away so he does not get taken out by that Pantheon spear. And we're getting kills on both teams at this point, gang, as we're seeing that Team Vorex is capable of punishing when the enemies go past where they are capable of leaving. And they're finding these kills. They're finding them onto these scaling members. Starting 3 kills now, has that double crit powerhouse item pair. High.
But you gotta stay alive if you're a Smeef here. Runs back to the safety. Yikes takes the chain of corruption. Starting chase down by Chuck. Flashing forward. Mundo wants it, and he goes exactly where he wants to. But not under the entire turret. So he does decide to back up.
Civil War. Teammate on teammate violence. This Chuck
it's
just
so
chasing
sad.
Starting. You know, that's probably why he didn't fully go underneath the turret. He's like, well, I don't want to be that mean to Starting right now. I'm just playing Dr. Mundo. But you know,
can't make next season too awkward.
Yeah, exactly, man. You got to keep those in-team relationships alive. You don't want to be upset at the team dinners.
As now the rest of the team again getting that second dragon though. So I mean, he's just a distraction really. Like Chuck, he doesn't need the kill. He drew 3 members of Team Vorex up to that top side of the map and still survived. So 3 objectives now, and another on the map here. Rift Herald just spawning.
Fully envisioned, though. I like the vision coverage here for Team Vorex. They have this Scuttle Crab. They have a ward in the pit, so they can see the Rift Herald. And if they want to engage, which
this
they
is
do,
the
they
Kangle.
will.
This is the Kangle. Pantheon ult right into 5. Is it going to work out for the team? got the shield up. He's still alive. Vork's in trouble. They get one kill. Yikes is still alive. But now look at High jumping into all members. He sees Yikes' play and says, I want some of that. And goes down as well. Starting taking damage. Smeef taking damage. Import running them down. The bubble barely missing onto Smeef. And that's actually a trade in favor of Team Vorax.
Yeah, not bad. I didn't quite see who picked up the Herald in the end, but that engage working out really well. It is High with the God Hand Smite, securing it for his team, so it's not all bad on the side of Team Chuck. That trade is bad news, even still. Finding out that even with this big lead that you picked up as a squad, even with all this momentum, you still have to be careful of these engages against you. That's not a big confidence booster if you are on the side of Team Chuck. You have to be more careful about this one. You have to be more calculated. You can't just go into these objective fights willy-nilly. You got to set things up and make sure that Dienzio can get his poke off earlier than later so that you soften them up and get ready for the fight.
And I like Yikes' build here for those kinds of plays where he's the one that just bolts into everybody with the stone plate. Oryx follows up with the Unstoppable Force. They can just dive bomb onto this team composition, and Team Chuck needs to be aware of that. Dio's got to position correctly here. Chuck alone in this lane, but now has backup coming into him. Starting very far forward, realizes his mistake, and will try and execute under turret. But inevitable. Chuck gets a kill at Import. Just solo kills Smeef. Now action in the mid lane too, Smacks. Oh, it's disaster.
It really is. This is not that calculation that they had around the Rift Herald. This is not the full 5-member teamwork that we saw just a bit ago. This is scattered. This is uncalculated, and this will end up being their demise if they keep this one up. On the side of Team Vorax, you do need to bring all of your members together and fight with all 5, otherwise you're just going to get ripped apart. Every single member will probably lose a 1v1 to their counterpart. Outside, maybe starting, but EU Import is not concerned about 1v1s right now. He can get out of those.
There's a chance if you can get to 3-4 items on the Jinx that you have that scaling advantage, but we talked about this last game too. A lot of physical damage here. Nami, Malphite, they're not going to be adding like too big of a threat here for the Mundo, who's very early picked up a Randuin's Omen, so Chuck is just going to be pretty much unkillable here if he wasn't already. Very tough position right now for Team Vorax. They're not out of it yet, but it will be an uphill climb.
I think EU Import is also going to Randuin's. Great item in this instance. Lets you void out all of those crit damage.
Just trying to clear his own jungle, man. He's just trying to get some farm, get some gold. Smeef has to flash away too, and she might still die. The Airy. Barely not enough damage.
With both of those members chunked out. Outside of another Pantheon ultimate engage or a Jinx ultimate steal, this is certainly going to be a 3rd Drake in a row on Team Chuck. They're blocking potential entries. You can't block Pantheon ult, though.
He's going. He's going for it, but the rest of the team's still going up. Hyde goes back towards the Dragon. That's a pick here onto Charm. Pick on the Vorax. And they found their fight already. Now only a 3v5 left for Team Vorax. Guardian Smeef, they don't have a front line, they just have a Pantheon. And look at High, he's even got Guardian Angel. Chuck's back to full health. Yeah, it's just impossible.
Yep, definitely is. They did not time the Pantheon ultimate well quite yet. As Yikes again in this front line, but it's at a disconnect. A gigantic taunt from EU Import wipes the whole team. That's the ace. This is feeling like it's going to be Team Chuck making it into that playoffs. But you never surrender, Kangas. You never wait. You never stop until the Nexus explodes.
You gotta keep fighting, everybody. And justice for myself, for Rafa, for Kobe, and we'll throw in Alec and TJ as well for losing to this team in our solo queue experience last night, because it looks like Team Chuck with High, with Import, with Aoki and Zio will be going to the knockout stage. This is a sizable lead. They're one dragon away. That's Soul on the map here once that spawns, and they already have such a massive lead here. It's going to be a miracle for Team Vorax to come back from this one.
It really is. Like, let's get down to the basic questions here, and it's about like this, Kangas. I don't know how you beat Mundo, let alone the rest of the team. I don't know how you're gonna kill that one guy. He's just on the side lane with these Baron minions. You can send all 5, but then your base is probably going to explode, and it's going to be worth it for Team Chuck in the end anyway. And if you can't answer those questions, oh wait, could be an answer.
Maybe they can kill import, but
no.
maybe they just get blowing up themselves.
Oh no,
that was dirty gameplay right there. And look at these autos doing negative damage to Chuck. You can just straight up walk under this turret. No, fine business as usual. Starting flashes away. Tried his best to say, hey, look, I got fingers, I got hands. Wait a minute, why do I do no damage? Well, there's a couple tanks on the enemy team, and unfortunately, you are but a wee Lucian right now. High chasing down arguably the best player in North America at this game and getting the 1v1 kill onto him. There you have it. The Nexus is damaged. The Nexus at a fraction of a health bar. They will win the tiebreaker. Second seed out of their group. GG to Team Chuck.
One last kill on the exit route, Kangas. Well done to Team Chuck. A well-earned victory. It seems like this team was scaling all along. Yeah. Because after they took that first loss against Team Tekshi, they really did their homework. They studied up. They prepared as a team. And they only lost one game after that, all the way up until this tiebreaker, qualifying off of that one as well. Congratulations, you made it into that top 4. Let's see how far you can go after that.
Congratulations. Now you get to go up against what Kobe was calling the tough. So that'll be fun to watch. Also, if you're in the chat right now, as we take a look at Zio's flawless scoreline, 21 out of 27 kills participated. 4-1 out for the collegiate representatives, everybody, as we do have confirmation, of course, that not a single one's making it out of groups and into the knockout stage, but still, they all competed, they all participated, and it was awesome to have them as part of this event.
Yeah.
Hopefully, they got some good experience under the belts going into their collegiate seasons.
I don't quite have confirmation on who ended up winning the other tiebreaker quite yet, whether that was Team Iraqi Zora or Team Zello, and we're getting an update
going, yeah.
That the reason we don't have confirmation is because they're still playing in that game. So, yeah, we will have a bit of time before we actually get into that playoff. We do want to make sure we have the accurate standings for both teams. So we'll see that in a bit.
Well, we're going to wait to get that information and come back for the semifinals once we have that, giving the teams the time that they need. And with that said, we will send it to a break. Hopefully not too long of one, but again, we want to give the teams as much time as possible before we're back for our semifinals. The knockout stage begins right after this.
any games on your phone?
Hello and welcome back, everybody. It was a long break. I thought we could get through it fast, so thank you for sticking with us and sticking around. But we are ready for the semi-finals, everybody, and we actually know our first matchup. Surprise, surprise. Woohoo! The big matchup between Iraqi Zoro and Zello. Iraqi Zoro team lost. That means they're seed 2 going up against Tekshi in our semi-finals match. Now, Kobe, Rafa, the two of you are going to be talking for a while since you'll be casting this next one. So I want to give this one to Smacks first. Thoughts on Iraqi Zoro's team taking second in their group?
Well, I can't say that I'm like super surprised, because I feel like that matchup, well, one, it was really close, but also I just feel like Team Zello was really solid in that match. I was really impressed by honestly the integration of their streamer in Eric Dota. I thought him playing those control mages was actually a really good strategy, because that's exactly what he is known for in League of Legends when he does stream that game. So I thought that was a really smart move, and I thought they played around it really well. We won't get to see them until later on into the stream, but yeah, I'm not super surprised that they ended up taking the loss here, but now they're out for revenge to try to get into that finals.
True. The revenge story, the revenge narrative. Kobe, you said that this group B, was the more competitive group, and that they actually had the stronger teams. Are you favoring Iraqi Zoro's team coming into this one? Do you think that they have a shot of giving the first loss of the tournament over to the favorites in Tekshi?
See, this is the best part about having a split desk, because now we get to find out if it's actually true. Group B going up against Tekshi. And remember, this is Group B's number 2. They just lost the tiebreaker, so even if Tekshi's team wins, then we still have more to settle.
True.
Team Zello representing Group B as well will be waiting for him.
All right, Rafa, your thoughts here before we're getting ready for pick and ban for the first best of 3, by the way. So this one, we're actually going to have a full best of series, none of this BO2 stuff. We'll have a definitive winner by the end of it.
No ties?
No ties. No ties from this point forward. We're done. We're done with the tiebreaker matches. But kind of what's your read of this matchup? Our first look at Team A versus, or rather Group A versus Group B.
Well, Group B, I'm kind of in the same boat as Kobe, that Group B seemed far more competitive. Just because Team Zello and Team Iraqi Zoro, I think, have some of the best combinations of pro players plus streamers or personalities, right? But one thing I'm really interested in is there's actually a little beef between Tekshi and Tarzan. They had a spat a couple days ago. And
days ago, what?
Yeah, and Tarzan.
What? Tarzan had an argument with someone?
No way.
I was just like, oh man, like there was an invade that happened, and Tekshi was trying to explain it to Tarzan, and Tarzan just took it the wrong way, and was like, no, you're really stupid. And Tekshi was like, wait, and then they just kept arguing about it. And I was like, "Oh no, guys! Maybe we should stop arguing. This is pointless now." So, yeah, I could imagine that Tekshi would really like to beat this team, and maybe pull off some invade strategies as well, just to like just rub it in,
rub
a little
salt
bit more.
in the wound. Yeah.
Yeah.
I would like to petition now, anytime drama happens between any players and teams, let's get the Rafa rendition of it. We can call it like the Rafa recap or something, so you can break it down for us. That's fantastic stuff. Now, we did say that Tekshi was home alone, but Group B, we haven't determined, I don't think, the movie here for Iraqi Zoro, so what everybody thinking of that? I know Kobe's answer already, but I'm hearing that we are ready for our pick and ban. I believe, production, did I hear that correctly? I think we're ready to pass it off to Rafa and Kobe. So, gentlemen, for the first game of the semifinals, let's see if I do this pass correctly. Take it away.
Ooh.
I'm taking it away. Look. Boom. I got it. All right. First semifinal match of the day. And I guess it's the only one that we're streaming, because we're just going to be streaming this side. And then we'll head over to our third place series, and then we'll just have our grand finals. So, Kobe, we already kind of laid down a little bit of the expectations, but some of the champion standouts, you already called Tekshi the singed guy. I don't think the Singe is getting through the draft.
Yeah, Singe. He's got backup Mundo, a lot of tank-oriented champions from the top side for them. So I'm very interested to see, how they go about attacking this problem. Number one rule, which one of the other teams made this mistake in Group A, was drafting one damage type, all AD, versus a team that has a huge tank player. So that is the biggest no-no, faux pas in Champ Select that you can commit. I don't expect that to come out of a team like Team Iraqi Zoro. So already we're pretty deep into it. It does look like, though, currently sitting with all attack damage from Team Iraqi Zero with very offensive champions. And you might, don't want to jinx it, but you might be getting your Jace jungle you've been looking for.
Maybe. Just maybe. They are hovering a couple other mid laners at the moment. So I'm praying, Kobe. And it would be super sick to see, because if this is actually just a Jace mid lane, there's not many physical or magic damage junglers that are viable at the highest level, especially into something super aggressive like a Xin Zhao. And they're already trying to answer with the potential problem of, two tanks just stacking up a lot of armor by banning away the Mundo. Doesn't look like we actually got another ban out of them, though, so not sure what happened there, but they're going to take it for granted. And, oh, please, if you lock in this Galio... Oh, actually, no, I don't know, Kobe, because this Galio could still go support. It could be support.
Galio, baby.
I know. That part is exciting.
Yeah, Camille Galio, best combo that there is in League, honestly. Put him in the cage. Galio comes down on top. The positions that you're talking about and the flexibility is still there, but I think it would be good if Hoon kind of holds on to it and keeps it there. Ooh, the Yasuo lock-in, though. Yasuo and Xin would be really scary combination.
You guarantee knockup with that 3-talent strike, or even if you want to get fancy and you can hit a 5-man crescent guard. Wait, there's a new... What is happening?
It looks like if it was a mid Galio, it'd be a rough lane for mid Galio. So maybe they would do a late minute swap it down to support. Doesn't look like it with the hover over Seraphine. I mean, Seraphine could still go mid though, if they want to swap there. So they can actually fix their lanes at last second here. Nunu getting locked in though does mean either Nunu or Xin solo lane.
I think we're getting Nunu mid. I think that's the play.
Yasuo top? Or Yasuo Baron lane?
Yeah, Yasuo Baron lane. I know that when Nunu first got dropped on Wild Rift, there was a lot of players who were like playing in mid lane, and they would just they would clear wave, and they just go gank bot lane. Just go from level 2. So maybe that's the strat. This is so bizarre, though.
Yeah, DeMonte kept trying to pitch me on it for Masterminds, talking up his scrim success with AP Nunu mid. So I don't know. Either way, I'm going to be happy with whatever presents we get when we get into the actual game here.
Yeah.
Champ Select definitely delivering this. And this is a best of series. So this is the fun part about the best of series. Game number 1, they can test these things out and still have some time to correct as we go through the full best of 3. I also just love how you sprinkled a little spice on this matchup at the end of it there with the, the added Tekshi versus Tarzan angle. So there's more on the line than just some spicy picks.
Dude, the funny thing is that Tarzan might have completely just forgotten about it because he's just argues with everyone. But for Tekshi, it might be personal. It's like, all right, I'm gonna prove this guy wrong, But we'll see. I think at the end of the day, it's all banter, it's all fun and games, right? Hopefully it's not insanely too serious, but it would be nice just to have a little bit of beef between these two players.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Spam some recall on top of the body after you kill him.
Oh, dude, it's just that's the equivalent. Halo, we got the good old crouch momentum, but for League, it's just spamming the emotes on top of the dead body. But I'm definitely thinking we're going to get some type of invade against Tarzan. I think that is for sure going to happen.
Yeah, it'll definitely be interesting because there are a lot of early game options as you're talking about there with the Xin Zhao. So we'll have to see what the lane assignments end up being, but I do think it could end up being a rough lane on the side of either the Galio or the Seraphine, so they have to be a little bit careful on that side.
Yeah, depending on whether we actually get Nunu solo lane or Xin Zhao solo lane, what's the answer? Okay, wait, it's Nunu Barret. Oh my god.
Okay, so
awesome.
So it is the Galio staying mid though, which is kind of rough into Yasuo with the threat of Xin. But that's why Tarzan is coming immediately again. We saw this in the group stages where he just immediately comes mid, 2 camps into mid, soak up for level 3, help the Galio push out and move.
Oh, they want to dive tech sheet. Oh, this might have been personal for Tarzan. He's looking at this Nunu and is like, no. There's no way. But Tekshi is trying to hold the wave right under tower. He even gets a flash out of Iraqi Zoro. He's going to outplay it the best that he can, but Tarzan still perks sub first blood.
Yeah, and I have to say, you've got to be able to see that one coming because Tarzan goes mid, 2 camps into mid once again, unlocks mid, takes him by the hand, and brings Galio up to the top lane with the pushing wave that they've been stacking up right in front of Nunu. Really perfectly executed early game plan there from the side of Iraqi Zoro's squad. It is getting answered with a little bit of a takeaway here. You know, Xin Zhao does grab up blue buff, grabs up Gromp here. A little bit of counter jungling done, just has to get out without getting picked.
And over the wall, is not going to be able to close down onto 80s just in time. He's now level 5. But he wants to take this recall, spend his monies, sitting on about 1,800, and pick up this phage. He'll be quite a force to be reckoned with before Tarzan is able to match him. But with Tekshi already burned both of his summoner spells, I imagine that Baron lane is going to be a hot spot.
Yeah, and the kill credit actually went over to Tarzan himself. So jungle gonna be a bit accelerated here for them as he grabs up a bunch of damage with early lethality and cooldown reduction. And guess what? He's bringing that damage mid.
Accelerator Shock Blast goes a little wide, but he still has Hammer Stance form damage. Meals is going to land the last breath. Gets the Flow Shield right immediately back over. Tries to flash away, but Tarzan follows it up.
Again, he just doesn't miss. This visit mid as well going to be warded out as Griff was just heading up to try and answer. Then they don't get any counterplay. Nothing being given back on the other side of the map. Enough time has been afforded to them to respawn camps as well, so Tarzan can easily take red, then head down to the opposite side.
And Tarzan just maximizing his impact on the map so far, even though he hasn't spent as much time on camps as 80s has on the Xin Zhao, respectively. Every gank, every presence says, the Seraphine is alive!
The last bullet, Xeno walks out. Oh my goodness. Survives for one more day. See about the rotation then. Galio already been moved bottom. Moon played a huge part in the previous series with him being on the Arya and getting so many picks. But they've transitioned him down to this weak side now with pulling up the Varus towards mid while Tarzan picks up the Rift Herald.
Yeah, making sure that they have that long range be able to clear the wave safely against Yasuo. Somewhat a better matchup than the Galio can be. And if things get out of control, Moon can always kind of book it and just come back in with Hero's Entrance.
And this is another frequent, focus here onto Rift Herald from Tarzan's squad, from Iraqi Zoro's team. They overload top side of the map. They early dive there, as well as repeating, going for the Rift Herald, trying to work with his temple. So much extra gold required. And they sacrifice their bottom side once again.
Well, the rest of Team Tekshi are going to 4-man dive under the tower of this squad. Meals will go down, but it's a 2-for-1. But something that actually happened for Tarzan's squad, they didn't pop the Rift Herald because just between Camille and Jace, they had enough damage to take down the turret. So they still have this Rift Herald saved for another potential push.
Tekshi snowballing down bottom too. Wow, they go aggressive.
Iraqi Zoro trying to lock down full frontage with that Hextech ultimatum, but here comes Tekshi. It's going to be a big snowball. The knockup doesn't connect, but it zones Tarzan off, so Iraqi Zoro will go down. Moon has arrived to the party. Hero's entrance into the encore. Tekshi is gone.
What an answer there. Moon able to ult in. They get one back, get the money and the map control right back in their favor. Tarzan can continue farming up. He's already got his Ghost Blade for the extra movement around the map. Gets blue buff as well for himself. And everybody's starting to spike as these first items come through.
Yumu's first item for this Jace. So potent. He has so much burst damage in his hammer form, and then decent poke when sieging with the cannon form damage as well. I imagine that he and Hoon are going to be linking up a lot, because even if Hoon is not playing towards the Camille on the other side of the map, you can just dive in with Jace, and then you got a Galio backing you up on every single fight.
Yeah, melee Jace, this is full arcane here. He's going super deep with the engages. I think the best combination is still always going to be, can they get Iraqi Zoro involved in the Camille Galio combo? Literally anyone they get in that is just dead. You create so much space. And Rift Herald's actually used mid here as they transition over to try and pick off Nexi, and he's going to have to flash.
Yeah, he's trying to buy as much time as he can, but then Meals finds the straggler in Old School, forcing the flash. Tidal Wave just rips through the entire team, and now it's Team Tekshi that are on the chase. Tarzan is isolated, flashing back over to the hands of Griff, but he doesn't have enough damage to take him down.
Was that a genius bait there from Tekshi? Buys so much time, lures them into the Dragon Pit, distracts them, while the backside, Old School, gets picked off, the Varus taken down, and they get run right through.
Throughout all of this chaos, Kobe, the gold lead is still almost dead even. 5-4. It's one of those games where not many turns has been taken, and Iraqi Zoro trying to lock up full frontage. Hextech ultimatum. Ignite is ticking down. Okay, full frontage will survive this fight, but are we gonna go for more? Hero's entrance coming through. It's a reinforcement engage, but here comes Tekshi with the snowball. 80s has already been in the dust. Absolute Zero trying to slow it down. That's a lot of damage on Nahoon, but I think Team Iraqi Zoro are the ones walking away.
Oh my god, Griff is a hero. He body blocked. He walked in front of Tarzan to block the shock blast, allowing his teammate to walk out and survive. And again, another even short trade here. We are not creating any sort of space between these two teams, Rafa. Still extremely close in the gold. We didn't get the immediate combination with Camille Galio that ensures the pick, because Galio was too far away. But as soon as Hoon got there, he was able to defend kind of the re-engage and allows him to open right back up.
Stuffing a little bit of the little cluster bomb that we had in the mid lane. Both of the neutral objectives have spawned once again. We already seen how Team Iraqi Zoro have prioritized heavily on the Rift Herald. But they're getting pushed back right now. Hoon can't body block this snowball. Old School is the one that has to fall. Rest of Tarzan and Iraqi Zoro are just trying to do this as stealthily as possible, but they're going to come in, Kobe, and they're going to have to back off.
Yeah, this team is brute force. 5-person giant snowball, force the engages. They run them off Rift Herald. They got the pick already, but Griff!
He flashes out. He's alive, and now Meals is dashing forward. Does he want this? Iraqi Zoro is going to be able to get out thanks to that hook shot.
Yep, stick as 5 here for the side of Tekshi. See if they pop the Rift Herald. They do on mid. A little bit of extra effort trying to get it to ensure that it charges forward, and there they go.
Breaks open the mid turret there. But we're fighting once again. I feel like we've seen this story before, Kobe. Deja vu all over again. 80s being locked down by the chain of corruption. Tarzan on the left side of the flank, flashing back over. But Tekshi with the absolute zero. He gets the full channel, and good night, Tarzan. Hoon thankfully has the hero's entrance to escape to the arms of Xena and Old School. But now this dragon is awake, and the rest of Team Iraqi Zoro cannot contest.
This front line is crushing it for Team Tekshi. The hard engages. Din's out ultimate, then the new ultimate follow-up. They're burning down the dragon. They should get it.
Well, the rest of Team Iraqi Zoro don't want to let Team Tekshi walk away for free, though. They're teleporting in Iraqi Zoro. Looks like he should be able to route off Tekshi there. But they get out. What?
Clean! Flash over, kill that blast cone.
Oh, that's a little unfortunate for Old School. I think he wanted the last killing blow. They did get 80s before they walked away from the pit, but their tempo advantage might net them this mid tower.
Oh, yeah. I just want a quick little game there right over the back of the wall. Finish off the objective, though, or Iraqi Zoro's going to ult.
No follow-up from Hoon. He's nowhere near sight. Tekshi is... Oh, no way. Dude, this Nunu is sick, Kobe.
They're getting destroyed by it. Again, they're not able to really bring the Camilio combination together. And it's just not... It really doesn't have the same effect if you don't have both parts. Meanwhile, the counter engages keep on landing. Nunu snowballs in. Either Nunu or Xin has been there every single time, and popping the Xin ultimate to either knock them away or the Nunu snowball coming through has been the answer here for these 5-on-5s.
Yeah, just creating so much space for Griff and full frontage to escape the threats that Team Iraqi Zoro have. And then usually those knockups that come from the disengage are ones that Meals can ult off of. However, Griff might be routed off here by Tarzan. He's putting out a lot of damage. Don't tell me he gets out alive. Once again, Kobe say it ain't so. Tekshi and 80s come to the rescue of Griff and full frontage. They take down Tarzan, and now they're the ones running down Team Iraqi Zoro. This Hextech ultimatum, it's not going to save you, my friend. It's only delaying the inevitable.
Yep, they're starting to overreach now. Another forced chase into Texi's team, and they counter it once again. Right down the lane, snowball comes through, 5-person strong. This team, they don't leave any man behind, okay? Nobody's going to be left to the wolves. Nobody gets left undefended here for Team Tekshi. Once again, they thwart Tarzan's efforts and get an objective for themselves in the aftermath.
And now we're at a 5,000 gold lead for Team Tekshi. It was even for the most part of this game, but now every single team fight has been edged out mostly by Team Tekshi off of these counter engages, and this front line is actually so oppressive to deal with. How
about this one, though?
I mean, Tekshi is soaking up a lot of damage, but Tarzan is doing a great job of zoning out Griff and full frontage, and now they're the ones on the aggressive. Tekshi having to flash away will get out alive, but it was a lot of resources burned there.
Yeah, a lot of damage sustained, and this time around it was them not actually being concentrated in their positioning, and a pretty good defense gives you at least a health lead for the meantime here for Team Iraqi Zoro. And they use that health lead to gain positioning around Baron, set up their vision, and
they got the pick on the 80s. Oh, he's just pinned right into the wall. That's the 80s going down. No jungler for the rest of Team Tekshi. Potentially there's a possibility for Team Iraqi Zoro to threaten this Baron now.
All right, starting it up here. Even though Tarzan got chunked really low, he's going back. He picks up the honey fruit. He's healing off them, and oh, he's returning.
Whoa, and Tekshi comes in with the snowball. It provides Meals a last breath knock-up already onto one, taking out Xena. There's so many low HP members on the side of Team Iraqi Zoro, but no one is alive to clean them up. It's only the Nami, but Nami doesn't do enough damage, unfortunately.
Oh, they've actually done it. Can they take down Baron?
Wait, no,
Baron doesn't play.
Baron, the sixth man of Team Tekshi, they have to abandon it at full frontage. He can run down the Old School potentially. The teleports have come in. They might have just unintentionally leashed this Baron over to Team Tekshi.
Oh, they get him. Griff flashes over. Even with the blast cone, Baron's still not down. 1,900, 1,700 health. It's going to fall in the favor of Griff.
Oh, Hoon's trying to get back in there, but it's already too late. The damage has been done. Team Tekshi walk away with the Baron.
Oh my, that one is getting spicy, my friend. Ooh, we can finally take a breath here. The hottest fights are always the ones that end up around Baron with low health. That was enjoyable.
I mean, throughout this entire day, we saw another Baron fight that almost ended just as disastrously. But man, that is the reason why you do not just take Baron lightly. Like, what is the Boromir meme? One does not simply walk into Mordor. It's the same principle for Baron.
True. Too low health. Everybody's surviving, and it really looks so clean for Team Iraqi Zoro. Everybody's surviving with a couple hundred health. but yet reaching too far. The big punish comes through, and now they're being run over the map with the extra added pushing efforts here. With Baron, it should be Texi's team taking the last of the outer turrets. Everybody grouping up here maybe for one more fight, though, and they get him on the pick.
Well, they find Texi, and they just burn down one of the big frontline members for Team Texi. So this could give an opportunity for Team Iraqi Zoro to look for another pick. They won't have Hextech Ultimatum available, but the poke, they're being pushed back here, actually.
Yeah, big chunks go down, and Tarzan does get out with his life, but they still give up the top turret. The blue team here is going to be able to finish up the top side push and transition right back through. Healing comes through, though, and they don't want to reach too far themselves, so got to wait for Texi to get back on the map before they actually force on another objective.
Team Iraqi Zoro just holding on. It's not the easiest when you are being pushed in by Baron buffed minions, but they're not giving up any inhibitor towers. If any inhibitor towers were to fall, then it's permanent super minions until the end of the game. And the fact that they've held on this long means that they can... I think the Baron buff is now gone.
Okay, Baron does timeouts. They are facing quite a few problems, though. The Yasuo is extremely fed. Emils has been on point. He's going in here right behind Texi.
Oh, but look what Hoon did. He interrupted Meals from being able to get the last breath onto Old School, but he still will trade back onto the Galio, and Meals doesn't go down in the exchange. Griff flashing forward over the Encore. He's just going berserk mode right now. The Hextech Ultimatum locks him in there, but you can't lock down the rest of Team Texi, who are just running under tower and running down every single member.
5 champions strong. This has been the formula for success for Team Texi over and over and over again. The engage there just creates so much space with the Nunu that even though, as you say, Yasuo got knocked up, still finish off the kill and they're going to end the game.
Team Texi holding strong, and especially looking at the main man himself in the Baron lane on this Nunu pick. It was Dovin early, but then he became one of the most oppressive tanks I have ever seen in Wild Rift.
Certainly one of the most annoying. Goes through, Nunu creates so much space. You know, Snowball comes in for so many of these counter ganks. And a lot of them were off of offensive plays from the opposing team, trying to chase somebody down. Comes in, Snowball, so much space there created with the ultimate and the aftermath as well. Him and Zhao setting up the Yasuo, and Griff flashing forward in multiple instances to pick off these key members, brought it right back.
Yeah, Griff was absolutely fantastic on this solution, and just kind of a prime example why so many teams around the world have been prioritizing the Lucian and picking up the Lucian, whether it's for their mid lane or their dragon laner. Put it in the right hands, and if it snowballs, oh man, then Lucian does feel like an unstoppable force to be reckoned with, even for a long-standing premier pick like the Varus, who offers a lot of poke and distance, but when the Lucian gets up close and personal, then you don't want to mess with it at all.
Yeah, Solari Charge Blade representing for us as well. Nice pick up there. Meals, again, to me, continues to perform on a lot of mechanically intensive champions. The Riven, the Yasuo. So I just think this is a really well-rounded team. You know, they've got tank player up on top side, strong mechanical mid laner, and plenty of damage to come through here for the carry players. So it does seem like they've got some really strong 5-on-5 setups, and a lot of them come through playing off of each other.
Yeah, if Meals wants to spoil us a little bit, Meals is actually an Aurelion Soul player, one of the few in NA. So
that's why they were hovering. There were a lot of Aurelion Soul hovers. Okay.
They were teasing Meals like, hey, you gonna pick the Space Dragon for us, you know? And Meals like, no. I'm playing for real. I'm gonna play the Yasuo. Aurelion Soul not necessarily in the best spot, but you know, I mean, you can, if you're good with the champion, you know, you can make it work. I feel like it's similar in League of Legends, right? But I think going into this game too, I don't know even where to attack the draft, Kobe. I'm in a blank.
Oh, they're too good, huh? I really do think, you know, they're setting up these stable combinations. And when you go through the list, people are looking at, and you always look at Hexy, oh yeah, what if we just ban Singed and the Mundo and okay, guess you can just use Nunu, or you can just use any other tank, any Malphite, any whatever he needs. They've got other tanks, other champions, to fill whatever role there is. Same thing for the other roles. So yeah, it does seem like they're not relying on one trick style picks that sometimes people will want to put players in a box and simplify them down to just a smaller pool. They've got the answers.
Yeah, it doesn't even seem like they are looking at Meal's champ pool, because if I remember the draft correctly, after the Singed ban, it was mostly either jungle bans or bottom lane bans, but Meals has not necessarily been the receiver of any of those, and I mean, he's consistently, you already called it out, consistently performing on high mechanical champions, so I guess you can't ban every single mobile bruiser / assassin out there, but I almost wonder if the game plan for Team Iraqi Zoro of constantly attacking through the top side of the map, if they need to change it, or they need to somehow commit to it more, bring the entire squad, or at least a 4-man dive rather than just a 3-man dive alone.
See, the thing with watching this team is they've consistently had really good plans coming into the game. Lots of good level 1 plays, even third wave plays where building up a wave right in front of the tower, calling people over for the dive. They have the dive timing done really well, but it starts to fall apart. Their synergy doesn't seem to last the whole game. It's just in a lot of these setup plays, a lot of the early game and stuff, and then later on, we barely got any, if even a single one of a Camille plus Galio combination with the ults actually layered. A lot of times they're desynced or in different areas or something like that.
So it seems that the team fighting is not coming together as crisply here for the rest of Team Tarzan. And so if the team fighting cannot be matched against Team Tekshi, then even though like you said, the Camille Galio is a signature play, but if it's not linking up, then what do we think about if Team Iraqi Zoro commit to just a 1-3-1? And they're just we're full on split push. We're never grouping up as 5. We're just trying to end the game through turrets.
I think that's something that they demonstrated good control over in the early series in the group play, because they had the split push down. They had Tarzan split pushing top and their Oriana at the time split pushing on the other side, and they had good control of it, good coordination. But the problem keeps on coming when they're overreaching for some of these plays. We saw it in this game where chasing through, and then they kept on getting counter engaged on when they didn't have everybody able to follow up.
Yeah, that's one of the things that they should be used to this by now, but sometimes they'll still catch you off guard of how fast people can collapse and react.
Get from
to
base
plays.
out to the fight as well.
Yeah, it's just because the map is smaller, but also I think all the champions are just naturally faster in this game. So you can just traverse and cover so much ground within 2-3 seconds.
Yeah, it definitely catches you by surprise. It kept on seeming like people would arrive just in time as well to save the day.
Yeah, well, you know what? While we are waiting for the players to get into the next game, Kobe, this is a really good time for some new lucky winners in the chat. We have our Verizon 5G giveaway, so you better spam that Verizon 5G in the chat if you want a chance at $500. We're still giving a total of $5,000 over the course of the day, ladies and gentlemen, so just make sure you are paying attention and you are keeping up to date. And for those that want more to win, there's also another giveaway. I want you to be, in addition to typing Verizon 5G in the chat, also be typing !sweeps in the chat, because our hosts at Verizon are giving away an incredible gaming prize pack. You can upgrade your game with a brand new PC. You can get a mouse and keyboard. It's worth over $800. Make sure you're also typing that chat command in. So many things that you can win on the Rift today. And of course, these teams that are competing, Kobe, are competing for a chance at a $10,000 prize pool. So there's so much to be given away, and I think it's only right because this is the holiday season and it's the spirit of Christmas.
There's money everywhere. Get yours now. $500 here, $500 there, $5,000 sweepstake package as well. That one was that one looks real good to me. You know, the promise of an entire setup, computer, a bunch of peripherals, and everything as well, all included. That would be a perfect Christmas present.
Yeah, and considering that we have a lot of players, both even on the pro teams or those who competed in the collegiate scene, I mean, they're probably rocking with a very, small, minimalist setup, right?
I don't know. Shortage right now. It's hard to get your graphics card, so
absolutely,
pre-built computer sounds pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, when you first had your first PC gaming setup, but what were you working with? What were the specs?
Gosh. My first personal one, I have no idea. I can't remember, but I do remember because when I first started, I was on CLG right when League of Legends started, and so we would play in online tournaments, and the prizes would just be like a processor or I got a bunch of laptop coolers one time.
Oh my god!
No help at all. I didn't even have a laptop. And you get delivered like 5 of them. Or you get some random headset, or so you gotta try and mix and match and make your kind of Frankenstein setup work with whatever you get.
Dude, I didn't have a gaming PC setup until maybe my second or third year into college. Until then, for high school, and then when I first got into League during my senior year of high school, I only had a MacBook laptop, and it wasn't even one of the newer ones. It was just a rinky-dink, almost not the Air, but the one that came before those laptops coming around, and I had to download the application.
The Apple version?
Yeah, the Apple version before the Apple client came out. Oh my god.
Yeah, Apple with their proprietary stuff, definitely. In the old days, super hard to be a gamer with Apple.
I just wanted to play Hecarim back then because he looked so cool, but with my 15 FPS setup, Kobe, the only champion I could potentially do, or my friends would let me, is just Soraka duty in the support role. And I was like, this sucks, man. I thought this game was supposed to be fun.
What kind of friends are those? They're just forcing you onto Soraka duty every time?
They didn't trust me, man.
You need new friends. Don't worry, I got you. You can play whatever you want.
Let's go! All right, I like that deal. And we are into the draft phase for the second game. So far, no big changes, although there was a...
Pretty sure we had a helmet ban there from Iraqi Zoro. The first ban is just a non-ban, or maybe it's just not showing up.
Perhaps. Maybe we'll get confirmation if that ban actually went through or not, if they have an intended ban. But so far, they're respecting the potential still of this Jax coming out from Tarzan. That is another pick that, between the Graves and the Jax respectively, were things that he exclusively played before they got a lot of playtime over at Horizon Cup, thanks to the Chinese teams in Dakun Gaming and Thunder Talk Gaming.
I feel like his Olaf was really good too, and something to be wary of. But looks like they have started to whittle down on some of these mid lane champions as well, with the Riven ban they're taking out. All right, we can't speak his name or else it gets banned. As soon as I say it, boom, Olaf dead.
We have willed the Olaf ban. We've manifested it, but they've locked down the Jace once again. Now, it could go to Tarzan like we saw in Game 1, or it can be flexed either between Hoon or Iraqi Zoro in either of these solo lanes here.
Yeah, so I guess they did do 2 non-bans. That's either, hubris, the ego, or all part of the plan here in order to get their hands on the Jace early.
Yeah, well, if those are actually 2 non-bans, then that means Singed is up.
Definitely would like to see a return of that for Tekshi, one of the best. Okay, it looks like meanwhile though they're actually just gonna run a bunch of this back with the Yasuo locked in as well. Gragas combination for the Yasuo this time. Such an easy setup.
Well, that's super exciting actually, and this could mean that it could be a Gragas jungle setup because I think Xena is exclusively playing either enchanters or like smaller frontline tanks. But Gragas is a little bit more difficult to pick up right from the get-go. Yeah.
He's not a small frontline tank.
Yeah.
He's a big boy.
He wants to get into the thick of things and, you know, throw the barrels around. But we do have the Singe for Tekshi locked in.
Nice. All right, it is looking pretty good for Team Tekshi then, because a lot of similar stuff that they're facing here. Bans are actually falling through though. So Tarzan did ban away the Caitlyn. They've given up their ways of the non-bans, focusing on AD carry role here.
So I do have a little bit of info, Kobe, that Lulu and Lucian were the two non-bans that Team Iraqi Zoro wanted to do. So because Tarzan is hovering Lucian right now, so I don't know if wait a minute.
Has it been communicated? I guess it's just been communicated, and they're like, "Oh, those are the two bans." So,
yeah,
cool. Won't see a lock-in of either of those two. And you mentioned the Aurelion Soul, so another Aurelion Soul hover.
This time, come on, Meals, do it for the Vine, do it for the stream. All right. Well, Akshan is still pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, it's similar playstyle. You want to roam a lot. So side lane's definitely going to have to be wary. But it all comes down to this. All right, AD carry pick. Finally, you're going to have to reveal, because we also know the Lucian is banned as one of the first two non-bans. Plus, they followed it up with the Caitlyn Jhin. So really far down the list here. Is it something like an Ezreal? I feel like Ezreal does a lot of damage and is still pretty safe.
This would be spicy from Griff. Technically, Varus is still available. But it looks like that the way that they want to play this game, they want a little bit more mobility and agency to join in on the fight once it's been started up. And, you know, Killer Instinct will definitely give you the tools to do so.
Yeah, you can fling them over, get your plasma stacked up as well, pick somebody off. The way we've seen Tekshi play with this Singe too is not just annoying side lane Singed. He's also using it for engage a lot of the time and finding those fights when they need to go for an objective in the next couple of minutes. So yeah, it's definitely going to be difficult here trying to ward off this engagement, especially as, like you're saying, the Kaisa follow-up here can fall from a pretty large distance.
Yeah, I think from what they locked in, there was a Xin Zhao for 80s once again. So you can have follow-up from the jungle, you can have it from the Thresh as well, and the Singed. I guess the Akshan is the only thing that you are missing out on terms of setup here. But the nice thing as well, because of the Singed, you have still a balanced damage profile across the board while you're running double marksman.
Yep, definitely still brings that AP threat. Last time I believe it got the Rylai's in there super early on for the very annoying slow as well, and you can't really ignore that slow burn.
And you don't want to run through it either. It's just like noxious gas. It's just taking a trip straight through Zon, you know. And if you guys been watching Arcane, that stuff is
spoiler.
It is toxic down there. I mean, that's why all the enforcers and the Piltovers are wearing the masks whenever they take a trip to the Undercity. But we're into game, Kobe, and it is going to be that Gragas in the jungle. And I'm curious to see if Tarzan is going to go for a AP-centric route, more on the bursty side, or if he's going to go full tank.
And it is, remember, series point for Team Tekshi after the victory in game number 1. So definitely going to have to put some big moves up here for Team Iraqi Zero. They sniffed it out, though. They're not getting close to that brush.
Oh, but wait. No way. No way this actually works. The Flay comes out on Xena. The Ignite is there. Flash away. Going to be a lot of damage towards the support, but Griff actually takes a lot of return damage from Old School. Woo! That was close.
Yeah, that was close. Ignite used, and it only needed one more tick. So close to finishing off Tekshi. But close doesn't matter. Honey Fruit picked up. Tekshi actually sticks around for the minion wave as well.
Oh, he is playing with fire, but 80s has arrived. Iraqi Zoro, he wanted to go for the solo kill, but that puts him in a position where he's overextended, and 80s can easily flash on top of that. That will be first blood for Team Tekshi.
Yeah, again, better communication here on the side of Team Tekshi, even though he's losing out, even though he gets flash ignited, under turret, calls jungle. Jungle gets up there in time to punish, but now he might die for the crab.
Yeah, Tarzan could potentially flash on this guy. Goes for the body slam flash, connects onto Meals as well. 80s is super low. It should be easy for Hoon to clean this one up. Gets the Steel Tempest. Meals tries to flash it, but the CC still connects. He's going to go down, and Meals will be able to get out alive. But look, it's the collapse from the bottom lane doing Griffin full frontage that save it all.
The whole team is here. Team Tekshi, 5 champions strong. It's still true in this game as well. They will bring everybody to defend anyone who gets caught. Bottom side did get pushed in, though, so it costs you an extra minion wave. And even 2 minion waves, another one getting up to the turret here. So not an inconsequential price that they do pay to make that roam up. Happy to be wearing those double buffs, though, regardless for Griff.
Yeah, imagine being Ziggs and then walking back to lane, and now the Kaisa has double buffs, and you're just like, wait, I didn't sign up for this.
And your Sona still does not have flash from the early level 1 engage out of the brush, so Xena also has to be extremely careful.
A tough laning phase for Old School and Xena. They're still getting by it quite nicely. It's despite the kill gold that Griff was able to pick up, Old School is still staying relatively not too far behind. Tarzan is on this top side of the map. I don't know if they would like to go for a dive, especially since Iraqi Zoro does not have enough mana.
Yeah, I think it's a bad idea to focus on Tekshi's lane. I actually just think spending lots of resources up there and trying to force dives and trying to, and get picks on him is going to result in more deaths for your team than it is for his team, because he buys so much time, and you've got a roaming mid laner in Akshan, as well as a very early game oriented jungler in Xin Zhao that can punish those pretty quickly. So you have to watch and you have to keep track of this mid jungle duo if you're going to try and pull a play like that off.
Seems like Team Iraqi Zoro, they're playing for the mid and late game. Have a lot of team fighting power with this composition. They just have to survive kind of the brutal early game power of the Xin Zhao, who can kind of match blow for blow what Gragas brings to the table. But you already see the Rod of Ages being picked up. He's got a lot of scaling power. Uh-oh, Xena.
Yep, Flash came back only a minute ago and instantly burned as well. Dragon going to be started up right off the back of that Flash being blown. Bottom side can get pushed in, and everybody is coming to this party.
Boone and Iraqi Zoro trying to come in through the river choke point. Xena has no flash. Neil's trying to see if he can cheese out a kill before this dragon goes down. Oh, the comeuppance finds its mark right in between. And a death sentence from full frontage will start off this fight. Iraqi Zoro trying to get out, but it's Griff that finds him on the backside with that killer instinct, just flanking the rest of the team. And Hoon is trying to get out right now, critically low, sub 100 HP. It's going to be 80s that picks him up. Old School answers one back, but Meal's diving under the tower, tries to web swing it out. Spider-Man, oh, he's out. Griff dives fast forward. Old School will go down, and Xena cannot answer back.
And because he's Akshan getting these kills, he revives everybody on their team. They're right back out, starting up Rift Trail. Here comes Tarzan, though.
Oh, but a nice death sentence is going to hook up Iraqi Zoro, but 80s is still low enough that they can take him down. No one has smite for this, so it's going to be down. They have to just delay time for Tarzan to walk up. And now that he is here, he can secure the Rift Herald.
Whew. These fights go on so long, and as you're saying, walking back from base is a lot quicker in this game, so they arrive in time. Put a stop to that Rift Herald. Putting a stop also to the train that has started to leave the station here. Team Tekshi running away with this one before the last little counter kill and Rift Herald that Team Iraqi Zoro were able to pick up. It had just been all Team Tekshi.
Now, normally after an exchange like that, we would expect that based on prior series and prior games that the gold state would be even, but this is one where it's a sizable 3,000 gold lead right now for Team Tekshi, and I feel like that is really just attributed all to both Meals and Griff just coming up huge in these skirmishes and team fights.
Yeah, they're running the double marksman comp, and the double marksmen are getting fed. So all is going according to plan. And if it wasn't for the hiccup, Zig's combination, his bomb plus Tarzan was in on the dragon. They were able to actually steal it away. It just went down the drain when they got caught and a bunch of kills given over as they were escaping. But they were able to steal both of the objectives. So while the gold is definitely not in their favor, they have been able to get some objectives for the team to try and feed that farm for late, the type of game plan you were talking about for them.
Right. It's not out of the woods yet for Team Iraqi Zoro. Their core pieces are still scaling up. There's always time to make a comeback. The rest of Team Tekshi starting to group up around this mid lane. The Rift Herald has been thrown down.
Okay, 80s goes in pretty deep here on the Rift Herald. He's gonna flash ult.
Yeah, flash Crescent Guard, but look at the backside. It was a 4-man explosive cast from Tarzan, and Hoon is able to follow up beautifully with that last breath. Just like that, 3 members are wiped off the Rift.
The Gragas Yasuo combination. Tarzan blows him open, and another one picked up here. Iraqi Zoro finds the extra kill. Just like that, they slingshot ahead in gold. They win a full team fight sweep and get 2 turrets.
Meals is looking for a potential flank here, trying to punish out. Tekshi flashing forward. He wants to get the fling out. Meals is going to find himself against Tarzan, whereas Tekshi and Griff run down Old School, looking for more onto Xena. The comeuppance from Meals will run down Tarzan as well. But considering all of that damage, Tekshi could probably answer back with this turret.
Number 1 lesson from my first day on Wild Rift: never overstay.
Yeah.
Every team is getting punished by this. Every team is overstaying after they get a big win. And the time to walk back out from Fountain to the team fight or to the objective is so short that there continues to be answers every single time. So even with the big upswing here for Team Iraqi Zoro, it has a little bit of a bittersweet ending for them, as they do get chased down in the end after finishing up the extra turrets and give some gold back over. They're still very happy with how that engage went mid. I mean, you called it out there. Tarzan with the big engage on the Gragas opened up so much space. They have all this AoE damage with the Ziggs coming through in the after. Okay.
Look for another fight. Tekshi is into the heart of the backline. They've already isolated out Hoon, but it's the explosive cast re-engage that sets up everything for Team Iraqi Zoro. 4 members are gone. It's only Meals now. There's so many low HP bar members from the rest of Team Iraqi Zoro, but Meals, can he 1v4 this?
He's going to have to revive some teammates. Can he kill any scoundrels? Ooh. There's one.
He flashes away from the rest of the damage. He revives Griff, but I don't think he can steal Lay of the Dragon.
Yeah, still going to be another objective for Team Iraqi Zoro. There's so much AoE damage here, and Yasuo just gets to fly between every single member. Old School gets chased down, though. Griff, one more auto. He needs one more.
Oh, no, and Griff already used the Killer Instinct. He can't stay for much longer. Tarzan was back on the map. Thankfully, full frontage is there with the Dark Passage and gets him out alive, but Old School, living by the skin of his teeth, didn't even have to burn the barrier.
Yeah, I was clenching for him because he had fully stacked plasma on him. No more auto attacks come through, though. Griff can't chase him down, and he walks away, holding on to the summoner. His flash comes up pretty quickly here, too. A lot of focus, though, on the double marksman comp from Team Tekshi. Neither marksman has the flash for the escape for this next team fight. Neither marksman is going to be afforded that extra layer of safety on this Rift Trail fight.
I imagine that the next point of contention for Team Iraqi Zoro is just throw an explosive cast onto those 2 marksmen set up for the Hoon last breath. But he's already found 80s on the other side. Tarzan wants to go for this mega wombo on the back line of Team Tekshi, but Meals is kind of trying to navigate his way out of this one. Griff has already been picked off, so it's only 1 more marksman left to deal with if you are Team Iraqi Zoro, and it's this shock blast that finds the heart of that one. Full frontage. He can't get out of this one. It's a triple for Iraqi Zoro, not an ace. Tekshi was able to survive, but they're making this push strong.
Yeah, they're making a very good case to push this to game number 3. They don't want this series to be over. They don't want this tournament for them to be over.
No.
Tekshi and Tarzan got something to settle.
Oh no, Tekshi. I understand wanting to push in that wave, but then that just opens up an opportunity for Tarzan to settle the score, to even up the odds here. And now Team Arakizor up 5,000 gold. No one has broken an inhibitor tower yet, so it's not game-ending quite, but strong case, you already pointed it out, is being made for Arakizoro's team.
Yeah, and I think that Team Tekshi now has a lot of catch-up to do. Tarzan does get hooked in, but they're going to finish that Thresh right off.
Whoa. Yeah, full frontage. Did not have access to flash. There was no way that he was getting out. He was already slowed by the rest of the crowd control. This Rift Herald that was saved, it's going to crash into this turret. Might even crash into the inhibitor tower as well.
I like the adjustments that Team Arakizoro made coming into this game. You know, their team fight has been so strong. Oh, Moon goes.
He went flying. Protobelt into the last Steel Tempest. Didn't pop the last breath. Doesn't have it available. They're just trying to buy space right now. Rift Herald is already charged, and there's the Ziggs power of being able to destroy that turret. And now, with Super Minions pouring in through the Dragon Lane, it's a lot of pressure that Team Tekshi now have to deal with for the rest of the game.
All right, should be some easy resets here. Right back out to pick up topside waves for Team Arakizoro. They can just push right back out on mid side too. 25 seconds left on the next Baron. And I just don't know how did Team Tekshi actually find some sort of pick? They need to lure these members of Team Arakizoro apart from each other, try and break up the synergy. They have not been able to deal with this tremendous amount of AoE damage. And they need Singe to do his thing and distract somebody and get them chasing off to the other side.
This is the moment where, if you're Team Tekshi, you wish you had, like, a dedicated split pusher that could threaten towers. But unfortunately, Singed, I mean, he can clear waves and he can run off and do it his thing, but he doesn't take towers as fast as something like a Jax or a Camille would, right? So this is where they don't really get that much usage out of this player.
Yeah, and you can see they're just going to collapse here around the dragon. Yasuo flanking behind them at the moment.
Not going to find anyone quite yet. Comeuppance. Getting some poke down, but between the shields,
they've got minions. They can go for the inhibitor tower.
Oh, they're going to try to push into this one fast. Everyone is slow on the rotation. The inhibitor tower is gone, and they can just back off right now. Tekshi is going to try to catch him out, but all by himself, he has to flash away from danger. Tarzan trying to catch him with that body slam flash, goes a little bit wide, but he splits up the fight, propels 80s right back into the rest of his team. He has to flash away, and the rest of Team Tekshi, even the marksmen, they cannot withstand the siege here, but they're pushing them off now. Looks like Team Arakizoro not going to stay much longer.
Yeah, I think there's too many objectives on the map to risk a Nexus push right there. That's one where, yeah, you can probably, you know, win a team fight there maybe and end the actual game, but the rewards for your opponents, if they make a last stand, are too big. Dragon was up, the Baron was up, so they call a stop to the push. Team Arakizoro, I think, good call right there. Calmer heads prevail. They just retreat back to the Dragon, pick it up, and they can finish the job after.
It's always kind of exciting to just go for the Nexus and end the game. You see the objective right there, and then you remember that the Nexus can hit you in the face for a lot of damage, and you're like, okay, this hurts, never mind. All good.
Yeah, and our number one lesson of the tourney: don't overreach, don't overextend.
That's right.
That's good. They now can just set up on Baron. See if they actually get a pick here through the brush.
And it would have to be off of a full frontage death sentence, but the rest of Team Arakizoro are grouping up like one giant death ball, so no one... Tekshi being in deep waters here. He is very, very far away from the rest of his team, but they caught out Tarzan, and he's been the centerpiece of their engages. No jungler either, so they can't even start the Baron even if they wanted to.
That is a Singed player right there. That is a Singed player right there doing Singed things. He distracts them long enough for the team to take down Tarzan, take down the Gragas that has been so difficult in these team fights, putting out so much damage. It still cost them, though. You can see Old School with just the Ziggs ultimate. made, got Griff down to 10%, made it so that there's going to be no follow-up on objectives for Team Tekshi.
And because of that open dragon lane, they can't even make or do anything productive on the map with that pick on the Tarzan, because they had to go back and clean up the minion wave. Otherwise, it would have just ended the game for them. So this is the difficult part of the game where for Team Tekshi, where one pick member is not enough. You have to at least get 3 or 4 before you can start making moves to get back into the game.
Yeah, there's just so much AoE magic damage coming out from the opposition that their marksman positioning has to be perfect. Like, you get hit with half of a Ziggs ultimate, there goes your life.
Well, Team Tekshi's just walking right in, but they found the pick on the Griff. Tarzan with patience finds the main marksman for the squad. And now Meals, he's arrived to the party, but it's late. Hoon just runs him down. He's sweeping through. He's flowing. He is schmoving on through. And the rest of Team Iraqi Zoro, they know that they don't want to go out without a fight. They're bringing the series to a full Game 3.
They certainly are. Nexus is all that's left. There's an annoying Singe next to it, but don't get distracted. Finish off that Nexus. Let's go Game 3.
Well. So they have completely changed up the identity of the composition they want to run to, because at first it was, focus on the Baron side of the map, give resources over to the jungle and to the Baron laner, try to see if they can just stomp laning phase and continue split pushing. But this time around, they sacked the early game a little bit, and they played for the scaling and the team fighting composure, and it's a completely beneficial look here in Game 2.
Yeah, exactly. Like, no more split pushing, no more chasing off straggling kills in side lanes. All about bringing together those team fights, big AoE damage. You can see the numbers just getting pumped out here. Iraqi Zoro, too, took things into his own hands. So much long-range damage with the Shock Blast as well as the Ziggs from old school, constantly pumping. The gold graph tells the story of the comeback. Early game definitely was, going all according to plan in the favor of Red Squad, and we thought, hey, we might just be cruising to a quick end to the semifinals, but not to be the case. Good answer here from Team Iraqi Zoro.
Yeah, that 8-minute mark was the flip once we hit the mid game, and the rest of Team Iraqi Zoro started grouping up and said, all right, time to bring the 5 pieces of Exodia together. And now with that, you cannot disrupt this composition. And I think that's something for Team Tekshi to consider going into Game 3, because now they were cruising on by of just dismantling whatever early pressure compositions or the early game setups that Team Iraqi Zoro were bringing. But now they have to consider, if it's a team fighting composition, then how do we want to play into this? Do we want to match team fighting for team fighting, or do we want to answer by...
I think so. I think you stop right there. I think you've got it already. They've just lost with the Singe. Tekshi's famous Singe taken down. So go right back to something like the Mundo, where you can have that huge frontline presence for the team fights, become that unkillable monster. Something along those lines. The new comp as well, creating a lot of space, with the engage there for the snowball. So they've definitely got more options.
I wonder if Team Iraqi Zoro baited the Singed pick out by elaborately not banning it, so that they could say, okay, well, Singed, I mean, in a split push 1-on-1, he's kind of a menace, but if we just all group up in team fight, we can actually deal with this Singed. And going into Game 3, the players are going to be taking a little bit of time to go over their draft thoughts and then get into the lobby. While we do that, do I even need to say it, Kobe? It's time to run the Verizon 5G giveaway once again. $500 more to another lucky winner in the chat. Make sure you are spamming that right now so you can get a chance at some more cash in your back pocket. Giving away a total of $5,000 over the course of the day. I think this is number 7, if I'm not mistaken. So after this, there's 3 more chances, Kobe, to win $500.
Let's get it. Get me in there.
Okay, well, twitch.tv/AVGL, and then just type in Verizon 5G.
Keywords. Get your keywords in. Get your sweeps in there as well for the sweepstake.
Gotta unlock all the cash. And make sure you're still tuning in for the rest of the broadcast, not only for the other 3 chances of picking up $500 through the Verizon 5G, but also we have more sweepstakes that are being given away. So just make sure you are paying attention and keeping in tune. And as the players are getting ready, one last thing that I would like to look at going into this game. We've already kind of talked about expected win cons now for Team Tekshi. They have to kind of match the team fighting power. And you know what's great about team fighting power, Kobe, is that teams are built of... Team fighting is one of those things where in Wild Rift, it is so easy to do. So even if you're like getting someone that is not as adept as Wild Rift or not up to date, like some of the streamer personality players that are coming in and, you know, picking up with Wild Rift for the first time, you can tell them, all right, we're just going to group as 5, we're going to deathball it, and then when the fights break out, just press all your buttons, and then it will work out. Everything will be A-okay.
I like that. I'll trust in that. You could be my shot caller any day. Everything's going to be A-okay. Just group up. We'll have a nice cuddle. Everybody press R.
We get some hot cocoa served on the side with that as well. Just get some blankets for everyone. See, this is a good time. I like that.
Christmas vibes here. We'll see about these festivities getting into game number 3 of our semifinals. I don't know how the other semifinal is going. Being played at the moment here too. If it's also going to a game 3, that'd be super hype. As we'll be playing both the 3rd place match and then the finals after this.
Yeah, 3rd place match. I mean, I don't know what is going on. Actually, you know what? Give me a second. I might be able to determine what happened with the what the other match score is right now. It doesn't seem like actually we've determined who the other grand finalist is quite yet, so they might be in a game 3 at the moment as well. So that if that's the case, then yeah, both of these 4 teams that are remaining between Team Tekshi, Team Chuck, and then Team Zello and Team Araki Zoro are all fighting get into that grand final spot for the highest prize portion of the $10,000 that we have for this Verizon Code Red tournament.
Yeah, definitely exciting. We've seen a bunch of different styles throughout this tournament. We've seen a bunch of varying levels of experience in the game too. You know, I'm definitely proud of my boy High still in the tournament, only having completed the tutorial like yesterday. So rooting for him, see if he gets there.
That would be pretty something if High makes it to the finals, and then you get to say that we officially warmed him up and therefore deserve a little bit of the cut of the pool for our training services. But also, I think one thing to look back on as we're heading into our 3rd game of the semifinals is kind of the evolution of Wild Rift as a scene. I know you're getting your first peek of it, joining us here for the first time, but a lot of our audience has been mainly like longtime Wild Rift viewers, and so it's really cool for us to bring someone like you into this space, because for NA, Wild Rift is still kind of on the underdeveloped side. There's not much two eyes on it, but it's always exciting to see people coming, especially over from League, get to experience Wild Rift for the first time, and their eyes kind of just light up like, oh, it's so fast. Everything is just happening all at once here.
They're back already? The fight is still continuing?
Yeah.
I especially like the ones where we've had a fight start, and then the first person who died already ran all the way back from the fountain and finishes it.
Exactly. You can never... You can't close your eyes for a second when you're watching Wild Rift, because if you blink, you might miss a crucial piece of information happening at the same time. Like, someone might have been able to get a really good pick during the skirmish or the exchange. Someone is like rushing back out to a side lane to capitalize on just pushing a turret down while they're trading for the objective, or if they try to go for the objective afterwards, they're still too low to take it. and everyone's already respawned, and so they can capitalize. I think Smacks even said something about, like, just because you won the first fight doesn't mean you're strong enough for the next fight afterwards if you don't get a recall in.
Yeah, I think resets are the underrated objective in this game. Getting back to base so you can spend your money.
You gotta spend money. You gotta
spend money to make money.
That's right. You can't be hoarding on to your stuff, you know, just because you've been chilling out on the map for quite some time and that you feel like you're strong, but then the enemy team spends their gold and suddenly they're stronger than you, and they also will have access to cooldowns and abilities that they didn't get to use in the first fight. I think the other thing, too, looking forward into this last game, is if we ultimately get both team fighting setups here, then what kind of champions are now going to be contested? Are we going to give up things like the Riven and the, well, I was going to say the Jax, but the Jax is still being banned. But now do we see like a priority for Ziggs, for major AoE wombo combo ultimates like the Malphite or the Galio here?
Yeah, I think it's also important for the teams to keep in mind that we've had multiple comebacks in this tournament. So do not give up, even if you lose in the early game. We've had some really big resurgences from some, it just takes one team fight, and we've seen multiple objectives picked up off the back of them. So you can definitely still try and rely on that. A lot of support bans, though, coming out. 2 enchanters so far banned away from the side of Team Iraqi Zoro. Will they follow it up with a Soraka or something? Or would that be too much? We've already got 2.
Oh, get up the Janna ban.
That would be such a call out. If you get 3 enchanter support bans against you, that is a call out. All right, they go with the Caitlyn instead.
Just making sure that Griff doesn't grab a priority marksman before the end of the draft. Things like the Lucian are available this time around, but it is significantly shorter range. So if Team Iraqi Zoro go for a team fighting setup once again, and the Lucian isn't incredibly fed or snowballed, then it is a little bit more dangerous for him to get into short range.
Yeah, especially if you're facing a Galio. Galio taunts, Galio ultimate AoE coming through makes it hard to play short range champions. It's a nice little first pick here.
Jace is available if they want to prioritize that. But do they just run back the Yasuo Gragas comp? I think they do. Yeah,
the Yasuo has definitely been paying off. Paid off for both teams that used it. So early priority on this champion with the combination of the guaranteed setup here from Tarzan on Gragas should be big. Oh, we also just got notification. The other semifinals was a 2-0 for Team Zello.
Oh, man.
So Group B still strong contenders, okay? Group B, even if Iraqi Zoro and Tarzan can take Team Tekshi down here. Definitely some good representation. Okay, the Olaf and Camille get locked up. Both really good combinations with Galio.
And this time, we get the Camille Galio combo, the Camilio as you coined it earlier, but this time it's in the hands of Team Tekshi. So, our challenge for this team, Kobe, is can they pull off what Team Iraqi Zoro could not get to sync up in Game 1?
Well. We shall put it to the test here. Will they break the link, or will the ultimates be able to stack? Because this is looking very similar for Team Tarzan, Team Iraqi Zoro. The Jace, Gragas, Yasuo, very, very successful for them. Diana gets banned out as another possible giant AoE. Definitely makes sense.
They're also looking and calling out that Meals is not going to be the one piloting this Galio. By eliminating the Diana, they're kind of suspecting that full frontage would be taking the Galio to the support role. And Diana is one of the few answers that you can take into Yasuo just to survive the laning phase, because, as you've already mentioned, Galio into Yasuo is a pretty awful time.
Yep, certainly has been, and that's why we saw some lane swaps pretty early on in the game in the previous one where they had this matchup. So definitely still some mobility here. Again, can be switched to support, can do some early lane swaps, try and get them out to a side lane.
Just one more ban. Looking at potentially the Fiora here. That would be... I was about to say, Camille's already been locked in. So the Akali taken away from Meals. There is a shortage of AP assassins that you could take that match the Yasuo at this point. I'm going to be honest. I'm not sure what else you want to run into Yasuo. Maybe you can take like an AD laner. Lucian is still available, but then you would really need an AP dragon laner, which they've already eliminated both in the Corki, the Orianna, and the Ziggs. So if you want AP damage, you're going to like a Brand or a Veigar.
Not liking that those options too much either. The Veigar actually had some pretty good highlights earlier on in the day, but not on this team. Let's see what they actually go with. Ooh, we actually do get one of the Ezreals now too. So much poke damage here with both Jace and Ezreal from Team Iraqi Zoro. A little bit of a different look. The Kennen, there's your AP, and it fills the role of the team fights. Staying strong on huge AoE team fights for Team Tekshi here. This is for sure a press R comp if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, this is insanely exciting because Kennen has been terrorizing my solo queue games recently, Kobe, and I needed the validation that it's not just because I'm bad, that Kennen is actually a good champion. And if this works out, that's all that I need to confirm that Kennen is secretly OP. Because you've already set it up. The Hextech Ultimatum will lock down one target, and then you get Hero's Entrance on top of other people for multiple knockups, then it's a super easy setup for Kennen to get in with Slicing Maelstrom. And it's really good into Team Iraqi Zoro's composition as well, because apart from the Ezreal, everyone wants to get into melee range, so that just makes Kennen's job insanely easy.
Yeah, plus it gives you split pushing options. When you have a support Galio, being able to later on threaten the Hero's Entrance for the split pushing Camille.
Yeah.
And you've got a couple options with how you want to finish off the game. And that's why, especially in League, the Camille Galio is so heavily prized, because you have so many options that you can do with it. Picking people off, split pushing, even team fighting.
And this time around, Team Tekshi have not only team fighting options, but they also have a split pushing option, so that they have kind of a versatility in terms of tools, whether they need to fully invest into the team fight and looking for picks, or if they're going to go on split push duty and try and split up the rest of Iraqi Zoro squad for the rest of the game.
Yes, sir. I was reading something, so I'm just going to smile and nod with what you just said. I think it was great.
You're good. Continuing on that, I think the other thing that Team Iraqi Zoro have to kind of contend with is how do they deal with this Kennen? Because if they're trying to get into the fight, and then Kennen is a great way of like punishing everyone just funneling into a choke point, do they want to set up picks for the Kennen, get him off the map before they look for a full-on front team fight, or do they primarily use disengage tools just to keep Kennen from being able to re-engage?
Yeah, I think it's always beneficial to have someone who can mark the Kennen. And yes, you're always trying to clear out any sort of flank wards, and everybody's watching flanks from the sides. But having someone whose dedicated job is to mark the Kennen and try and stuff those engages is a very big deal, because that's the Slicing Maelstrom coming in is going to be the one that really ends it for you. You can't peel a Camille ultimate, so
yeah,
you try and use your efforts on trying to keep the Kennen out.
Just try to stuff him from getting into the fight, and I imagine if there will be a lot of gank priority towards this mid lane and try to shut down the Kennen, so that even if he comes into the team fights, he's heavily behind on stats.
Exhaust is a great tool too. If you just save an exhaust cooldown for the team fight and pop that one on him, all of a sudden not so threatening.
And just minimize the damage that way as well. Because I think between the Wild Rift solo queue that I've seen, as well as League of Legends World's History, Rocks Tigers anyone, Smeb, Kennen flashbacks for... Oh, man.
this year as well. Kennen was huge for Worlds, so definitely excited to see if it's going to have a similar impact here for this tournament.
It always seems like no matter how far behind a team is with Kennen, and the Kennen could be like, down 1,000, 2,000 gold, they find that picture perfect fight, and then the game is just back in their favor. So I think that's always going to be looming in the back of Team Iraqi Zoro's mind. If we don't actively deal with this Kennen, then it is going to be a problem, right? and thankfully,
it seems like you've for sure been scarred by some Kennen play.
Dude, it's been awful, man. Like, there have been so many games that was so close to winning, and they always happen in my promos. And then the Kennen just, it's awful, man. That's the woes and tales of solo queue and Wild Rift. But thankfully, because games are so quick,
Yeah, you get over it.
You get over it. It's not a 40-minute that you just had to chug through and lose so that you have to queue up another one. It's like, well, that was a quick 15 minutes. Even though it was late game, we can still move on and just get into the next game. I just wanted to give everyone a heads up. We are having difficulties getting into the game. I'm going to get through it as soon as possible. But I want to take this time to provide some words from our sponsors in Verizon. That is, a network powerful enough for Wild Rift can handle anything. Because you know that Verizon built its 5G network for gamers, so you can climb the ranks, stream, and do just about anything else on the go with near zero latency. Huge shout out to Verizon, not only providing us awesome network coverage, but also all the giveaways that we've been talking about. I feel like you have to be under a rock if you haven't heard about the $500 we've been giving away throughout the entire day, or the sweepstakes that we have. So Verizon has been huge plus and ups. But Kobe, let's actually talk about the potential for the grand final opponent, because we already know that Team Zello 2-0'd Team Chuck. So now Zello gets to have a little bit of a break time, and they get to take homework and do some research on their eventual opponents, and whether it's Team Tekshi or Team Iraqi Zoro.
And remember, they won the tiebreaker to put Team Iraqi Zoro into this series. So
that's true.
They're holding all the cards right here. If they won their semifinals 2-0, and they also won the tiebreaker over one of these teams already, Team Zello's positioned quite favorably.
Yeah, I mean, just to remind everyone at home, the people on Team Zello include T-Tigers, Eric Dota, Jackie, and Selma. And I know Kobe's already been a big fan of Eric Dota coming in as the non-dedicated Wild Rift player with his Control Mage gameplay, showing us how to use the Vagar to great success. And I imagine that he's been able to pick up the other mages in this game as well.
Yeah, I just think that team has been super well-rounded, and they've had a lot of good, game plans that they've been able to execute inside the game. This is one of the teams we are super hyped up, for coming into this tournament, with T-Tigers especially being a big leader for the early game for them. They've been able to snowball pretty effectively, and again, you mentioned Eric there on the control mages, defending that mid turret with his life, clearing waves all over the place. Yeah.
Dude, Eric Dota could rename himself to Hodor the way he was holding back the turret, man. For Team Zello, I feel like you already called it out. Super well-rounded on that squad. I'm just looking through these members once again. And even if it's Team Tekshi that comes out on top and they surpass Iraqi Zoro, Team Tekshi have pulled out some great stuff. Their jungler 80s has had a really good gank pressure. Griff has been spectacular in the marksman role. But Griff and Jackie have played with each other as a duo bot lane. Jackie was taking up the support mantle when they were together on Cloud9. So Jackie and Griff are going to kind of know each other's play patterns and tendencies. So that would be kind of a spicy duel in itself.
Yeah, I always love when you get matchup like that. They're gonna add a little bit of extra layering onto it. So whichever team wins this next game and gets to challenge Team Zello is definitely going to have their work cut out for them. But I'm still just excited to get the conclusion to this game. We've had multiple resets on these games. In Champ Select,
Start the
had to
game.
reset again. They had to surrender again instantly, like 10 seconds as soon as they got into the next game. We've been building for this moment for so long.
Yeah, I feel like we're a Dragon Ball Z arc right now. We're just building up the...
We're spirit bombing.
We're building up the suspense over 5 episodes. Oh, man. And at some
building
point...
the tension.
We just want to get to the fight. Just see what happens at the end. I'm actually experiencing the same thing myself because I'm watching Naruto for the first time, and some of the pacing and Shippuden is definitely got me feeling like how long it took to get into this game. But we're finally here, Kobe. So let's rejoice that we have some gameplay now.
Let's go. All right. So we wanted to keep track of the early game. Tarzan has almost every game done red into Raptors into come mid and camp mid, soak to level 3. He's positioned to do so now, just does blow the Scryer's Bloom, so Kennon's going to know his positioning, shouldn't fall prey to any sort of early gank there.
Making sure that there are no wards to detect his presence there, or if he wanted to linger longer, soak up the mid wave, and, Deja Vu once again, going towards the top side of the map, waiting for this Scuttle Crab to spawn. And Tekshi already taking the recall because he's like, last time this position happened, I got dove under my tower, so I don't want to chance it.
Yeah, it doesn't want to, the minion wave is building up once again, so that play is in action right now. His ward sees Tarzan, but the timing there, he actually doesn't finish his recall, so he's going to have to walk all the way out. He's going to lose out on these minions, so Tekshi is effectively getting zoned away, getting denied experience. Again, from the same game plan, exact same pathing here from Tarzan. Red, Raptors, mid, top. And it's effective. Tekshi being denied level 3 to level 5 of Iraqi Zoro.
Yeah, Iraqi being 2 levels above is quite a detriment here. Tarzan does have Smite. He's going to secure it, but Meals from over the wall, 3-man slicing Maelstrom, and 80s has joined the fight here. And this might just be disaster for Team Iraqi Zoro because 2 members fall. Even Griffin full frontage came from bot lane, and the rest of this 3-man core from Team Iraqi Zoro are way over their heads.
You know what happens when you do the same path over and over? Teams prepare a counter. And this is it. All 5 members, everybody there. Your Kennen nightmares, Rafa, come to fruition. Right over the wall. Meals comes in. They get wiped off that map. Bottom side is the payment. So since it was a full team commitment, and Griff even comes over on the Jhin to ensure that they get all of the kills. Does land his snare, but gives up the extra turret plate on the bottom side of the map, and a little bit of pushing done for Old School and Xena.
Old School are going to kind of reap the rewards of Griff and full frontage leaving. I don't think the gold lead, unfortunately, is equalized that much individually because Jhin is just under
got 2 of the kills.
Ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, he got 2 of the kills, so that's pretty hard to equalize with the turret plate there. I will say too that this is something, with the play being set up, I think it was a good play from from Team Iraqi Zoro, but because it is Wild Rift and it's such a short distance, they were able to reverse it. Here we go though.
They forced the fight onto 80s. However, once again, the Goon Squad shows up.
Yeah, it's so much easier to get there in time for a lot of these plays because the distance is so much shorter. So the collapse again comes out. Galio ultimate goes through even. Moon down. That is 4 kills. All in the favor now of Team Tekshi.
Uh-oh. Griff, you don't have the rest of your friends, though. And now this time Iraqi Zoro, they're the ones that have the numbers advantage, able to pile down onto Griff. No chance for him to escape. The rest of Team Tekshi were securing the dragon, but this opens up the Rift Herald over to Iraqi Zoro.
Yeah, so it's going to be a complete split map. I think that's a little bit lazy positioning there from Griff. Their map is split already since they're doing the dragon on bottom side and they're trading bottom side turret. They do bully this one down. That's first turret bonus in addition to all the kills that they've gotten plus the dragon. So nice sizable lead here still from Team Tekshi, even though they gave back over one of the kills.
Still about 2,000. Oh, and look at that. I mean, that's how you can equalize a death that just occurred for Griff. You just pick one up on the opposing marksman.
That's just a complete outplay right there. Just gets put in the dirt. His barrier is still up as well. So didn't have time or didn't think about that one.
The curtain call is down.
Didn't quite see the very beginning of it, you know?
Yeah, I wonder if Griff just found Old School and then the first bullet connected and Old School just wasn't expecting the damage. This is a Yumu's rush from Jin, so a lot of burst that can actually come in through these bullets.
Yeah. Well, the one good thing still here from Team Iraqi Zoro is Iraqi Zoro himself, the top side. That early play where they zoned Tekshi off of the minion waves was very effective. You know, he's still a level down. He's 800 gold down still. So the Jace definitely is the main point of power, the one point of power for this team that they still have, and it's being attacked right now.
Well, they want to shut that down, but Iraqi Zoro, he just says, nice ultimate, bro. Just swings it back.
Walk his way out. Great one. X-Tech ultimatum. Not so ultimate.
Yeah, imagine trading an ultimate ability for a 18-second ability.
It's not even like his only basic ability. He's a transformer. So he's got
so
two
many,
of those.
Yeah, he's got so many axes at his back pocket. They're trying to overextend for this turret take. It forces 80s to pop the Ragnarok so he doesn't get CC'd and propelled back into the turret by that explosive cast. You got a lot of damage into the mid turret. Tekshi might be a little caught out here. And now it's the counter push from Iraqi Zoro's squad.
All right, what can he get done? Iraqi Zoro joining the rest of the team, activating the Rift Herald, see if he can land some of this Jace poke to soften them up first. Camille is committing to the topside split push, so it's not going to be a group effort here.
Tarzan coming over, finds one onto Meals, but it's the re-engage from the Kennen. And he gets a pretty nice amount of burst damage down. They even set up for Griff to pick off one member in Old School, but it's the Shock Blast from Iraqi Zoro that equalizes the odds.
And so they make the call on Team Tekshi to actually not group S5 this time, when they have had so much success defending people, counter-engaging, collapsing for these 5-person plays. They make the call. Tekshi, stay topside, just keep split pushing, and they're going to try and get out in this mid play. They're going to try and defend this mid turret, but really good force from Team Iraqi Zoro. They get paid for it, trying to leverage themselves right back in this game. It still cost them the topside turret from the split pushing, but getting the extra kills there, and especially the Shock Blast one as they're walking away, is definitely what they needed.
Timing of some of these waves. You have Hoon, who's going to shove in this wave right before the second dragon of the game is spawning. The other side of the map. They'll have to walk quite a distance, but thankfully, we're on a smaller map, so it won't take as long to get there. But with the positioning from Tekshi, they're already beating them to the punch.
All right, Dragon setup complete, and Yasuo is committing to topside split push. He has no teleport, so it's a very similar thing, except that while Team Iraqi Zoro is committing to their top split push, they don't send anyone to the 5-man squad, so they're not going to give up any kills while they trade top turret for Dragon.
This Rift Herald is spawning in 3 seconds now. You have Griff recalling, picking up this Infinity Edge, so now the Curtain Call and the auto attacks are going to be chunking a little bit more on in this next fight.
If they can land any poke here in the setup. The mist is kind of annoying to deal with. Annoying to dodge that poke when they're shrouded there. Ezreal and Jace trying to fire out. Haven't had too many substantial hits quite yet, though, as they start up the Rift Herald. And even with that ward, oh, here's the engage.
X-Tech hold a minute. Oh, yeah. But the hero's entrance went on to Meals. And Meals is not quite into the back line. He finally makes it there, but it's only for the last bits of the slicing Maelstrom. I feel like Team Iraqi Zoro can turn around this fight. They still have the potential to turn things around. Hoon lands a Steel Tempest onto the back line, and now they've advanced onto Griff. There's a lot of low HP members, but it's just an 80 carry by himself, and a marksman isolated is easy pickings for Team Iraqi Zoro.
Full frontage does a face plant into the dirt. The Galio ultimate is in the back line, but nobody around. I feel like we have not seen a single good Camille Galio combination, despite this combo getting picked multiple times today. Ah, man, he really is going to want that one back.
Yeah,
Clicking the Galio ult on the backside. Oh, that hurts.
Yeah, that's the one where after you're dead and you're just like spamming the ulti button. I'm like, I wanted to press the Camille. Why didn't I press this one? And that's one of the things about the Galio ulti in this game. Sometimes, so if you try to go for the Camille, even if you've locked onto her, when she goes untargetable and Huxtech ultimatum, you lose it. So that's probably what happened for full frontage, is that he tried to spam it, and then it just goes to the next immediate closest target. And unfortunately, that was Meals, who wasn't anywhere near the fight quite yet.
Yeah, that is a rough one, because they were actually getting so much damage out of Griff on the Jhin that if they had that extra space with the Galio ultimate, it could have been a completely different scenario. That does mean, though, that next time around, they've still got a good chance if they can pull the combo off effectively. Side lane here, though, Iraqi Zoro is still in a pretty advantageous position, has actually increased his gold lead quite effectively over Tekshi.
One of the other things as well about kind of the choices you have to make as a Kennen player is in League, you can get both Proto Belt and Zhonya's Hourglass. But because they're both boot enchant items, you can only pick one. And a lot of the times, Kennens will pick Stasis because they want to ensure that the full channel of the ulti goes off. But Meals, he is more concerned about making sure he can get into the fight. And he's not necessarily thinking about, I'm not going to be durable enough for this fight. He's confident that he is. He just needs to be able to get in there.
Yeah. With Protobell and Flash, I'm confident he can get in there. So we'll see if they can actually have an effective engage on the next one, because there's so much potential in all of these ultimates from this team. It's a true wombo combo team with Kennen, Galio, and Camille. So again, gotta watch your flanks, gotta clear out these wards, and it looks like thus far Team Iraqi Zoro have actually cleaned the entire map, leading up towards Baron and towards Dragon. Plenty of vision control for themselves. Only slight defensive warding still standing here from Team Tekshi at their own jungle. Tarzan looks like he wants to get in the back line.
Oh, but I think they know he's here. Oh, but they've rerouted the front line, and now Old School and Xenar are open to the taking. They've dived right onto the back line. Hextech ultimatum into the Slicing Maelstrom. And look, the Hero's Entrance will find it, but the damage has already been done. However, front lines have traded for each other, both in 80s and Griff falling to Tarzan Iraqi Zoro, who just bomb squatted the rest of the backline of Team Tekshi, and now it is a 3-on-4.
Yeah, and they've got the Rift Herald, so they can go straight down mid lane, hard push, force the reaction from Team Tekshi. They have to defend this. With Rift Herald, there's no way you can try and do anything else. Clear out these minions. Good push here from Team Iraqi Zoro to get some objective gold out of it as well, and then they can just retreat right back over to Dragon.
Now 80s and Griff are going to be spawning. Oh, but this is great play. They look for the bait, the Fnatic Death Push extending on over, even across esports. It still finds its mark here. But Tarzan taking a lot of damage into this retreat. He's going to have to call over Old School and Hoon, but they're not going to be anywhere near him to bail him out. And now there's an advantage for Team Tekshi to potentially get this Dragon.
Yep, Tarzan tried to flash body slam over that wall. Gets punished for not hitting it. And, oh, same thing happened in Kennen here, though. Gets chunked out.
Okay, well, Meals sidesteps it with the Proto Belt, but doesn't have access to Slicing Maelstrom. Hoon finds him immediately with the Sweeping Blade into Tempest. Iraqi Zoro is going to be putting out a lot of damage right now. Tekshi and Griff take him out, and Griff can't get through this wind wall right now. He has to find both of these targets here. Just one more auto attack. Hoon super close in there, but Griff comes out on top with the triple.
Gallia's back alive and coming straight up mid, and since Griff survived, they should be able to get the turret in the aftermath of this one. That will put this gold so close, right back to even. It's blow for blow, Rafa.
And Kobe, Team Tekshi are not doing the thing They're not overextending on the map. They're getting their resets. They're getting their resets in. They're spending their money. They don't want to face the same mistakes that Team Iraqi Zoro slightly fell into in the aftermath.
Yep, they get their turret, finish it over, and get their purchase off. They actually are going to reset first, too. I think they've got positioning leading up to this dragon. Tarzan is here, so he can try and threaten the steal, though. And they've also got vision on it. So setup, once again, going to come down to who can find this flank angle. There's so much power in a Gragas engage, but a lot of poke options also here where they want to soften up their targets first.
A note here that both Old School and Xena's Flash are available, so it's going to be harder for Team Tekshi to lock down the backline of this squad. But I imagine, or I'm curious if they just decide to go for a frontline member instead with their lockdown.
All right. Setup once again, fishing around for some poke. Tarzan looking for the possible engage. Mist already used too, so they won't have the surprise play, and there's still decent warding here for Team Tekshi, so see if they can actually get into place. Meals has flash on the cannon, looking for the flank.
4k HP, the curtain call is available. 80's going through into the dragon. Tarzan still secures it, but look at the damage that is coming out from Meals and full frontage. They've landed a massive wombo into the backline. Hoon is completely out of the fight. He goes back in with the last breath off of Tarzan's body slam. He goes to stasis, but Hoon, can he still be alive to clean it up? The Yasuo's doing a lot of damage, but it's Tekshi that cleans it up.
The margins for victory are so slim in these team fights. 2 members still alive as Old School got out at the end of that one. So it's still going to be a 3-for-4 in the favor of Team Iraqi Zoro, even with the bottom side getting pushed out here by Tekshi. He survives. He keeps his Guardian Angel passive as well critically and survives. My goodness, there were so many small mechanical interactions there that made such a big difference. I mean, Old School sniped the last kill there onto Meals through 2 members with his Mystic Shot over the wall, barely finishing off that one, and then able to survive with his life. Incredibly close outcome there. Hoon fighting for his life too there with the Yasuo at the end. My goodness.
The Blade of the Ruin King and the Death Stance putting in a lot of work in that last fight. The lifesteal keeping him almost alive to the very brink. Unfortunately, he could not last long enough against Tekshi, even through the GA, as he didn't get a chance to pop it. One thing I am proud of is that it is possible to go the blue build in Wild Rift, because Iceborne Gauntlet is still a thing in this game. But Old School is not doing that. He's got the full damage build.
Ooh, Iraqi Zoro's going to have some fancy feet to get out of that one, and will they punish?
Well, Meals already used his Slicing Maelstrom. Looks like Old School or Iraqi Zoro and Tarzan is out of the fight. However, Iraqi Zoro comes back in and they've routed off Griff. Kobe, this could be a Team Iraqi Zoro coming through back in this series after a Game 1 loss, because they've just taken out 3 members once again.
God, Tarzan survived for so long and got the GA off of Tekshi. Eventually goes down in the end, but like you're saying, they win the positioning wars over Baron and chase Team Tekshi out of that area of the map. Pushing right down here with this cannon minion. I think the death timers are long enough. This time around, it's not overreaching. They can get a lot of damage done on this inhibitor tower. Finish it off.
First inhibitor tower of the game has been unlocked here. That means just constant super minions pouring in through the mid lane, and it's constant pressure that the rest of Team Tekshi have to deal with until the game end. And Kobe, I think this is the longest game we have been in so far, because we're about to hit the 20-minute mark, the first time we've done so on the broadcast.
This is a perfect game 3 of the series. Longest game of the tournament, settling this semi-final matchup. Who gets to go fight Team Zello in the finals? Baron's going to decide it all. Baron's mad, already aggroed, dealing some damage here.
We already know how it goes if you aggro the Baron and you're not in the best position, or you don't have all the pieces set up. Baron is unforgiving. So you want to make sure that all your waves are set up correctly and you have all your team fighting pieces in position before you take on that objective.
All right, super minions heading straight down mid. Going to give them some some room to work with, and Olaf getting caught.
Oh no, Dawning Shadow. He pops the Ragnarok. The Seraph Gauge is there. Hexi with the Hexagonal Ultimatum, but we don't get the Galio follow quite yet into that 4-man cluster bomb. And the Meals, the Slicing Maelstrom user's already gone. Just look at the damage that is coming out from Team Iraqi Zoro. They're pelting and they're just brute forcing their way through all the members of Team Tekshi. Griff and Full Frontage are the last members surviving, and it might be enough to stop them from doing Baron, but the Elder is an easier objective to take, and that's where they're heading.
Yep, too low for the Baron, but right over to the Dragon, starting this one up. All right, everything is on Griff's shoulders right now. He's got to pull out some magic Jin steals or something. This is the only hope.
Okay, Griff. He's trying to do it, but they turn right onto Griff. They finish up the Elder. That's completely in their buff for the rest of the game. Griff is gone. The burn damage is too strong. And just like that, because of the death timers are so long, they can either go for this Baron, or they could look to push and get more structure damage down.
Huge, huge win. After that one, recall, reset, get your purchases off with all the gold that Team Iraqi Zero just earned, and then they can march back out to Baron with that extra buff.
Oh man, this is. Oh, I know it's only a 7,000 gold difference here, Kobe, but when you have Elder, that buff is permanent. And
it's Elder on a poke team too.
Yeah. It just feels damning at this point for Team Tekshi. They would have to pull out a miracle and a half. I don't know if it's coming this holiday season for them. I think the Christmas is in the bag for Team Iraqi Zoro this time around. They are ready for that rematch against Team Zolo.
Looks like Group B making a very good case for themselves. All right, not even going to go towards the Baron, though. They want to finish this one off with the Siege in style. Ezreal and Jace damage comes through, and that turret goes poof.
Hades pops the Ragnarok immediately, and they find the knock-up on the Tekshi, popping the stasis, but it's only going to delay what is about to come anyway for Team Iraqi Zoro. Meals is gone, Hades is gone, Tekshi trying to survive to the very bitter end, but you've got GAs to chew through, you've got a Yasuo who is just 1v3ing your backline with no fear whatsoever. They have to wait on minion waves though. There's a lot of low HP members from Team Iraqi Zoro, but this Elder buff is doing so much work for them. The poke, the long range, it's keeping them at a distance, and it will allow them to close out this series. Team Iraqi Zoro move on to the grand finals.
Closest series of the tournament for sure right here. Definitely a tightly fought one.
Woo.
That was a fun one. Our longest game as well, back and forth. Incredibly small margins of victory across the map. Even having to pick up that Elder and then finally going to finish here for Team Iraqi Zoro. Congratulations to them. Moving on to the finals.
Yeah, just so much damage by the end of the game there too, Kobe. It was ridiculous. The power of Jace and Ezreal, once we get to that portion of the game, is like, if you don't have a dedicated, consistent way of getting onto the back line and just, making sure that they don't get to participate or stop them from poking, then it just seemed like it was too difficult for Team Tekshi. And I know we've got Smax and Kangas waiting on board, who also got a chance to see that series through. First of all, Kangas and Smax, were you all on the edge of our seats as me and Kobe were?
That was insane, dude. Like, literally the fight right before, I believe it was the Elder Dragon was taken. I was just like, what are you doing? Why is the Kennen ulting? Why is Galio ulting, like, onto the Kennen before he's on the enemy team? Like, you could tell that the players were ready for that series to end also, and they were just kind of throwing themselves at each other by the end of it, but it's definitely entertaining.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys remember this, but I've been holding this in for quite a while because that series was really long, but I have my naughty list play. And I feel safe doing this
yes.
Because they ended up winning. It was old school's Flash and Blast Cone immediately back over the wall. It feels like an eternity ago, but you know what? That's my one. That's my naughty list for the day. That was
I forgot we even had
hilarious.
I forgot we even had a Nunu in this series. It was that long.
It was actually 3 years ago that this series started. It was so good though. You know, there were so
just
many
a wee lad.
It was great. It was a fantastic series. I mean, and like Kobe, you called it. Group B. Jeez, this again, just table setting going into this one. We were like, all right, Texi's undefeated, 6-0 rather, and nobody had been able to take a game off of them. And now we're seeing that, yeah, I think Zello and Iraqi Zoro's squads are looking like the top two. I mean, obviously they're the top two of the tournament since they're going to the finals, but that's crazy how stacked Group B was.
So you're saying Kobe was right? That Group B was
Yes. I'm saying I do not have beef with Kobe, at least not live on the desk.
I especially like the matchup of the junglers too, when we're looking at finals, and how much both of these two teams seem like they put a lot of thought into their early game plans. You know, they always come out with, you know, an intentional jungle path into early game objective. We've seen it from the Tarzan side, camping on top side, getting those soul layers ahead. We saw it from the Team Tigers side as well, setting up for their invade and then completely snowballing the game. So I'm super excited for finals to see which one of those early game plans actually wins out.
Oh man, it's gonna be a good time. Like I said before we actually got into this series, I wasn't too surprised that Zello's team actually took the win over Iraqi Zoro's team. However, based on the way that they just came back in this series and made that reverse sweep happen, I feel like I may have underestimated them just a bit. I was impressed by specifically Eric in the mid lane. I think that he's integrated to Wild Rift well, but to beat this team now on this momentum, riding this high, I don't know if that's going to be possible.
And I want to take a quick note because technically we've already had a best of 3 between Team Iraqi Zoro and Team Zello. And Iraqi Zoro did not win that best of 3. So this is now their revenge tour here in the grand finals.
Yeah, I think there's a possibility for the way that Team Iraqi Zoro have kind of leveled up throughout the tournament by pivoting into this new Gragas composition. I think this kind of adds a strategic depth to now this roster. And so now I wonder if Team Zello, that is something you have to consider. Like, is the centerpiece of this composition the Yasuo? Is it the Gragas? Or is it the Jace?
It's all. I think it's the poke and then into the engage, you know, right? Or Kobe's got another option, I guess.
They're concentric circles, you know.
Oh yeah,
they're all centered on each other.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I think that's something that now Team Zello will need to look at going into the next series. Which, speaking of, we're actually moving right into the finals after this one.
That's
so
right.
We're gonna wrap up the night with one more best of 3. But before that, what do we have, Rafa?
We've got $500 to give away.
Yeah!
It's the Verizon 5G. Spend it now in the chat. So you could be a lucky winner and cash out on some money and some moolah.
Also, I just want to say, because I know I flamed the collegiate teams a little bit for not making it out of groups. But hey, if you're any of the collegiate players, or you're just from one of the schools, you're trying to support them, or just a student in general, you can also get a discount on Verizon. So make sure you're checking that out at Verizon.com/students. Big deal. So get your $500, buy your Christmas presents, and also get some discounts on your phone plan, because 5G, you need that to be a gamer.
Yeah, if you exclusively go to Verizon.com/students, there are a ton of discounts and other deals that you can get that Verizon have done specifically to help kind of make the costs for students much easier to work with, because we all know we're trying to get these students to mold their minds and get them ready for the real world, you know? Then in the money, that's a lot to handle and pressure, especially as a young adult, man.
Yeah, I could be trusted with $500 back in college. But with that being said, we are going to send it to a very short break while we get the teams loaded into pick and ban for the finals best of 3. You won't want to miss it. We'll be right back after this.
Blueberry short stack? Got any games on your phone?
All right, gamers, the moment you've been waiting for is finally here. It is the grand finals for the Verizon Code Red tournament here for Wild Rift. I already see Kangas. He's rubbing his palms together, Mr. Miyagi style. He's getting ready for this finals, baby. Team Zello, it is a rematch with Team Iraqi Zoro. They are back for blood. They're here to reestablish dominance. And before we throw it off to Smacks and Kangas to take the call on the Rift, I'm going to get some last-minute thoughts here from Kobe. Now that we've seen a resurgence in Team Iraqi Zoro, do you think that they have a chance to make it back against Team Zello, who they have lost the series previously against?
I mean, they for sure have a chance, right? Because it did come down to a tiebreaker last time as well. And I do have so much, emphasis on the early game plans that they set up and how they do, try and execute for both of these junglers setting up for the early game, because these two guys kind of determine how the teams are actually going to operate later on in team fights as well. I feel like that's going to be a lot of pressure on the early snowball.
Snowball is going to be the name of the game. Obviously, Smacks and Kangas want to get pick Nunu. Maybe someone from Team Zello will pick it up here going into the finals. Obviously, Smacks and Kangas want to get their thoughts in, but you guys are going to be taking the game. So feel free to take the game away from us. But before we do, let's get a quick look at the head-to-head graphic as well. Smacks and Kangas.
Tarzan T-Tigers! Immediately where my eyes go to. That is an insanely exciting matchup. And yeah, I can't wait to watch these two. The rematch, the true best of three now. And I think that you're right, Kobe. A lot of it will come down to the early snowball. A lot of it will come down to what these junglers decide to do.
Yeah, and in tournaments like this, where it's a pickup team, it's just a bunch of pieces of other rosters and other pro players all coming together to form one team. It's always the last match that gets me the most excited because it is the pinnacle of teamwork. It's all the camaraderie that they've been building up all around the entire day. They've finally found their stride. They've found the strategy that works for them, and especially these two teams that have already played 3 matches against each other. This is definitely going to be the peak of Code Red Wild Rift gameplay today. I also just want to give a quick shout out to Eric and Xena for hanging in with the big pro players here in this tournament. 2 of these players are not like the others, but they're hanging in and they're still showing up.
And I think they've actually done a great way of incorporating their strengths, even coming from a different, game. The play style of control mages for Eric Dota, and then the enchanters for Xena are mostly transferable over to Wild Rift, and they haven't forced them into a position where they were uncomfortable or they're like, oh man, I can't really be useful in the team fights. They've always been able to contribute here.
So I have a question, because this always comes up for tournament, brackets and an organization. Do you guys give the advantage to the team that is hot right now and has been playing and had just finished another best of 3, or Team Zello that just got to watch them play their entire series and analyze it, but might be a bit more cold because they haven't played it as recently?
Yeah, it's a hard question to answer. I think for an instance like this, where Iraqi Zoro just got off of a reverse sweep, I think it matters more for them because they're definitely at an all-time high in terms of morale. They're definitely like, all right, we figured it out. We can finally take them down at this point, because I think they got reverse swept sort of by Team Zello, right? So now they can give them a taste of that own medicine.
Yeah, the momentum riding strong. I'm also kind of in the same boat. Kangas, you might be in the other boat, but don't worry. We're going to see what you and Smacks have for us in store alongside this final series of the day. Gentlemen, take it away.
Well, thank you, Rafa, Kobe. I hate to say it. I was originally on the Team Iraqi Zoro hype squad, but now hearing everybody say that, I feel like Well, like, come on, it's not that big of a favorite over on their side. I was mostly just gonna say because my boy Iraqi Zora is over there from the Horizon Cup. So, yeah, we have to work on the desks together. I gotta back up my friends, but honestly, I think for a MOBA in particular, to answer Kobe's question, I actually value more the opportunity to scout your opponents and learn what their game plan was more than coming in feeling hot. I think for like first-person shooters, it's a little more like it, or likely for the momentum kind of narrative to come through. Wild Rift is a faster game, but it's a long game. Like, think about the mental tilt that you go through as a player in like a 20-plus minute game of Wild Rift. Yeah.
Oh. Kangas, look at this. We already have some completely unique champions being locked in just in the finals alone. Zed and Jax. Holy. That's a lot of physical damage, a lot of outplay potential.
A lot of physical damage, but not a lot of tanks picked up yet here on the side of Team Zello. Now, Camille can build a little bit of armor if you want, things like the Guardian Angel early, but I'm also looking at Eric on the Ahri right here. That pick potential now is looking pretty massive. They can isolate one member. They got a lot of burst already between their AP and AD primary dealers without even showing what their AD carry is. So makes sense right now. The team Iraqi Zora would ban out that Lucian. Wouldn't be too surprised to see another AD carry banned out as well. And there's the Jhin.
This isn't necessarily that control mage style that we expected from Eric Dota. It is more of that assassin style with the pick potential that you already mentioned. It does pair really well with the Camille. If that is indeed going to be the jungler, there are other junglers that also work quite well with this.
No way.
The Xin Zhao, to name one, as we're hovering the Draven.
Jackie.
It's definitely possible for Jackie to lock this.
Jackie, let's go.
League of Draven. By Hoon.
Oh, this is fantastic. All right, we got Draven locked. Hey, I mean, Varus, Lucian, Jhin off the table. Caitlyn picked. If you want an aggressive bot laner to pair with that Nami, Draven's kind of all that's left.
Yeah. I'm still reeling at the fact that we can actually see their chat.
That's really good. Yeah.
I did not know that. But Hoon showed us this new feature to me. Malphite locked in. This is really solid against this Draven and this Camille. It's really difficult for those champions to break apart this champion. Draven typically operates on a burst damage scale, and against a super tank like this Malphite that's going to be building a lot of armor, that can be really difficult. Not to mention the Jax that has that counter strike as well. So Jackie might have a pretty tough time on Draven if this does go late game on even footing.
And Nami's not the best support at, keeping an AD carry safe. Yeah, you have 2 CC abilities, but it's not something like a Lulu that's going to also polymorph the assassin and give you a ton of health, things like that. And Mumu locked in. Okay. Wow, these are some interesting drafts right here, Smacks. But you can tell, coming into this one, Team Zello has a hard focus on shutting down this Dragon lane, even getting Xena onto the Sona. Doesn't have a lot of combat strength in lane, can struggle against something like that Draven.
The Amumu makes me very, very curious. I'm really wondering what lane that's actually going to, because yeah, you can send Camille up in Baron lane and put Amumu in the jungle, but with the recent change to Amumu, I'm sort of feeling that it might be okay to lock in that Baron lane. It definitely makes me more excited than Camille against Jax, honestly, because Jax is really, really tough to deal with when you're an auto-attacking champion. Mumu just might be the end. I mean, we've seen stranger things in the Baron lane already today, the Nunu and Willem.
It's Iraqi Zora on the Malphite in the Baron lane is my assumption, with the Jackson in the jungle. So I feel like as a Mumu, you're probably fine with that matchup here. And Camille into the Malphite, she still has some opportunities to get picks onto him. Especially with an Amumu. Actually, that's a lot of lockdown now that I think about it. The grapple hook into the bandage toss there. We're here right now that we have just a tiny delay so we can remake the lobby. Should be same picks and bans, but they needed to change their champions around correctly so that they can actually get everybody on their right roles.
Tell me it might not be a Mumu.
No, actually, I didn't think about that. There's a chance it's not a Mumu. Now that I think about it right at the very end, I assumed that it was all locked in, but maybe I misheard production. We'll wait until we're actually loaded into the game. If it's not a Mumu, what do you think is another jungler that they should go towards?
I mean, we mentioned the Nunu before. I feel like Nunu does actually slot into this comp pretty well.
Kind of sounds like a Mumu also.
Kind of does. With Draven, you really do appreciate the extra front line that it provides. As long as you have people that are around that front line that can sustain themselves up quite a bit, then you can just keep pushing. You can keep going aggressive on this Draven, and it works out really well. Not to mention, Nunu does provide him with that extra attack speed, so it's definitely a win-win if that is going to be the option there for T-Tigers.
All right, well, okay, of course we won't know until we actually load it into the game, but when we went into this one, Kobe had some very specific thoughts on kind of what we can expect from early games out of both these teams, both these teams being teams that would most likely have early game goals and objectives in mind. Watching the last series, do you think that there's anything Irexzero and their squad needs to switch up? Because they kind of had similar starts each time. Just trying to be aggressive early on. Is this a concern? Is this something that Team Zello can like have a read on and come up with a counter plan for?
It's interesting you ask, because for me, the team in that series that initially looked the best in the late game was actually Team Tekshi. But then the roles were kind of swapped around in the match against Irexzero, where they were, on Team Tekshi's side, getting pretty far ahead early, and then they were faltering late game. So I think that just goes to show that Irexzero's squad is just really solid at finding these comebacks. So in the early game, they might falter a little bit. They might have some issues at that stage, but I really do feel like if they have that same combination and they have that same willingness to play together as a squad, it should work out pretty well.
Okay. All right, so playing together, making decisions as a unit, as a group. That's tough to ask, when it's these teams that are kind of thrown together last minute. Like, these aren't actual professional teams. There's a lot of pro players, and even some of them on the same teams. They're from the same orgs, but they haven't had that much experience together. But still, putting it on the line, having some fun here, and going for some big prize pools. Because again, competing here, there's even those bounties. I don't know how much we've been pushing those, or like who's been keeping track of those. But I know that we had a bounty system for like doing certain things in the game can earn you some as well. So I think it's kind of cool just seeing all this opportunity. More money in Wild Rift Esports. Let's keep it coming, everybody. Keep it coming, Verizon. Keep it coming. Anybody wants to hop in here and get on the ground floor for Wild Rift Esports.
Yeah, shout out to Verizon. This is a perfect time to say some words about them as well. Did you know the late game builds are expensive, but your phone bill doesn't have to be? Students get exclusive discounts on unlimited plans with Verizon, the 5G network built for gamers. You can see just how much you personally can save at verizon.com/students. That is verizon.com/students. Definitely go give that a look if you are a student and you would like to save money on video games.
Probably got a little bit of time right now during this early game to go check that out real quick. But if you want to pay attention to the game at hand, I don't blame you, because we're loaded in for Game 1 of the Grand Finals, Smacks. Team Irexzero just took down the undefeated team from Group A in Tekshi, proving that Group B was, in fact, superior. Now up against a team that beat them in their own group in Team Zello. A lot on the line here, a lot of pride, especially with some of the players that you see on screen.
And wouldn't you know it, Kangas, it's not a Moo, and it is, in fact, Nunu and Willem. I guess I'm just super big brain or something, man. I just have the predictions on lock. No, but it really just genuinely is a great pick in this game. This Draven damage.
Yep. Welcome to the League of Draven, Xena. I'm not sure if you were conditioned for this or not, but this is going to be your laning phase. Get used to it.
Yeah. That's a big ouchie right there. You're going to want to get a little bit more than a bandage for that one. Going right back to base, and it's early enough where you can't really buy anything with the items as T-Tigers making his way with the snowball. Some fancy maneuvers, but not quite into the champion combat with it. Can't go for full Chokio drift on that one.
Ooh, Charm actually lands there. Flash out from Tarzan. He gets knocked up. This could be first blood.
Wow.
Over to Selma to kick off the Grand Finals.
Man, and Zello winning out in this trade as well. Look how much more experience Zello has than Irexzero in this play. Meanwhile, mid lane, Hoon taken so low, forced to use that shadow to get out of that situation. Selma's roam very, very effective in this mid lane.
And because of the kill, Because, of course, it's Tarzan that goes down. It's also a double scuttle picked up now for the Nunu, so T-Tiger's taking full advantage of that. We know how smart of a player he is. And, yeah, showing that off here with a very efficient jungle pathing. Full clear top side, double scuttle, can now full clear bot side.
This is a really accelerated Nunu. And when the tank on your team is accelerated, it just goes to help out the rest of your squad, because if the enemy team just can't kill your front line, how are they ever going to expect to kill your back line? Well, I'll tell you the answer. That is through Hoon's Zed. But we're going to get to that when we get there. As of right now, T-Tiger's super far ahead. Will just be able to roll around and get that ultimate off, likely have that priority available for whatever objective they want to go for.
Also, Zello just silently getting a lead over Iraqi Zora here. I believe already forced a back out of the Malphite by only level 4 right there. But also, okay, Jackie looking for the full kill underneath turret. Dina's level 3, had to back already, might need to back again.
This is a good time to remind everybody that Jackie is not even the marksman player on Cloud9, he is the support. So, champion pool pretty deep on this player as Jackie really making this lane work wonders. This is just really crazy stuff. I'm looking forward to seeing what they can do to translate this lead into these objectives that we were talking about. The Infernal Dragon, very valuable. But if you want to keep that early lead going, it might be to your best interest to go and take the Rift Herald instead, so you can start breaking apart these turrets.
Exactly. That could be the strategy for them right now. But I'm tracking the backs and where people are heading afterward. See Jackie reset, run right back to bottom lane. We see old school reset, run to mid. That signals here, yep, Iraqi Zoro and squad are going for that Herald, and Team Zello is prioritizing that Dragon.
Don't need to change up too much here on the side of Zello. You know where your powerful champion is. It's in this Dragon lane. It is Jackie. So bring everyone down there, bring everyone to him. And as long as you don't get killed by Zed, it's probably going to work out.
Interesting thing, though, is the fact that that Zed player, Hoon, was a little late on the rotation, but now here onto Jackie in that bottom lane. Gets the kill. Traded as Xena fell for that, but 1 for 1 and kill onto Zed, that feels good.
Yeah, I said that it was okay to trade this, and I said that it was good if Hoon got this kill, but that was a pretty sneaky maneuver.
Slick.
It's kind of not even, Kangas, because Jackie got to cash out the League of Draven stacks, and that just turns things fully in the other direction. You can see it's nearly 5,000 gold already for Draven. That is not a comfortable position to be in for Team Iraqi Zoro.
Ooh, nicely done, though. The Herald charge immediately drops, means that first turret gold actually goes over to the side of Team Zello, and now lockdown onto T-Tigers, but Xena, oh no!
Oh no!
Flashes the wrong direction. That's another kill picked up.
That's tough. You can see that the controls in Wild Rift are not quite as easy as they look. Gotta be dexterous with the thumbs rather than the fingers. If you're coming from League of Legends PC, it's a whole different ball game. You gotta get warmed up with your thumb wrestles, Kangas. Have you been doing that?
I'm not a thumb wrestler. I am an arm wrestler, and there is some minor thumb strength involved in that, but actually not as much as you'd expect. Part of the secret technique is to actually slip your thumb out of the enemy opponent's grip, because then you can get into the straps.
Interesting. I'll have to keep that in mind next time we go hand to hand. The fun. I've got a lot of I don't know if I can really call it thumb strength, but I've played video games with that because I was really into the fighting game scene. So things like Super Smash Bros. Definitely helps if you're trying to do like wave dashes and stuff. You're probably ready for Wild Rift. Yeah,
probably. Well, Wild Rift requires a lot of precision as well. It's not just the force, because it is just touchscreen. It's being able to do these little motions. Speaking of, Eric landing them onto Xena right there. A lot of chunk onto the Sona. And now top lane is the focus here from Team Zello. Double lands. Oh, man. Nami knock up lands. Zoro's in trouble. That's a kill picked up.
I thought for a second that they were just going to ignore the gigantic rock in the lane, but it turns out Rakizoro had no business being there at all. Meanwhile, in mid, excellent trap placed by Old School, completely counteracting that gank and buying time in the Dragon lane for his squad to take out a couple of these structures, nearly destroying the inner turret. That is a very big deal.
Yeah, we have 2 turrets staying from both teams. And the focus on the split push, focus on objectives, not on these team fights. Not on these, okay, let's group up around the big ones and fight. But now Old School, charmed up. I don't even know if they needed T-Tigers, but the flash away means yes, they did. Rooted down, kill picked up by Eric.
Old School, he thought he was safe after that last trap, but it turns out it was just feigning confidence, or feigning ignorance, I should say, for T-Tigers. Like, oh, wow, you got me with the trap. You'll never see this one coming, though. He gets behind the wall, finds the gank path, and the snowballs are really working out for T-Tigers, man. Something about this new champion today are just really hitting different.
Something about Eric, too. I mean, geez, for not being one of the pro players in this tournament with all these other pros, he is sniping these charms. Very impressed with this player's performance. And, wait, sorry.
Being, what's up?
I'm sorry, I know, pass it to you and then cut you off, but I'm seeing double Vamp Scepter on Jackie right now, and I just need this to be explained.
Well, turns out, if you like one Vamp Scepter, you'll probably like 2 of them.
Really?
Double the lifesteal. Yeah.
Never realized.
That's math.
So 2 means 2 times.
Yeah.
You know what? It's adding
So he'll probably end up going for both Bloodthirster and Blade of the Ring King. That's pretty typical for Dravens, but you usually want to have the critical strike earlier than Blade of the Ring King. So that's probably what's going on. Lifesteal definitely doesn't hurt.
Double knockup, lots of damage, lots of burst smacks. Finally, our first real team fight of the finals, and it is delivering right now. Look at Hoon jumping onto the back line, trying to find an assassination, cannot locate it. That just means team fight win for Team Zello.
And Hoon doesn't have enough damage yet to overcome both of those members, dying just before he even gets there. You can see he hasn't died quite yet, but as an assassin, you really do your best work when you are in that backline and just fighting for your life, finding all these auto attacks alongside all of your spells. Fortunately for Hoon, he did not have enough time to land any of those attacks before he would have been found out, before he would have been killed, so had to just instantly pop right back out, not finding any lethal hits, and will need to wait for another opportunity that hopefully occurs before his team has already taken severe damage in the fight.
Juicy targets to look at for Hoon. You can go for the Nami, you can go for this Draven. But both of them are pretty fed right now, so could be a tall task to ask. Group up right now from the front line, support and AD carry right now of Team Iraqi Zoro. Going for a 1-3-1 style. Engage, misses.
No!
Now, look at the Dragon lane. They're also getting engaged on there. Iraqi Zoro might go down. Xena as well. Jackie walking forward, taking a lot of damage right now. Trading it right back. Iraqi Zoro just destroyed. Blown up. As also the kill is taken a bottom side as well. Hoon joins in. Can't find this one. Hexagon ultimatum onto Xena. Locked in there. But Zello doesn't want it.
Does not want the smoke with Hoon in the middle of that hexagon. You got to get out of there. Just saw what happened to Jackie just a moment ago. Pretty big shot down onto this carry player. Most gold in the game, so you want to make sure that he is not a part of these fights. Now Zello, well, whether or not he wants the smoke, he's going to get it.
He's jumping right onto Hoon. Doesn't have the Hexagon ultimatum, but might not need it. Oh! Traded right back.
Man, both of them going down in that play is pretty funny, honestly. We're seeing the durability of the Camille.
Immediately, Hoon just gets a stopwatch and then sells it. He's like, nope, no, don't let recency bias it back then.
Oh, man. Yeah, he needs some more armor penetration, as it turns out, to break apart these tanks and these durable champions. Like we just saw, Zello has a lot of durability, has a lot of health. And alongside that physical damage shield, you'd think that he'd be favored here, but turns out Zed is a pretty big scaling champion in Wild Rift.
That's a lot of damage. Oh, Xena yet again. Lockdown gets the ultimate off this time around. Engage from Iraqi Zoro. Ooh, Tarzan knocked back. Cannot find the proper engage. Now flipped over, trying to do what he can, but he's
gone.
taken out. Zelo's here. So is Eric. And that means another team fight win for Team Zelo. Old School and Hoon, the only surviving members.
Hoon is doing it. He's definitely doing the Zed thing in these team fights. He's finding the enemy marksman, he's dispatching him immediately, and then falling out. I really like the precision that Hoon has in these team fights. He definitely knows what he is meant to do, but the rest of his team is so far behind at this point, Kangas. You're seeing in this Baron lane, it's just a gigantic disparity in the gold, and that's spread a lot of other directions. Now, Tarzan is also keeping pace and will scale in the split push. Not necessarily in the team fight, though. And the team fight is really where you have to make your stand in a game like this, especially when these objectives are up. You're going to be corralled into one of these pits regardless if you want to fight it, and that's just not really something that Zed and Jax can easily accomplish.
But at least he has 3 items. Jax is hitting that big power spike here, especially around that 4th item, where he's very difficult, if not impossible, to deal with in a side lane 1v1. But that's not the focus right now for Team Zelo. They can go for these objectives. They have the comp that can group up. They have the Nunu. 3 dragons in their pocket.
Tarzan was thinking about taking that Baron, did not bother to clear out the vision first, does so secondarily and realizes, oh, this was a mistake. I do not want to be there when the enemy team finishes that dragon and comes over to my exact location. So instead, settles for the Krugs. His split push will be effective if his team can fall in line and allow him to do it by giving him space and providing pressure elsewhere.
Not getting engaged on.
Yeah, exactly. Like this.
Yeah, Zelo's just looking for it. Nami ultimate goes out as well. Flash from Xena. Ireki's trying to get out of there, but he just instead goes back in. Pops the stone plate. No damage is here to follow him up, so he's just sacrificed. Oh, and Tarzan went down as well because 2 members.
Yep.
We actually saw T-Tigers roam up there. Aaron's on the table.
Yeah, just in that 3v3 alone, it was completely okay for Team Zelo. Is it okay now, though? The Baron's softening them up.
Doing a lot of damage. 2,500. Oh, Hoon! Charmed up by Eric right out of the Shadow Clone. And now Old School will go down as well. That is the ace for Team Zelo.
Eric Dota is sick
He's
at
nuts.
this game, Kangas. I am so impressed. Again and again and again, this guy is really showing up when his team needs it. Still deathless.
You know, solo Tarzan right here, by the way. Literally, he just wins this.
He's definitely just. Oh my god, this is a 3.5 item Jax, mind you. If you're watching Horizon Cup, you know this already. But Jax is one of the strongest champions in the entire game. The team that is the best team in the entire world used this champion in the jungle to win nearly all of their games. And Eric just solo killed it. Just by himself. It's insane.
Oh my god, he just gets another one. That's all of his mana, but that's also game 1, everybody. Congratulations to Team Zelo, up 1-0 in this best-of-3 series.
Man.
We can't even call him Team Zelo anymore. This is Team Eric. I'm petitioning.
Yeah.
I'm petitioning to change. I know that we said that we're going to do it for all the Baron laners, but this is Team Eric from this point forward.
Yep. It turns out being a multi-season challenger player in League of Legends helps you out a little bit when moving over to the mobile version. This guy's really popping off. And it's not a control mage anymore. It's the Ahri instead, a mobile assassin-like champion. You know, you get all that ability power, you get that Void Staff, and all of a sudden, if you land a single charm, that is instant death for the target. That's deathless for Eric Dota, deathless for T-Tigers, deathless for Selma.
3 deathless gamers in one game. That's insane.
One of them's the tank, too.
One of them is legit the front line.
Enchanter. An Enchanter went deathless against Zed. Can we just
Selma did more damage than Old School or Zelo.
This is a victory for Enchanter players everywhere. I'm taking this for myself. You want
to play some Nami now?
With Selma, of course. I always want to play. I always want to play Nami. You kidding me? Nami is my go-to for games that I'm not playing Jarvan support.
Fair enough. Well, congratulations, Team Zell. Still the team to beat. They topped their group, which is looking like the harder group out of the two, and now they're one game away from taking the entire grand finals here. Kobe, Ralph, I know that you're watching that game. Ralph, I want to give it to you first to start us off here. Did you also have Iraqi Zoro, Team Iraqi Zoro? Because I feel like everybody on this desk took the momentum argument.
I was on the hype train for the momentum switch, and then I saw Jackie lock in the Draven, and I was like, oh god, wait a minute. I forgot Jackie knows how to play this champion. And Dravens are always such a, like, volatile thing to work with, because either it crashes and burns, or it just takes over the entire game. And you look at the state of the bot lane, I think we know what the story of that game was there, Coach.
What, jungle diff? As I am jungle biased, you know I'm jungle biased.
All right, fair.
I also thought it was cool that they played the dangerous game of like, all right, we're gonna give you Jax to Tarzan, who loves farming, and then they just spam gank with Nunu instead. And so like, yeah, Jax was far ahead, and you know, Jax is farming up, and Jax got super rich, but Nunu's getting so much work done spam ganking as well. So I'm a T-Tigers fan for my my Wild Rift jungle.
Don't watch Horizon Cup, Kobe. Don't watch the Horizon Cup. You don't want to see it. You don't want to see it. Stay a fan. Stay a fan.
Thankfully for him, that was before my time in Wild Rift. So
that was in the past. Kobe is looking to the future where NA comes back to the next international event, and we do better. You know, moving on forward.
We do better.
Next time we're gonna get Eric. Eric's joining Tribe. He's gonna be starting, and Eric are gonna split time. And they're gonna tag team it.
Oh, don't tell starting
we gotta
that.
Have achievable goals.
Josh might have an issue with that, Kangas. He might hit you up on Twitter and be like, bro, why are you saying that my position is forfeit right now?
We'll settle it in a 1v1. We'll settle it in a starting versus Eric 1v1. That's how we'll do this.
Oh, snap.
Man. I mean, for the next event, if we could just not get last place, I think that's my goal for the next time.
We shared that. We
shared
that.
We
shared that.
You weren't supposed to say anything.
We got last place.
We tied for last place, okay? Okay, we shared
drag
that.
Someone down with us?
Brazil is just as bad as we are.
No, that was Latin America. It was not Brazil. But Brazil beat our asses.
Yes, you're right. Yeah. They're the team that finished above us.
Oh, you know what the surprising thing is? I have to tell Kobe this. In our game for Tribe, our one expected matchup that we thought we were gonna win was against Brazil, and that was the team that TSM sent. And so when TSM beat Tribe, Kangas comes on broadcast and says something along the lines of, once again, TSM disappointing NA fans internationally.
That was Degon.
No, that was me. That was me.
Yeah,
that was my joke.
Oh, it was Kangas.
I was like, oh my god.
Degon
that
bagged
has
on TSM a
layers
lot.
to it.
We're not here to talk about Horizon Cup, though. That's a different thing. Different thing. Let's bring it back to the day at hand, and also bring us back to the giveaway that I know everybody is patiently waiting for in Twitch chat right now. So get up your Verizon 5Gs, raise them high, drop them in the chat right now. This is the code to drop in there for a chance to win 500 big ones right there. That's a lot of Christmas presents. A lot of whatever you want it to be.
And
Well,
Kangas.
there's more?
And, yeah,
Yes.
There is more,
Wait.
ladies and gentlemen. Because if you also type in !sweeps in the chat, you could have a chance to upgrade your entire mobile gaming experience with a massive prize pack, and including a $800 Verizon gift card, alongside all of the goodies we talked about: PC, mouse, keyboard. We even have some cool little mobile gaming specific techs that you could get. If you've been seeing like on Twitter some of the things that even like Razer has shouted out, like that could be part of your arsenal, and that's all thanks to Verizon. So shout outs to them for putting this all together.
And if you're a mobile gamer out there and you're like, well, I don't know if I can use a PC, I don't know if I can use a mouse and keyboard. That's just streaming tech, man.
Hey.
You can use that one to stream on, whatever platform you want.
How do I use this?
There's 2 buttons. What's a button? But I'll also tell you, $800. $800. That's a new phone right there, or at least most of a new phone right there through Verizon too. So if you're looking to upgrade your hardware too, it's an opportunity. Exclamation point, sweet.
Yeah, as long as you don't go Apple, that's a new phone.
Ooh. Got him.
Well, regardless, it's a lot, and I hope that you guys share with us who the lucky winner actually is. I hope you tweet out, it's like, hey, I won, thanks guys. We'll pop off right alongside you.
Yeah, we'll definitely be supporting you. But Smacks and Kangas, we're heading into draft for the second game. So get back to work, get back in there into the arena, and give us some shoutcasting.
We're in it. Woo. We're going. Now that Rafa's given me his energy, I think I'm ready for this one for sure. Smacks, congratulations. We could be a fast night. I know that you're on the East Coast, so you could be getting to bed at a reasonable time here. Because, again, based on that game 1, Team Zello looked pretty dominant.
Yeah, I mean, if Zello wants to give me an early bedtime, that's okay with me. I will accept it. But if history repeats itself from the semis, Kangas, then that means that Team Iraqi Zora are about to reverse sweep. And that is also a pretty good Christmas present for me. I would be perfectly happy accepting that one from them. That would be super hype. So let's see if they can actually do that. They've already started off with some of these bans. Nunu Willump, immediately, the first ban taken out. I really enjoy that. This champion has been just clicking heads, or tapping heads, I suppose, as we are in mobile esports. It's been working really well.
It's part of that poke composition that they had drafted, but notably, with the other champs in that composition are banned away, the Jace and the Yasuo, I like this focus from Team Zello, or rather, as we had agreed on, Team Eric. They took away some of the other poke champs, and then the big payoff in that Yasuo that paired with the Gragas. So it's over to Riven for Team Iraqi Zoro.
Riven is so scary. I can't believe we haven't seen that much of Riven. We saw a lot of Riven in the collegiate side of things over this past weekend. Riven was a really big champion alongside Kennen. Actually, we haven't seen any of that either.
We saw that in mid lane, yeah.
Yeah, we saw that one game today. But both those champions were really good, and Riven in specific is good because you can play her in a lot of different roles, and whichever one you pick, she's going to be super mobile. She's going to be super slippery, hard to take down. And on the aggressive, it's the same problem. You can't get away from her, and she has so much damage. It's like a Camille, but like even more. You don't get the ultimate, but you just get more damage.
Look at this. I love your breakdown, Smacks. I love your analysis, but I see a shiny champ locked in. I got to talk about it. Kha'Zix for Tarzan.
Yeah. This is exciting. This is, again, a unique champion for the day. So much stealth provided with Kha'Zix in this game. And in a game that is so much faster than its PC counterpart, you have to expect the unexpected when it comes from this guy. You have to think of where he can possibly be, and then just move him a little bit closer, and that's probably where he will end up.
Objects
you will probably
in
be
mirror
on
are
top
closer
of
than
your
they
face.
appear.
Yes, exactly.
Objects invisible in the jungle are closer than they appear.
It's a good way of putting it. We gotta put that sticker anytime that Kha'Zix gets locked in.
Have a constant reminder on your phone. Alarms going off. Just calendar reminders. But Morgana locked in. Is that allowed?
I don't know. That's what I was thinking. I'm not certain if that is a legal champion for this event. I don't know off the top of my head.
Well, let's just check real quick.
It looks like they are trying to draft in a different order, and the Morgana pick is actually representing Fiora. I'm reading this in the team chats here.
In the team chats, I love it. Okay, so imagine that means we're gonna have a remake for the lobby to get the correct champs, but just imagine that is Fiora right now.
Yeah, I think this makes. I think like remaking the lobby makes sense because you want to make sure because Eric probably doesn't own Fiora is the thing, but they want to make sure that they're at their tip-top shape, right? So I think that's fine. But anyway, well, we're gonna assume that all these bans are exactly the same as what they would normally be.
Raven ban makes sense. I like this adaptation right now, taking that away. And the big thing that I want to highlight is the fact that Xena, we were talking about the impressive performance on the Enchanters. The Sona was just so difficult to deal with Draven and the Nami lane. And I like it because Soma's consistently picking Nami away from Xena, who we know will play that Nami if it is up. So it feels like, yeah, there's a clear game plan, clear strategy from Team Eric as to what they wanted to do coming into this best of 3. And again, I'm giving that to the fact that they got to watch the entire semifinals and do some scouting.
It's still so funny to me that we're changing over to calling it Team Eric, but he's on Ahri again, so I think it makes sense. His performance was just so good on it in the previous game, and now it likely will be against Zed again. But you know what this means, Kangas? This means that Senna will probably the lock-in, and it means that we will probably have one of these melee bruisers alongside it in the Dragon lane as a melee carry in that one. So I'm pretty excited about that.
That would be interesting. I saw Zello hovering the Vayne for Jackie to pilot. Now they're switching things around. Now they're starting to see this comp come through. It is the Senna. Okay, so somebody farming between the Aurelia, Zed, Riven. I would probably guess the Aurelia, and then Senna paired with that. So what does Jackie want to play?
I would be aligned with you on that one if Araki Zoro wasn't an Aurelia player. I know this because of his Twitter, for one thing, but also when we were watching Horizon Cup and we were on the desk and Rolster Y was playing Aurelia, he got so excited. He was like, oh, they're picking Aurelia. That's my favorite champion. He was like analyzing every single thing that Rattel did, and he was like, they're going to win with Aurelia. And then they did, and then it was banned in all the other games, and he was really sad.
Understandable.
But I think he's going to be playing that.
Good notes. That means it would be probably the Riven with that Senna into a Caitlyn Nami lane. Still a lot of range. And honestly, I think Caitlyn's probably one of the best marksmen to deal with this kind of lane, because it's really hard for a Riven to actually get on top of the Caitlyn consistently if you're not using your flash.
Yeah, I really like it. The Caitlyn, I should say. The Riven is very adventurous. We're going to have to find out how that one actually works. But Caitlyn, definitely, I agree with you, does feel like she has a lot of zone threat against these melee champions. You have just so much range to work with. It feels like if Riven is popping these broken wings, to get into range of you, she probably has to use all of them just to get in range, not even considering the 90 caliber net.
Although I will say, well, obviously we're remaking the lobby, redrafting so that we can get the Fiora in instead of that Morgana. It's Ghost on Riven at first. So if Old School keeps that, that would be an interesting tag. Ghost, Flash, Riven. Yeah. That is kind of terrifying to think about.
Sounds pretty fun. I like the extra movement speed on Riven. You don't really think of that champion as needing a lot of movement speed because she just dashes all the time throughout an entire team fight, but it definitely helps. On any melee champion, that movement speed is going to help out a lot. So I really like the Ghost, like you're saying. And, you know, if that does end up being the lane, it's going to be pretty cool. I haven't seen Old School play this champion before.
Which means if Iraqi Zoro, kind of what we're predicting is true, that means Iraqi Zoro on the Aurelia going up against Zello on the Fiora. That's an interesting matchup. Very skill intensive, because if Fiora's able to repost the Flawless Duet, that's a big counterplay right there, but you got to time it correctly. There's still a lot of damage going on between both of those, and I feel weird as the Baron lane main myself. I mean, I only play Pantheon, so I have no idea who wins this matchup, but in my head, I feel like it's going to be very skill-based.
I mean, Aurelia is too crazy to play. I don't blame you. She's just moving around all the time. It's got to be impossible.
My thumbs can't do it, man. It's
like... It's pretty intense. I haven't tried it myself, but I watched Pastry Time do it, and he was actually quite good at it. So I was pretty surprised. But
you were with him at better times than I was, because I remember watching this Aurelia getting a completely different vibe, but.
It was in an ARAM, so it ended up working pretty well. But there were definitely times where he was like, I did not mean to go to that minion. I did not. That was not my intended dash.
It was a great Pastry impersonation, too. Fantastic.
I missed the accent, but
but you got the
I'm
inflection.
not gonna try to do that.
You got the inflection.
Yeah,
right.
yeah,
That was the
yeah.
important part. Well, again, backs against the wall here for Team Iraqi Zoro. So I want to talk about this from their perspective a little bit here. Again, while we're waiting for the lobby to be remade, if you're just joining us, I had to remake that, so we should be in shortly. Is this it? Is this the sauce? Is this how they make the comeback with this weird, wacky, zany, all melee comp? Or is this just cheese hoping for something crazy to work?
It definitely feels like this is a last hurrah composition, you know,
Yeah.
where Iraqi Zoro's like, well, I haven't played Aurelia the entire tournament. If this is going to be the last game, I want to at least play it one time. And then if they pop off on it, then they're like, all right, let's go. We're going to win. But yeah, if it is that Aurelia for Iraqi and then a Riven bot lane, I mean, that's probably also something like old school's like, I've been working up. I've been in the lab testing.
Ghost Riven.
Mixed
This is
up
the
a
same.
potion.
This is how NA gets 4th place in groups next year.
Ah, yes. The Caitlyn counter.
I'm well versed in this matchup. I do want to say sometimes having a fun comp like this is what you need. Again, reverse sweeping against their last opponents, like the Kings of Group A and Team Tekshi. And that game 3 was like 22 minutes. It was a crazy length of a game. Sometimes your mental's taking a hit after that kind of performance. And you can see, I mean, based on what Eric was doing against Darsaid, once that pair was taken, it felt like they were done after game 1.
Yeah.
Mental reset. Pick champs you enjoy playing. Pick champs that you want to have fun with. And sometimes that's actually the way to come back from these series. Because momentum's one thing, but just the mental strain of playing the game is another.
All right, let's see it. Is it actually happening? Oh, okay. So Old School is playing Orianna. So that is the difference on the blue team, and then Fiora locked in instead of that Morgana. Okay, so we have a few departures of our expectations. Tarzan is the one playing the Riven in the jungle, and that means that Iraqi Zoro taking the Irelia. At least I was right about that.
Okay, so the big thing is Old School on the AP damage. They needed some on their team. That's Ignite used by Iraqi Zoro. Oh, okay. Well, Zella just has a summoner spell advantage now. That's actually pretty pivotal in this matchup.
Yeah, it feels like it. The trade went pretty even through that Ignite. So with Zello having some more sustain on the vital procs as well with Fiora definitely feels favored in this matchup from here after seeing a trade like that. We'll see if it actually takes shape.
Yeah, they're going for it. Full 1v1. And yeah, that was maybe not even the difference maker, honestly, but it definitely helped. Oh, but another kill. Traded back this time. And that is a 1-for-1 trade at the end of the day.
This time, Hoon starts off the game with a kill of his own, Kangas. Before, they were really struggling to get things started. That's going on the naughty list.
Tarzan, this is grand finals, man. You gotta hit the right summoner spell, buddy.
You know, the only people that saw it were the two of us and the hundreds of people in Twitch chat. The enemy team did not see that. And also maybe anybody who's seeing a clip on Twitter, because that'll probably happen.
There's a chance that makes it.
I'm sure Rafa's already cooking it up as we speak.
Front page of the Wild Rift Reddit. Coming up, everybody.
Yep. But again, the enemy team did not see that, so they don't know that his flash is down. And what you don't know won't hurt you in this case.
But Tarzan, without that flash, a key part of the potential Riven combos. I don't believe it will be up. Actually, now that I think about it, now I look at the timer, it might be up before the big objective spawn. So Dragon, Herald fights, if things like that happen, it actually might be inconsequential. Oh, but look at this.
There's a chance.
Engaged from T-Tigers, Hextech Ultimatum. Hoon jumps right back in to the charm. Eric, don't miss, baby. That's another kill.
See that charm. Man, that was really impressive because I really liked what he went for. Usually on the Ahri is what
a bubble! Selma, you dirty dog! Now the 1v2 at the top lane. Zello stunned, down, locked up. Tarzan don't need flash to get that kill. And it's just blood across the map right now. Jackie, okay, they're just trying to one-up each other now. Look at T-Tigers, he's even here.
Physical damage shield's pretty nice. Hook shot won't go in any further as Hoon gonna clean up these couple of hooligans underneath his turret. Just get off my lawn.
And
3
not a
kills
summoner
for the red
spell was left on the Rift. Save smites and flash on Selma. They're all used, everybody. That was insane.
What is that Christmas saying? Like not a peep in the night or something.
And all across the town, not a something was heard. I don't remember. Not a footstep was heard, I think.
Yeah, I really don't know.
And we were doing this whole holiday bit, and now we're completely botching it right at the
end. Well, you know what? We still have our Santa hats on. And we also don't have the Rafa Grinch costume anymore, so that's a plus.
Fair enough, Smags. Fair enough. Thanks for the reminder. I can't be him. I'm sorry. Dragon started up right now from Team Iraqi Zora. They get it, actually uncontested right here, but the Rift Herald was already picked up. You see it in T-Tiger's pocket right now, and Iraqi Zora just backs off. This should be first turret.
Oh, wait, there was a flash there by Tarzan trying to attack Jackie. And he's going to get this. Trap,
Jackie's
not
in trouble.
enough.
Tarzan, yeah, he just has the autos and gets that kill, but again, it's traded because Eric setting up the plays in the mid lane.
It's traded with turrets as well. We're seeing that both sides are getting a split map here. No Rift Herald used on the side of T-Tigers and Zella when they were taking that siege up in that Baron lane. So they do get that first turret. They keep that objective available for them so they can go and break apart another turret easily. You can see that based on the scoreboard at the top of your screen, it is still Team Iraqi Zora that comes out ahead in this one. They get the Drake, they get a little bit of a gold lead as well, and a lot of that is into their carries Zed and Riven.
I do want to specify, though, that based on gold alone, when it's this close, it doesn't mean much. So I instead like to look at who has that gold. You look at the kills here on the side of Team Iraqi Zora. They're where you want them. 3 kills on Hoon, 2 kills on Tarzan.
On the other side, it's completely spread out. So, you know, spread the wealth there. You can make sure that everybody is rising at the same time. Ooh, nice trap placement.
You actually take this. I guess he's looking for it. Xena following up Flash from Zora. Oh, right into the trap! That was beautifully placed by Jackie. Now Xena will fall as well. 2 kills over to Team Eric.
Man, I really enjoy... Okay, we'll talk about that in a second. I really enjoy Jackie's trap placement on this Caitlyn. He puts one directly under his own feet, and that's the only way that Iraqi Zora can actually get in range of him the entire time. With that first ability, you have to target it onto that enemy champion, so just really smartly done right there for Jackie. On the other hand, Zello getting a solo kill on Riven, and Eric... Okay.
Every time I see Eric on screen now, my heart just starts racing. I'm just like, okay, what's he gonna do? Who's he gonna kill this time? Clearly the spectator is trying to communicate something to us, and this time around, it's the fact that he has just straight up pushed old school all the way back.
Yeah, Eric.
Thank you, Observer.
We're getting an EDM dance montage to Eric, Dota, Ari, and Wild Rift. You love to see that one. He's still deathless on this champion, by the way. We're going to keep tracking that until he dies, if he dies in this grand finals, because it definitely feels like Zello has a solid lead at this point. They used the Rift Herald to take another one of these outer turrets, and they got 2 of them. They got another bonus one thanks to that Rift Herald push. So just taking all these structures is a really big deal, especially with the Drake in their sights, you have to imagine.
Oh no, Zello not realizing, not respecting the fact that there were 2 members of the enemy team right there, and that's really gold efficient for Tarzan. He even steals away the Gromp while doing it. That's a big play.
Yeah, good movement there from Tarzan. In the right position at the right time. And already going for that invade, you know that there isn't really anyone there to punish. Sometimes you're going for a play like this and you have no idea. You don't have any vision into the enemy jungle, so it could very easily be punished. But no, he was already there. He already scouted that out. You can see that ward by the blue buff as well. They had it all scouted out. Just a very clean execution of the enemy split pusher. And again, just in time for these objectives. So we could end up seeing a trade, or we could end up seeing another one of these big team fights where Iraqi Zora do feel more confident after that last play.
As of right now, the push is for mid lane priority. It goes over to the side of Team Eric to start off, but easily cleared up now by Iraqi Zoro and their squad. You see Zello doing a big split push. Nice charm onto Tarzane to prevent his further engage, but Selma a little caught out. Iraqi Zoro just says, go with the shockwave from Old School was massive. And now the rest of the team shredding through the health bars of Team Eric. T-Tigers goes down, killing Spree to Hoon as he survives. Big fight win.
Oh, and no objective of the Rift Herald traded for this one either. You have to imagine the Team Zello was thinking of taking this slow. They were thinking, okay, we just saw them use a bunch of these ultimates in the last engage they had onto Zello. Will probably be okay, but the cooldowns are really short.
Doesn't have ult. This is scary, Hoon. I don't know if you can do this. Zello, he's got the grand challenge. He parries. He flashes. He gets the kill.
Let's go, Zello! Can he escape now? Tarzan on the run. He has the broken wings. The movement speed is huge. We mentioned how important movement speed is for these melee champions. They're waiting in these brushes. Zello
Tigers is here
to escape.
Tigers is here, Tarzan.
Wait.
Oh, he's doing it! Tarzan's got the plays. He's got the moves. Can he get the damage on the Zello? He gets the honey fruit. That honey fruit just saving Zello's life. Tarzan can't do it.
Zello with the moves, the schmoves, and the lunges on Fiora. Oh no, and now Xena, too far in the clutches of T-Tigers, will be claimed by Eric Dota. Oh my word, Kangas.
What started as a big play. Oh, it's not over. Hoon's back on the back. Jackie's dead. I don't even know who comes out ahead now.
I don't know either, but it is Team Zello who's starting up this Rift Herald. Eric Dota on the front line. Lets them secure it. T-Tigers has that one now. Actually, no, Eric has it.
Eric has it.
He's the one who claims it. All right.
Still deathless on the Ahri, mind you.
True.
I don't know how we really break down what or how that happened. But gold leads even.
Just go back in the VOD if you want to see that again, because we're not going to talk about it.
2 dragon lead, 3 turns to 2. And this is delivering. I think it's safe to say this finals is delivering.
Yeah. I can't wait for the next Drake to spawn at this point. I just want another one of these skirmishes. Hoon, you can see he just used his ultimate to execute.
Eric could die.
It's available. And
he's
it's
going for it.
To be used onto Eric.
Eric immediately into the Zonias, jumps away.
Ooh,
Char misses, but still, I mean, that was good moves from Eric regardless. Does not die.
Yeah, that was a really nice move. You have to use both of your defensive move pools.
Ooh!
Wait. Wow.
Flash from Xena, Grand Challenge issued, Old School dead. Oh, the shot blast though!
Where is he?
Zoro though! Trying to save him, T-Tigers dodges the flawless duet. Nice movement there from T-Tigers.
Oh. T-Tigers did flash into the range of the Vanguard's edge, so he ended up popping that one onto his team. But it's okay. He still ends up getting that kill. Now Tarzan, can he make this great escape? He is Riven, so if any champion's going to do it, outside of maybe Singed.
Look at him go on the minimap right now. While this action's happening here, Hoon and Iraqi Zoro, they actually get a kill for themselves. Picking off Jackie, and Tarzan's out.
Yep. I can't catch
They're going back in mid.
They already used all that movement in mid lane. Hoon with the ultimate on the Zed can't get any damage.
Tarzan with the flank! Follow up by Iraqi Zoro, T-Tigers. He's got his eyes on the prize though, but he doesn't have the damage. Zello joins in and dies as well. Double kill to Tarzan.
Oh, and these kills are still being traded so evenly right now, Kangas. Hoon dives in, but he can't get any of that damage off. He's instantly crowd controlled again by these expert charms and expert bubbles by Eric and Selma. I love the utility and crowd control that these two are providing in this game. They are on that match point. They do need to have this precision if they want to take this one in a clean sweep now. With the objective spawning, Jackie, you cannot keep moving up, man. We keep seeing what's happening when you do. It's just not possible for you.
Such a close game right now. It's only game 2, everybody. It is best of 3, so backs against the wall, and Team Iraqi, Zoro, and friends are showing up. They are bringing it to Team Eric, the newly founded. Up in Dragons, but they could lose this one. Grouping up around it.
Tarzan
Ruby
is
go
TP.
for the steal. We can look for this. Teleport will come through. Dragon is secured, but can they win the fight afterwards? T-Tigers throws out the ultimatum. Grand challenge issued. Tarzan's in there. Iraqi Zoro's in there. T-Tigers is down, and the fight is won for the side of Iraqi Zoro. Another double kill to Tarzan. He's chasing for more. Once Jackie gets the knockup, gets a stun. Hoon with the damage follow-up. Zoro over the wall. Eric's in trouble. Will Eric finally die on the Ari? No! He cannot do wrong! Eric still alive and hits the charm. Old school. He's got it. He's got it. Finally a death on the Ari.
Eric will not go deathless into that good night, Kangas, but Tarzan will deliver the killing blow to the Dragon Lane inhibitor turret. That might be the last nail in the coffin for a game like this. On the knife's edge in all of these team fights, if you can force the opponent to be in an uncomfortable position, you can force them to have to think about whether or not they need to be in their Dragon Lane at all times. That can be the difference maker. As Team Zello, they commit so much to finding a positioning into this Drake. They take the dragon, but they don't think of an escape path. They get caught out. They get caught in transition, and it leads to this gigantic demise for them at this point. It will take a miracle for them to get back in. This could be
now they
one.
want another. They want another engage. Xena flashes to safety out of the range, but Old School just blown up by Eric. No, still alive, still in the stasis. Zella's joined in. Old School's finally down. Tarzan buying some time right now, looking for the engage here. 1v2 double kill over to Zello. Eric with another charm. Iraqi Zoro, you gotta get out of there. You don't win this 1v1. Zello's full health. Has a flawless duet. Ball time for Hoon. Hoon's here. Damage from Zed. Zello goes down. Tarzan's alive. Tarzan's alive. He gets the stun and he's still alive.
They're going to be able to end the game right now, Kangs. If they have the minions, they have the timers. Only Jackie up, but that's an easy kill if they want to go for it. The safer play is just to take the inhibitor turret, but I can see it in their movement. They're thinking about it. Okay, okay. We have a little while longer in this game too, Kangas, but it feels like it's just about wrapped. Team Iraqi Zoro came back with a vengeance, and it starts with these bruiser champions, Riven, Irelia, Zed. I cannot believe how many kills they're all getting in this game.
Absolute bonkers game 2, everybody. I was worried after game 1. I was like, all right, clean sweep 2-0. Congratulations, GG to Team Eric. Well, look at this right now. Actually, mid, they are fighting. They're scrapping. T-Tigers is going forward. We can't see it right now. Looks like they got a flash. No, they actually didn't get any summoner spells.
Oh, look at Jackie, though. Jackie doesn't have anything now. That is a really big deal. He only has the stasis on this Caitlyn. Oh, Tarzan. Don't do it to him.
I don't know if Tarzan wins this.
No.
I actually think Zello can win this still. He's got the grand challenge, but he doesn't want to test it. Running away. The rest of the team could join in. That's a lot of damage. Oh, no. Look at that onto Jackie, but the snipe from Eric yet again. He just can't miss. Tigers jumping forward. The shockwave onto 2, and now the Bruisers jumping in there. Guardian Angels are available. One is popped, but no one's fallen except for Zello. They're still 4 members strong right now. Old School looking for the kill over the wall. Doesn't catch it.
Old School do be hurting in these team fights, Kangas. The burst damage from this mage, the only mage in this game outside of Eric Toto, is more of an assassin, really. He's hurting at this point. You have to imagine that these team fights are going to be super easy if he can just stay alive and keep attaching the ball to his mobile friends on his team in this mobile esport. How fitting.
Spooky Ghost, Selma picked off right at the start of the pivotal fight here. Dragons on the table, and now Jackie, it's over. It's done. That is a game 3 in the books right now. I do not see a world where 3 champions can defend against this push or contest for that dragon. You got to go one or the other, but T-Tigers, he's getting caught in transition himself. Stuck between decisions, throws out the hexagonal ultimatum, gets the safety. Zello, can he find the miracle hero plays? Eric over the wall. Eric trying to juke and jive and do whatever he can, and he does not survive. Iraqi Zoro do it as well, but Zello with the double kill. Zello keeping them in this game. T-Tigers and Zello. Goon squatting it forward, but you gotta watch for Hoon. Watch for the Zed. Sliver of a health bar. He's going for the game. He's got it. Nexus goes down. GG, game 3.
These two teams have played against each other in 5 games today, Kangas, and it is my pleasure to announce that we are going to a Game 6 between Team Arakizaro and Team Zello. Whew. Here we go.
That Game 2 is exactly what they needed. Confidence. Get on those champions you enjoy playing. Do something weird in the draft. Throw your opponent for a loop. Keep farming, Tarzan. Just keep farming. 12-3-5 on the Ribbon. Absolutely insane performance from the entire squad. And we're going to Game 3. We got Rafa and Kobe back in here to help us break that one down. I'm going to need to drink some water because we still got another one after this.
Welcome, boys. How'd you like that one?
That was sick. That was sick. Tarzan and Hoon absolutely popping off. But I still think the best play of the game was Zello with the Fiora with the outplay on top side, then the honey fruit to survive.
Yeah.
Buying time, waiting in the brush, and Tarzan sitting in the other brush. Just enough time, teammates sit there. Oh my god.
Yeah, there's so many great outplay individual moments. Obviously, when that Zello Fiora outplay happened, I was like, oh man, like, yeah, even though Hoon is super fed on this Zed and Tarzan's starting to get fed on Riven, like Zello's holding them in and he can hold like the split push angle, but then the shockwave combos on top of Tarzan for the instant wipeout on like shockwave into wind slash was filthy. So disgusting.
Yeah, it wasn't the flashiest champion in that game, but Old School on this Orianna from the Dragon Lane was really clutch in a lot of those fights. He wasn't the one dashing all around, he wasn't the one getting all of the triple kills or anything, but he certainly was the setup that this team required in that one, and the magic damage as well. They didn't really have any of that outside of him, so really big shout out to Old School. He's been really holding it down this entire tournament. I have a lot of respect for him after this.
The other thing, too, that I want to look at is the way the game ended. There was a moment where, like, T-Tigers and Zello, they clean up the fight, but then Hoon is like...
He had, like, 200 health. He had sub 200 health there at the end. Like, one Fiora auto, he's dead.
His face is exposed. And he just goes in. He goes in for the X-Peke backdoor. Zello tries to TP in. If they had been able to see it, like just a second earlier, because when the game ended, Zello was coming out and he had already like channeled a lunge, but it was literally a game of milliseconds that it came down to. And now we're going to a Game 3 with that kind of momentum, and you look at the previous history of Team Arakizaro reverse sweeping Team Tekshi. I wonder if Team Zello are a little nervous because they're about to get reverse swept on as well.
By the way, we confirmed no longer Team Zello, now Team Eric. We have confirmed that. We've name changed them. Eric's put on a good enough performance. He's earned.
Wait, okay,
what happened to the movie thing?
That was no. All right,
true.
Kangas, I think that was true after Game 1. I think Zello deserves his naming rights back.
Fair.
I think it can go back to being Team Zello as we move into the Game 3.
Yeah, Kobe brings up a good point, though. Are we not calling these teams by holiday films anymore?
Well, I don't know, Kobe. What holiday film should we call them?
See, we've got Elf and Elf 2.
There is no Elf 2. There is no Elf 2, Kobe. Don't curse us with the future timeline.
Honestly, though, I think that especially this Hoon and Tarzan are just going to be so pumped up after that game. Anytime you get that fed in a game and you're just running around like a superhero, just smashing people everywhere you go. Yeah, they're just going to be coming into this game with so much confidence.
Zed ban. I think Zed gets banned in this next one. Hoon just had 2 really good performances. Had like, what, 4 and 5? Was 4 out of the 5 kills that his entire team got in game number 1 on this champ, and now with this performance, I definitely think that's getting the axe this next round.
Yeah, Team Zello cannot let Hoon continue running around Naruto style, just nooming all over the map with the Yomo.
That's shadow clones. It's unfair. That's
dude.
A high level jutsu right there.
It's too powerful. They gotta keep the Hokage down, man. Now, moving into Game 3, if they're banning things like the Zed, I think the Riven also warrants a ban if they're on the red side from Team Zello, because Riven was the first pickup for Team Iraqi Zoro, and when you combine it with facilitators like Oriana as well, that's a deadly combo.
Yeah. I really like that style of team composition where you just have all of these bruisers that are fully activated by a couple of like enchanter light champions. Like Oriana isn't really an enchanter, but at the same time she isn't really not an enchanter.
Just pass me the ball. Pass me the ball.
Yeah. It's great. So I really love pairing Oriana with compositions like this, especially with all the melees too, because then you already have ball delivery service. It's perfect.
And the fact that now Old School showing that he's willing to play mages in the Dragon Lane opens up the rest of the team, because they want to play these AD Bruiser melee champions. Well, now they can do that. They can play 3 melee AD champions in the top half of the map, because Old School is willing to take that hit and still play the mages instead. I think that Xena, even though the Senna didn't feel like the differentiator in that game, still was a great facilitator, still helped them out for sure, providing shields and heals throughout those fights, and definitely looked like a better laning phase than game number 1. So it looks like Iraqi Zoro and squad, they have a winning formula now.
Yeah, you're still scaling on the Senna pick. So you're always able to contribute the longer the game goes, and with how the tournament has kind of come to almost a close, we are now guaranteed our last game of the day. This is for all the marbles. This is for the numero uno prize of the $10,000 prize pool for Verizon Code Red. At this point, it's no longer best of 3. You don't care about the previous records anymore. It is one best of 1 that stands in the way between you and first place. And already, I think we've already kind of seen the stakes that we've already seen from these players, and the outplays, how close, how nail-biting some of these like individual mechanics have like just brought us. The Yasuo and the Riven in this one, me and Kobe were just chilling in the back seat,
honey
but we
fruit,
can't
man.
even chill.
The honey fruit at the right time. Now, oh my God, that saved. I think that play, the consecutive plays where he wins both with the 1v1 and then the outplay after, that might be the best play of the tournament, even though they lost.
It's such a tough one to deal with, but I can definitely agree in that one. Smacks and Kangas, the moment has arrived. We don't have to stall anymore. The players are ready, and I hope you are ready, because now you have to take us through one last journey, one last game, and then it's all over. So have a good one, Will.
Thank you, Rafa. Thank you, Kobe. I gotta say it to everybody at home. I got nothing going on until Tuesday, so I got a long break here for my voice to recover. So we're gonna go all the way for this one, Smacks.
Oh,
I think these two.
I thought you were saying that we should just turn this into like a best of 31 and then just like go until Tuesday. Because at that point,
I mean that I can hear Rob. I don't know if production picked that up. Rafa's not on board for that one, Smacks, I guess. It might be a elongated day rate at that point. But we're in a pick and pan for this next game right here. Same bands so far. No adaptation. Zed's on the table, and there's the Riven locked in for Tarzan.
Yep. That looks like a Riven to me, as we have the Bruisers starting to pile up once more here, Kangas. Camille as well. So yeah, we're not making any departures at all. We're not making any changes until we have to. Like you said, the bans are the same, the picks are the same so far, and I mean, in a game that was that close, at a certain point, it really does just come down to that execution. But Jackie is not interested in playing Caitlyn anymore.
Honestly, I still feel like Caitlyn's the better pick. I feel like Caitlyn does what most of what Jin tries to do. It's a little bit better right now. So Jin is the pivot for Jackie. Maybe you can make an argument that this provides a little more early game facilitation. The Deadly Flourish is a little easier to land long range than the traps are. You can still be further from the danger, follow up on plays like the Camille Hextech Ultimatum, sure. But it's an interesting pivot, not one that I expected.
It definitely is. At a certain point, this is some call out that their opponents are going to play a tank, right? Because Jin really does not appreciate playing against tanks at all. Bruisers are sort of not fun either, but at least you can outspace them with all of the range that Jin provides. Now, Caitlyn can do the same thing, but Jackie was really struggling in that one. So why not take it a step further? Why not go even farther back with all of the range? And that champion just so happens to be Jin. Now, the other champions have been exactly the same so far. It's still Ahri for Eric Dota. It's still the Nami and probably Orianna at this point in that Dragon lane. And with something like this, on the side of Team Zello, they're likely going to start thinking about the bruisers that haven't been banned quite yet. Something like the Zed, the Aurelia. Zed already is gone.
And important to note, this is actually Xena getting back on the Nami. It's been picked away from them 2 games in a row because it's Selma just sniping that. But this time around, Nami was not locked in red 2 like it had been the previous 2 games. That's actually huge because Xena's Nami looks much better than things like the Sona. Again, the Senna looked serviceable for sure, but Nami's the comfort. Nami's the big pick where now we can expect a much stronger Dragon lane coming in from Team Iraqi Zoro.
No, that's my mistake. I forgot that it was Senna in the last game. That did not look terrible. I will say I did like the Senna look, but like you said, the Nami is just an entirely different beast. It does so much. It does so much for you. So why not give that one over to Xena and pair it up with Orianna as well? You have just a really nice crowd control combination. Now Fiora is the ban. Aurelia is still
Aurelia
available.
Is this an Aurelia pick away? They might lock in Aurelia here to take it away from Iraqi Zoro, because I don't think of him as a big Fiora player. He would prioritize Aurelia over that, but if you're going to lock in Aurelia, might as well take away the Fiora at that point. That might be the strat here.
Maybe the call out is that the Fiora could potentially go in the jungle for Tarzan at that point, because I agree. I haven't really seen too much of Iraqi Zoro on the Fiora, so could potentially just be a call out. Yeah, let me see if I can find out what that ban actually was. Let's see if they said anything. It was Alistar. So, yeah, no cow in this one. Moo.
Interesting.
But sad moo.
Sad. More of a boo, if you will.
Moo.
Aurelia on the table here. Do they lock it in? Hovering junglers right now. Vi is the pick in Game 3 of the Grand Finals.
Yep. Most played champion for T-Tigers at Horizon Cup, mind you. So this guy has a lot of experience on this champion. Now, I don't know what they were picking in scrims, but at least on stage, he did look really solid on this champion. He had some really good early game dives with Tribe, and I really liked that look. I thought it gave them a lot of really solid early game, and if you are up against a team like Iraqi Zoro, you want to make sure that early game comes online fast, so you can get to those game-winning micro plays as soon as possible, and on better footing so that it favors you ever so slightly.
I was looking at the comp. I was looking at the Aurelia pick. I don't love it into all these champs, so I like this pivot here. Gragas for Iraqi Zoro. Varus was still on the table. The focus on these marksmen has really dropped in terms of bans throughout this series. So still a premier marksman locked in. Blue 5.
Oh, man. If this Garen is locked in, that's a support Garen here, Kangas. We're sending it down to Selma in the Dragon lane. Oh, that's so exciting. We talked about Horizon Cup a bit on this broadcast, but just as a reminder, again, the best team in the world, Dokkan Gaming, has revolutionized the Garen support in that role, and they won. They won international games with it. So this is a real thing.
It is a real thing. The idea being, you don't need to be super impactful early game as a support Garen. You just need to be a body in the mid game. Once teams group up for objectives and start fighting, that's where you can really come online. So yeah. It's going to be a new look for tonight, but it still has a niche.
Yeah. I am getting an update from production that I can provide to you all on the third place match. We have the results. They are in. Team Tekshi ended up winning. They are the third place team. They won 2-1 against Team Chuck.
Nice.
So, 2 things there. Congratulations, Team Tekshi. You are third place. Also, congratulations to Team Chuck. They actually did take a game there. They struggled to do that in the group stage. So, pretty good stuff all around right there. Exciting from Team Tekshi and Team Chuck.
True. I mean, that's big news for Team Chuck because, yeah, they had gotten swept earlier by that same team. So they actually dropping 3 games at the end of the tournament after leaving groups undefeated. So a big kind of swing opposite direction, but still third place finish, very respectable there. But Smacks, this is grand finals. I want to keep our attention now on the game at hand because it's all on the line here. First place is on the line here in one final game. And you know that point I made about momentum earlier? Between series, I think that's a pretty strong point. That's kind of what I was leaning towards. But in a best of 3 series, momentum can actually play a pretty big role in my experience and from my perspective. So Team Iraqi Zora is looking pretty strong here.
Yeah, for sure. This is definitely a good position to be in for them. They don't have the same level of high octane outplays possible from the champions that they picked here, especially because they are against Garen, and that's just kind of a killjoy when it comes to outplays. But, you know, it's a support income Garen. He won't be as annoying and tanky as a Baron lane Garen would. And you do still have a lot of plays that you can make.
Still looks like he's doing damage right now. Jackie going forward,
True.
Exhaust in onto Selma. Heal used early, double flashes. Tarzan's going forward. Can he get it? First blood in game 3 of the grand finals to determine it all. And that's a double kill over to the team, trading 1 back.
Garen may be a real support champion that you can pick, but that does not mean that you're not going to get ganked at level 3 by Tarzan's Riven, man. That is still a heavy possibility. On the other side of the map, we can see T-Tigers taking this time wisely to take away the blue buff and start on this Rift Scuttler. But yeah, the extra kills provided there by Team Iraqi Zoro are not going to go unnoticed.
We also see now Tarzan on the Raptors, but Eric taking a lot of damage! Hoon just with a straight-up outplay.
Yeah, and Hoon even deciding to give the kill over to Eric Dota, choosing his own poison in the end, not giving any assist money over to T-Tigers. That is pretty nice stuff as T-Tigers at level 5 at 2 minutes. I just want to throw this out there again. Level 5 at 2 minutes. We'll see if he actually decides to use that ultimate anywhere, but that is a very early power spike for the ultimate.
He can straight up dive old school. Like, straight up dive
He's
old
gonna
school
do
right
it.
now. He does not have barrier. Flash is available, but he's walking forward. Oh, he does not see this coming. Old school, you gotta run, baby! Throws out the Chain of Corruption and accepts his fate. Does not even flash.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. There's no way you're getting out of that one. T-Tigers, again, using his time super wisely. It's the same kind of play that we saw from him at the Horizon Cup. And while it didn't end up working out too well against the international teams, we're not international anymore. This is just NA, and T-Tigers has won everything in NA. So why not stop? Or why stop now? You know, try to win the entire thing here.
Go for it, T-Tigers. With that kind of dive, now Old School's even further behind, but here's another play now. Shockwave lands. Hoon's going to go down. There's just no way. You can't get away from this kind of play here. That's another kill picked up by Eric.
Yeah. These junglers are doing a great job. I say junglers. Zella's not even the jungler. Zella's the Baron lane. So great roam from him as well. Just getting outside of that own lane. He did get pushed in, so punished slightly.
Old School, he's kind of caught away here. Dodging around nicely. He does get to safety.
Assault and Battery wasn't quite up, so didn't feel super comfortable going underneath the turret potentially. Old School, even if that Assault and Battery was available, could have flashed him into the own turret. Now Selma going the Garen support,
Garen, by the way.
Damage. Yep,
that was literally just the Garen right there.
Yeah.
Wow.
He only has a Ruby Crystal, by the way.
You got Merc Treads. I mean, come on.
Yeah, that's not damage either, Kangas. There are no swords in that one. He was very close to getting a solo kill on Old School as well, because he did have Ignite, did have Ultimate with the Demacian Justice, but not quite going to go for it. Waiting around for the Drake to spawn. That kill wouldn't have meant a whole lot before the objectives are here. Now that they are, you're seeing that Selma is moving around to try to find any sorry souls waiting at the hand of the sword.
Chain of Corruption, be careful, Iraqi Zoro not respecting the engaged potential of the enemy team and will fall down.
Yep, you cannot hang in the range of all of these melee champions with their ultimates up. Nice charm.
Nice charm. Everyone's jumping straight in onto Hoon. He's able to reposition. Flashes to safety. They can turn the play. Old School engaged John, but he gets to safety as well. Selma doesn't
Charm
find the
again!
kill. Charm again. Jackie just straight up frontlining as this Jin. They're all so low. He wants it so bad, but no mana on Eric. There's curtain call. Hold up. He doesn't see them. He doesn't have vision. He doesn't get a single one.
Oh no, Iraqi Zoro
Barrel?
in position. Can he land the barrel?
Oh!
No, he can't! Ah, it's Jackie escaping, and that's the Drake as well. Now Iraqi
He's
Zoro
alone?
is gonna have to be on the run. Okay. he's
Oh,
gonna make
they
this
don't
out.
realize. They don't commit.
Oh, Kangas. It is Charmageddon out here for Eric Dota. 4 kills on Ari. This is insane. Again, this player is popping off as the streamer, as the sub, as the content creator, not a professional Wild Rift player, but hanging with the big boys.
I'm saying if anybody's looking for a mid laner in this offseason, you gotta have conversations with this gamer right here. Chain of Corruption misses again. We gotta fight around the Herald. Selma being the front line. Zello jumping onto the back line, but flashes away. Eric, this is that charm. Shockwave onto 3. Tigers jumps in, but it's a slaughter. No one's fallen. Finally won. Eric sacrifices his life just to make sure that they get it, and maybe can get Hoon. No, not meant to be. 4-5 for one trade, and the Rift Herald picked up.
Give the Orianna to Hoon, give the Orianna to Old School. It doesn't matter. This team just knows how to play with this supportive mage. The shockwaves have been astounding on Team Iraqi Zoro. Now Tarzan, I don't think you can survive this one, but you do get first turret with that Rift Herald push.
And that gives them a 2,500 gold lead right now. This is something you can work with 6.5 minutes into this game. It's not quite the snowball, but it's the beginning of it. You can see that they're gaining some mass. And honestly, Team Eric / Team Zello are getting a little angsty right now. They're looking for these plays, looking to get aggressive now that they know Tarzan's out on the map, and they will confirm a turret.
Yep, feels like a turret trade to me at this point, Kangas. You cannot hang with the Vi, the Camille, and the Garen all in your face, especially while Tarzan is dead. You have to be super careful while that guy is not alive and ready to fight with you. While he is, it's an entirely different story. You have all this extra mobility and damage and durability. Every possible good thing that you want in a champion, Riven provides, but not while she's dead. That's a thing that's exclusive to Karthus, I believe.
Pretty unanimous thing. If you are not on the Rift, you can't really utilize your kit. Little known fact, make sure that you subscribe to the Twitch channel and get more tips and tricks around Wild Rift, everybody. Tarzan's back to farming, usual tricks right now. No big objectives on the map currently, so we have a slight lull in the action, but as I say that, if Eric lands this charm, he does. Follow-up, Nina's taking damage. No kill confirmed.
That was a wave in preparation of potential Jin curtain call. And that was a kill just flat out onto Hoon. Flash as well. Hoon cannot escape the unstoppable power of this Camille ultimate, man. This is insane.
Ooh, and Selma actually. There's the first ability on a minion. Curtain call, pulled again.
Tank
Xena. Okay, dodges away.
Another turret in the dragon lane here, and I believe this is just another kill under Iraqi Zoro if you're not careful.
Oh, he's got the body slam. That's a lot of damage. T-Tigers might be burning down. Oh, survives it still. Iraqi Zoro didn't quite have the damage. That was close, though.
2 straight attempted engages onto these members of Team Zello. And neither one of them ended up working out very well for them, Kangas. Both of them in a 1v2. Turret falls regardless. 2 kills regardless. This is really tricky all of a sudden for Team Iraqi Zoro. Their structures are falling. They have to consider whether or not they want to actually take a Drake fight. Let's take stock of these ultimates. Xena likely will have Tidal Wave by the time that a fight erupts. But I'm not so certain about Explosive Cask. I'm not certain at all about Demacian Justice either. Selma likely will have to go without it.
But the team can still group and look for the fight regardless. Tarzan might try and find a stun here. Eric has the charm. That's a longer range. Got to give respect to that. And now the hard engage right now. Locking down the member. Selball walked too far forward. Flashes over the wall. Zello on the flank. Can you get onto the carries? He
T-Tigers.
cannot, but T-Tigers can! Straight in onto all of them, but the Shockwave answer on a 3! In the Baron pit, Zello throws out the Hextech ultimatum, nobody's died yet, finally Selma goes down! An engage from Zoro is huge for the team! And Iraqi Zoro gets a double kill to the mid laner, Hoon. Charm will miss from Eric, that's Dragon.
Uh-oh, the slows with the curtain call. Hoon, you gotta dodge this last shot! Oh, he does it! And now he can join his team with the entire squad, taking down Drake. Can they zone out Jackie? Can they zone out T-Tigers? He's in range with the smite. Not going to be stolen away, but you have to run with all the damage. It will be Xena falling. That's a trade in favor of them still with that mountain.
But mid turret will fall here. Gold at the end of the day still in favor, and now Iraqi Zoro, you went a little too close to the sun with this one. A lot of damage. Has the stone plate still alive. Old school turns the play.
The chains of corruption make sure that Iraqi Zoro doesn't fall, even with the Demacian dunk on top of his head. Selma is only just a support Garen. He does not have the extra power of something like a Black Cleaver. He has to go full tank. Now it looks like Iraqi Zoro with that extra bonus that they got. Take out this second objective in a row, a clean sweep off of the Rift. No more Rift Herald spawning in this game. Only that Baron will happen in the pit from here on out. And this game is so dead even, man.
It is dead even right now, Smacks. But I will say, it's a 1 turret to 3 turret differential, and what that means essentially is there is more standing gold on the map right now for Team Iraqi Zoro. They can actually get this mid turret, get this bottom turret, and those two alone, once they even up the turret count, they will have a slight gold lead. It's not going to be anything insane, but if you look at the gold graph so far into this game, it's ups and downs. It's a roller coaster because these teams are just passing it back and forth.
In spots like this, you have to consider what the damage is going to come from on both teams. On the side of Iraqi Zoro, likely going to happen with Tarzan at this point. On the Riven, we're getting those late game spots where Riven's bruiser damage will outscale that of a marksman, especially one that has lethality.
Ooh, Zello goes back down to the bottom lane. The siege comes through here.
Oh.
This should land. Nice charm onto Zoro. He flashes. And still alive. Tarzan just straight up 1v3. The shockwave and the damage from Old School's too much. That was dirty.
Only 1 kill so far. It's only Selma, the support, Garen. Can they keep this turret in the mid lane alive? If they can, it's a worthy trade. If they can't, then they're trading down. Zello does get an inner turret, but the mid lane one is far more important and impactful. The only way he can make this work is if he finds a flank, but they might have flanked him.
He should get out. Oh, flashes. I believe failed the second execute of that hook shot.
Yeah,
should have been able to get over that wall.
Tarzan had really good positioning. It forced him to run directly into the Riven model instead. So flash was necessary at that point. Yeah, just a really good play from Tarzan. Keeps his own flash as well. So just overall, a positive trade for Iraqi Zoro's squad. They have this team fight. They didn't really use anything in this one other than the tidal wave. That one certainly will be available soon.
And also remember, that's standing gold. They now have a 1.5k gold lead, and they're still 1 turret down. Oh, charm. Xena takes a lot of damage. Curtain call yet again. You just can't hit these. Okay, I'm at the point now. Oh, that's one. Oh!
What were you saying, Candace? What was it?
Okay. All right. Well done, Jackie. I like it. The Phantom 4th shot.
He definitely heard you. He definitely heard you right there. He's like, are you kidding me? Watch this.
You disrespected me like that in the grand finals, game 3? Wow. All right.
All right. Oh, that's a free turret right there. We take those. We take those on the side of Iraqi Zoro. Nobody needed on that push. A little bit of extra pressure on that Dragon lane is going to be some good news when it comes to this Drake. Tarzan not being near the objectives, a little bit of bad news, though. And his team take it without him.
Dodges the charm, but you can't dodge a Hextech ultimatum. And is pulled right back. Eric should survive this. Okay, in those instances, Eric, I need you to walk away, buddy. I don't want you to play hero. Almost went sour, but still kill picked up in trade for that dragon.
Yeah, that's really bad news, though. Tarzan will now be dead for 30 seconds, and this Baron is the consideration. Ooh. This Baron is the play that is being made. It's secured, and now a fight.
It's down. They're going for it afterwards. Nice tidal wave there from Nami. Sacrifices her life just to get the rest of the team out of there, and that's low health bars right now. Zello, I don't know if you actually wanted to take that shockwave back. Says, get over here. Damage done. Charm lands. Old School can still output it, though. Has Zoro to stand in the front line. Goes down. T-Tigers had to jump in for it. Old School, how much do you want it? Are you going to try and chase this down? Barriers available. Fight's done.
Team Zello can't take any more fight than that one because Tarzan is spawning. He is the danger zone for them. They have to make sure to find a pick, which they did exactly. That was the perfect outcome for Team Zello. They kill the enemy team jungler. They force a Baron while the rest of the squad on the opposition was taking an objective on the bottom side. And they got it completely uncontested. They only lost one member in the end. Completely worthwhile trade. And you talk about standing gold, this is the perfect way to pick that up. Oh, the
If they can get a pick here, that would be big. That Krug saving the life of Tarzan. That charm just barely missed out.
Wow. You know, that's justice for the Krug in Arcane. The imprisoned one, you know what I'm talking about?
I know that there's a Scuttle imprisoned. I didn't know there was a Rom.
Yeah, it was. I think it's in the first episode where they they look over of Zon, and then there's a Krug in a cage.
I still thought that was a Scuttle Crab, but we'll have to go check the tape on that one. Regardless, justice for jungle camps in general. After that one right there. Okay, this is, we're at the end game right now, Smacks. 16 minutes on the clock. This is when a lot of Wild Rift games will close out. Aaron's off the table now. Actually, no, it is still on the table for a little bit longer here. Eric and T-Tigers do have it. Zello did not. But overall, the turtle is working out for the side of Team Iraqi Zora. They're only going to lose this mid-turret.
As long as they don't lose an inhibitor, they're completely okay. If they can keep the Baron out, and they do exactly that. The Baron has now fully expired. They don't have to worry nearly as much about this three-pronged approach from Team Zello. It was scary for a moment, but as long as they don't lose, and as long as they keep the super minis out of their base, then they're okay. Because those are the real game enders.
They know solicitors, not open for business.
It's not Halloween anymore. We're well into December.
Currently closed. Yeah, all the things you say when you deny somebody entrance here. No vampires allowed.
No Christmas carolers.
No Christmas carolers either. You know, people don't even Christmas carol anymore. I feel like I haven't seen anybody do that in years. But
well, Kangas, I think that might have something to do with the sickness in the world.
True. Well, I also mean like, you know, like 15 plus years.
Well,
but yeah, point stance. Again, this game could end at the drop of a hat. All it takes is one big team fight. So I want to take some time to set the table here. Who's going to take it? How do we set up for this?
We're seeing that Zello on this Baron lane split pusher. This is his expertise. This is area where he is most comfortable. Has this teleport, but the call is made for him to remain in the Baron lane. This tells us that Team Zello is more concerned around the Elder, which you can't really blame him. That is a game-ending buff to have. You likely don't lose any team fights after you take that objective. And it definitely helps that Jackie no longer has Flash.
But Old School Flash too. Old School Flash in order to get in range, and now Old School doesn't have Chain of Corruption, so that's actually a pretty big ultimate down for this squad. But the Dragon just started up immediately here from Team Zello, but they decided to back away. They're just pulling members over, trying to draw pressure away from Zello so he can keep split pushing.
You can see what Zello is doing here. He has teleport. Iraqi Zoro does not. If he can keep interest over in that side of the map, then you'll just split the focus of Iraqi Zoro's squad.
Oh! That was so close. If Eric lands that, I think that's GG. I'm pretty sure Old School just gets popped the instant that lands. But he survives. He gets a sidestep. Still has ultimate available. And now Eric does not. Neither does Xena. The Dragon started.
Teleport.
Down to 8,000. Teleports are coming through. Look at the damage. Look at the engage. Close to cast is thrown out. Tarzan still doing damage. It's just a cluster of champions whose health bars are going down. Dragon is still at half health right now, so it's just a fight in the pit. The Goon Squad. Triple kill over to Jackie. The Jin is rampaging, and that is a massive team fight win, if not just the game, to Team Zello. Tarzan's alive. He's going to have to pull a miracle right now because everybody is still up except for T-Tigers, and he can't survive. That's it. He's down. Zello and Jackie are already in the top lane. They're on to the Nexus. They did it. It took them a little bit, but Game 3, GG, your champions are Team Zello.
Team Zello are victorious in the Code Red tournament presented by Verizon here on the Wild Rift. Congratulations, guys. That was stellar. That was awesome. Again, from the get-go, I could tell that they were integrating their new player really well on this team. I loved what they did to make Eric feel comfortable in a new game to him. That's super, super valuable to have on your squad. Not to mention just all of this teamwork that they had as well. Zello having all the confidence in himself and the team having confidence in him as well to go for these split pushes to end the game. It's beautiful stuff.
I mean, that was... we said it at one point during that game. It comes down to one final fight. Who takes it? It was in the Dragon pit. Nobody was hitting that Dragon. That thing was just chilling there, doing its own damage. But Jackie, with the AoE damage, the bouncing grenades of the Jin, was able to output so much there. And keeping them in it was, of course, also, like you said, giving credit where it's due. Eric, show it up here against a lot of pro players. You got to give him credit for that laning against Hoon, getting a couple solo wins against him. So, I mean, props to the team. Close series, though. Team Iraqi Zora were so...
We had a long day here, Kangas. We had a lot of games of Wild Rift. I think in total it was 13? 13 games.
It's not keeping count. That sounds about right.
I wasn't exactly like keeping count to a T, but I think that's the right number. Regardless, it was a lot. It was definitely very fun. We get the last screen of the show, and yeah, I'm just reminding myself of Jackie's flank on Jin. Jin of all champions. He
with
doesn't
the
have
lethality
flash.
Build too, so he's doing damage.
That was insane. And he gets that triple kill as well to close it out for us in the finals, no less. Big pop-up performance from Jackie. Big for T-Tigers too, as really the main engage on Vi. It's not something that's easy to do, especially without the help of your Camille, because she was busy in that side lane there with Zello. I really love that last Drake fight. It was picturesque. It was the perfect way to close out this finals. And you know what else is the perfect way to close out the finals? With 2 more Sandy hats.
Yeah, 2 more sand hats back on the desk with the gold graph going like this. Guys, did you enjoy the ride?
Oh, it was a blast.
That was such a sick finals. Especially, I think our last 2 best of 3 series were both action-packed, both going the distance, coming down to the line there too. Definitely exciting finish as well.
Dude, the last fight around the Elder Dragon, I could feel the veins popping out of Kangas's throat just because of how intense the fight was and how hard he was going on the call as well. Just so many... I would have done the same thing as well, because it was literally the make or break fight, and you had so many moments where Tarzan and Hoon are trying to like capitalize on the shockwave into the Riven, just full damage combo there. But Eric on this Ahri actually exceeded my expectations, went far above and beyond. The fact that he is performing to the caliber of a Wild Rift pro player, and he's not one of the current Wild Rift main players here, is astounding.
Not yet.
Eric Dota, you know what? There are plenty of teams in the North American Summoner Series that could always look for potentially a new mid laner. So, you know what? If you want to stay in Wild Rift, feel free to, man.
We're happy to have you.
we would be happy to have you. Also, I want to shout out Rafa. We got the Garrett support. It came out. Kobe, we got your Vipig in there as well, so I'm sure that you guys enjoyed that. But the Garrett support actually worked. I thought he was going to solo kill Varus at least a couple times.
Yeah.
Didn't quite.
It was close.
I'm telling you, man, this like Garen support, like on support income, it's like
Kobe's not convinced.
Kobe's not convinced yet.
Results-based analysis. Are you calling it? Are you calling it right now?
I'm not a full believer. You know, I'll accept support Garen's. I'm not a full believer yet. I thought his actual best play when the team went to go do Baron. He's distracting them. I think he's about to into them, but he has flash still. So he draws them away from it, so they secure the Baron. I thought that was good. Yeah.
He was bodyguarding it. I'm telling you, Kobe, if you have some free time during the off season, just go watch Dakun Gaming and you look at the support player emo. His Garen, like, actually will change your life. It is like
it's true.
Life inspirational moments here.
Yeah, you know,
will it change it in a good way or a bad way?
You know what? It could be a good way because then it opens the possibilities of what other champions could be played in other roles for Wild Rift.
Just don't watch their games versus Tribe. Just skip past.
Skip those. you know, Rafa, I gotta correct you. Garen is not a bodyguard. He's a protector. He's a protector. Okay, that's a TFT joke for you.
Oh my god!
I have one other. I'll fix that by tossing us over to this. Everybody in the chat, we got one more giveaway for you all. You better get there in the chat. Type out the code word Verizon 5G because we have one last instance of that $500 to give out to one lucky viewer. Again, in that Twitch chat right now. Type out Verizon 5G for your chance to earn that $500. It's the last one of the whole day. It's been a pleasure getting to see all the winners and all of the people who are so lucky from Verizon. Again, shout out to Verizon, man. So generous, these guys helping us out with the stream and helping us out getting all of these giveaways through. Thank you so much to Verizon.
Verizon has been an amazing partner with us alongside and just presenting this tournament for Code Red, and also for those that have been with us on this journey since the Esports Collegiate Series Invitational this past weekend, where we had our top 3 collegiate teams join us here in the top 8. Unfortunately, they didn't make it to, the semifinals and the bracket stage, but we still appreciate that they came out here, they played their hearts out. I hope they got a lot of competitive experience playing against some of the best teams here in Wild Rift and some of the best players around as well. And also, I hope that this doesn't mean that that is the end of their Wild Rift journey. I think there's always more room for the North American scene to grow. We just finished year 0 for global Wild Rift, not just North America, but across the entire world. We're heading into our first year of actual competitive Wild Rift in 2022. And if this is the way that we're starting off, then I know the future is bright for everyone around the world. And before we close out, I want to go do a little round table of everyone here on the desk. I'm going to start with Kobe because you've been our honored guest and this is your first foray into Wild Rift. What were your final impressions and kind of your last takeaway after today's event?
I was really excited and surprised by some of the outplays that were possible. Myself, I've never played that many phone games. And just putting initially some time into Wild Rift, I was like, I got to move all my buttons around, and some of the outplays were very impressive as far as the mechanics on display. There were still instances, where you get a random flash over and auto blast cone, or something funny happens. But there were some really cool initiations, especially with some of these duelists and almost 1v9 moments by some of the players. So that's always super cool to see, because that's something, especially from the very beginning of League, you could really take over a game as an individual. Is very fulfilling moment for you.
Yeah, and honestly, when me, Smax, and Kangas and Alk Battery, another Summoner Series caster, when we first got into Wild Rift, we were so excited about how similar it felt to the early days of League, where almost anything was possible and a lot of individual expression was free for you to do.
Mechanical outplays feel impressive, whereas when you watch like Pro League at Worlds, it's like, that's just expected that they're perfect, right? But in Wild Rift, it's like, wait a minute, somebody just did that with their thumbs? Like, that's insane.
Yeah, we're getting there.
It's still pretty impressive. You can't do any of the things that they do at Worlds, Kangas. Let's be completely honest.
I didn't say I could. I said that the Reddit commenters all think they can. So it doesn't feel the same.
Blame Reddit. Blame Reddit as usual. You know, for me, I loved today. It was a great time. It was a great time with all you guys as well. Great to get your first foray into Wild Rift here, Kobe. I hope it's not your last. It's been a fun time. And you know what? I'll leave us with the memory of when Tarzan tried to smite the scuttle crab and instead flashed.
Oh, no.
That was a nice time.
That was a little unfortunate button of a misclick.
That warmed my heart like a cup of hot cocoa here in these holiday times.
Man, you got to bring that up when the team just lost.
Yeah, they just lost in the third.
Just like, salt to the wound.
They were also popping off. They were also popping off in the other game as well. Okay, that was pretty.
I think
cool
they were popping off
but
in that game. I'm pretty sure that's
in that game,
the game that they won.
This entire series was awesome. So
I think
it's warranted
they won.
to bring back some fun stuff. I think it's warranted.
All right. Force Max pisses off more League players or Wild Rift players here by throwing coal into the wound here. Everyone, please give a wonderful shout out and check out all of these awesome talent that I have with me on the desk. Kangas at KangasCast. Kobe, are you still at esports_Kobe?
Yeah, can't get rid of that underscore.
The person needs to give up the original title. They're holding on to it for too long.
I've tried.
One day, King, you will get esports Kobe, just esports Kobe. And then of course Smacks at SmacksCast. You have all been a treat to work with as always, and of course it's a pleasure to work with you for the first time, Kobe. We all enjoyed having you.
Thanks for having me.
Hopefully it is not the only time we got to work with you, whether in Wild Rift or wherever our paths cross, but thank you so much. I'll be seeing you all later. And then chat, I have the last few words for you at home. Thank you so much for joining us here on the Verizon Code Red Tournament, as well as the Esports Series Collegiate Invitational this past weekend. This year and the past couple of years, it has been a crazy world that we live in with the global pandemic, so making sure that you all know at home, we love you. We want to make sure that everyone is warm and safe and, doing well during this time. Make sure that you are reaching out to loved ones and those that you care about in your life, especially during these times. And we hope to see you next time here on the Wild Rift. Happy holidays, everyone.